Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be going through and playing as Austria, but we are going to be playing kind of a little bit more methodical and slow, aiming to be instructive rather than playing optimal or something like this. And let's start with the intro screen. On a lot of things, you will have right-click and left-click that do different things. Like if we right-click here, it'll show us the recommended countries. And this is the case in-game, and so as you navigate the UI, this is something to keep in mind. But we're just going to click New Game here. Hello everyone, welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's a lot of you here, so we might not be able to answer every question and make reasonable progress, so if I don't get to your question, I apologize. There's a lot of people here in the waiting room. I think this is the most I've had in the waiting room before. I'm not sure if my biggest stream ever was the release of 1.7 for Vic 3. I can't remember how many are in the waiting room then. But hello everyone, welcome, welcome. So we're going to be playing Austria, because that was what was voted in by the Patreon. Austria, I do think, is a little bit rough early on, but that's okay. And before you play, you can look at the number of dynamic historical events, and then you can also look at all the content, and then rather than hovering all these tooltips over and over and over again, you can click here, and you can see the best of all the content that is available for that country. In particular, we have some good things going on for us as Austria. Scale pretty well, so we'll probably go through this a little bit. We have a lot of legitimacy stuff. Okay, let's get the Twitch dashboard. Although I'm not sure if I could read every follow this stream. It's probably going to be really active. Eddie, thank you for the follow. Starting off, we get a little bit of prestige. And Diplomats is actually a very strong resource. It's going to allow us to make a lot of moves. How are you feeling about the state of the game? I'm pleased with the state of the game. There's a few bumps and weirdness that I'm kind of... They updated the UI a little bit in, the last 7 days, and, one button specifically for exploration is broken, and I guess I'm a little bit concerned about that. But they're gonna fix that, because it's been operational for, months now, so, that's just, a hiccup. And I'm just generally overall pleased with the state of the game. Should I have a Red Bull or go with water right now? What time of day is it? If it's before noon, Red Bull. If it's afternoon, water. We get a little bit of morale early on. Proximity cost is a very good one. 5% is nice. Diplo rep in particular is a little winner-take-all affair. Because if you can stack a lot of Diplo rep, you can become the hegemon. I actually like the hegemon a lot. And improved relations a lot. So this is going to allow us to make a lot of moves in terms of diplomacy if we don't want to go high infamy. Here's another example of something that's not functioning exactly correctly. I think the higher mercenary premium cost doesn't do anything right now. But for the most part, I think that people actually... I don't like focusing too much on things I'm concerned about too much, because I think people are just going to be overly focused on that. The people who are just kind of negative, and I think that people are just going to have a really fun time with the game in general. So it's perhaps... missing the point, and you should ask people how much fun they're having rather than, is everything perfect? But a little bit of discipline is nice, kind of in the late ages, and then we get a lot of really good tech, at the very, in the finish line, where we get 40% education of heirs, which will make our characters that are part of the monarchy better, 10% production efficiency, cultural influence is kind of okay. Flat culture capacity is really nice, and the Arty power and build cost modifiers. So that's what we have for techs. Hey, the other coffee, thank you for the 5 primes. Woo, let's go. Thank you so very much. And thank you, Dennis, for the 5 primes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much, much appreciated, guys. Does it support multi-threading? Yes. Buy at launch or 6 months for bug fixes balances. I would recommend watching at least a couple people play on stream, not just me. Decide if you think that experience looks like fun, if they're having fun, this type of thing, and then make the judgment then. I think that the people who are complaining about the AI, I think you're not going to even notice the AI being, like, weaker for, like, the first 100 hours, and if you don't know what you're doing, I think the AI could kind of run over you a little bit. Like, if you have if you're just brand new, I don't think you're necessarily going to run over the AI, because you don't understand what's going on either. I think that if you play perfectly, the AI is really easy to abuse, but, I'm not playing perfectly, and I think that, you know... love all the content. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so very much for the $10, William. Much appreciated. Is it possible to dismantle the HRE? Yes, but a lot of the HRE buttons, I'm gonna kind of be learning on the job to some extent with you, because the HRE's been changed since the last time I played it. Because the HRE was, like, bugged for a really long time, so I haven't played it recently. Legislative efficiency is kind of nice. Counter-espionage is going to be nice, too. But this is one of the big advantages of Austria. They have a lot of stuff that gives them legitimacy. And legitimacy is a really, really nice modifier, because legitimacy cuts down on your biggest expense. And monthly diplomats is also really nice. So we see that we have a lot of those things in concert. And also a little bit of diplo rep. Although I think the generic diplo rep thing is going to be better. We can also check out the unique stuff for German and also Catholicism. We're planning on staying Catholic this run, so we're actually going to go in with our Catholic tech. Let's get started getting into game. Citrusman, thank you for the new Prime sub. Big nice. Yankees fan, thank you for the resub. Will you actually play Ethiopia this game? I've already played Ethiopia in this game. So yes. Do you find expansion to slow enough, or is it easy to become extremely powerful in the first 200 years? It is easy to become extremely powerful. You mentioned the Papal States are specifically bad to learn the game on. So the Papal States just get a bunch of money as a line item, and you don't learn anything related to economic balancing and playing with sliders and this type of thing, because it's completely like any other country. But let's get started. We are going to think of the game, just generally speaking, as operating in like 3 layers. Or this is how I like to think of the game. There's like the location basis, where everything is informed by a combination of buildings, right? All of these, and pops. All of these. And you can see their different demographics. Yankees fan, thank you for the $20. Big nice. Much appreciated, my guy. I actually think Ethiopia is a lot of fun, by the way. I enjoy Ethiopia. EU4 after 1600 is so easy. That's all EU4 games. Yeah, that's also like kind of people are like, I feel like people are setting up the softball pitch for saying like the AI's weak when like the AI's like always weak, because making an AI play a grand strategy game that well is difficult prospect. Go Gas Mighty, thank you so very much for the Prime sub. Big nice. Okay, so coming in here, we have buildings, right? And this, just like Victoria 3, for those of you who are Victoria 3 enjoyers, the buildings are effectively like a lever, right, that affect your nation, and they give you employment levels, and these employment levels give you, you know, the higher tier pops for the burghers, and for the buildings that employ laborers, these are not higher tier pops. These are like peasants by another name. They're peasants with qualifications. And so there is an underlying political system that emerges from this, which we won't discuss too much right now, but if we come in here, we can see that each one of these pops will give flat estate power, and they will give contribution to how the tax base is split. And they will do this for all the different pop types. And so, if we look at the demography tab, we can see exactly how the power is being split between the estates, and we can see how all the tax is being split between the estates. And so the pops are going to be informing stuff, and the way that the pops are informed is by the buildings, the combination of your buildings, and also your values. In the case of Spiritualist, which gives you more clergy potential pops, this is like per 1,000. I don't know why they have it like listed like this, like it's just 10, but it's like, it scales with your population. Aristocracy, plutocracy, and plutocracy is going to give you burghers. Okay? So we have the lever of the pops, and then the economic base is coming from all the buildings. And you can't hover this for a breakdown. It would be nice if you could. But all of these buildings, what they are outputting combined, gives you like the tax base. And also your manpower comes from buildings, right? So in the sense that the buildings are the primary lever, like in Victoria 3, you could think of it in this way. Did you ask about Ethiopia on my second message? Is that a bit of Pavlov's dog? No, I saw the first one. But I did want to mention that, did you not? Oh, it might be Pavlovian. Okay, so there's also a bunch of other things going on with locations. You can see, for example, we have food productivity. That is a stat that is going to be emerging from a bunch of different things. And so we won't cover everything, like, all at once, but the resource, or RGO, that the food, location has is going to be important. And then it's also going to be important what the topography looks like. Flatland, not going to be tremendously impactful, but then here, on a plateau, we'll get stuff like negative proximity impact, so it'll be harder to push our control through this. And then Pavlov, the truth hurts. We will also get monthly development growth balances. Stuff like mountains are particularly nasty, minus 50% development growth. And development's like important for building big cities. And so it'll give you more max buildings, it'll give you a lot more pop attraction, having a lot of pops in cities is important. And so we have kind of this trickle down where you'll want to have cities and locations that have good kind of terrain and this type of stuff as well as kind of bad RGOs would be preferable, because if we come in, look at which areas are urbanized, and we look at a rural area, it gives us maximum RGO size, which in the early game, this modifier is huge. Eventually it gets diluted, because you get other RGO size modifiers, but it is going to be really big initially. So we can also see grasslands and woods is going to be another factor. And as you can see, I'm kind of switching through this when I'm trying to evaluate. We have proximity impact. Proximity impact and dev are the two biggest ones. I do believe it affects dev. Yeah, dev is the other one. And you can see I'm kind of flitting between a lot of map modes. I would generally recommend, like, one of the very early things you do being putting on input bindings, especially if you want access to a very special thing. Now, if you have any children in the room, please ask them to leave, because this is not appropriate for them to see. Okay, this is just like a spreadsheet, where, let's find it. And that is the Rivers map mode. The Rivers map mode you cannot see unless you assign it to a hotkey. It is not available in the bottom bar. Why couldn't they release the game on Monday? I don't know. They usually do Tuesdays. And so, you have to assign this to a hotkey if you want to look at it. As far as I know, most content creators are not looking at it. But here's the river map mode. So, this is going to be really, really important for infrastructure. If we take a look through here, we will be able to see that, for example, the proximity cost of this segment is 8, and the proximity cost of this segment is 25. And a big difference between the two is one is going upstream, getting minus 10, to the flat proximity cost of 40, and the other's going downstream, getting minus 30. Okay, so rivers are like uber, no children under what age? 69. 38, of course. Isn't that implied? My eyes. So, the rivers are going to make a big deal for this. The rivers will also make an enormous deal for market access. And very few things affect market access. It's going to be better to push control downstream and better to push market access upstream. And so, if something is an upstream segment, that is going to be, or if the, yeah, so the river's going in the wrong direction, I think, here, but we can find, Alexandria is a really good example here, where this is heading upstream, it's, the thing is heading upstream, the location is downstream, so minus 50%, which is huge. Huge. Especially because it stacks, as far as I know, with roads. Okay? So, we are going to care about this type of stuff. And so, often one of the first things we do when we load in is we look at the resources, we try and see what's going on, and we look at the terrain and stuff, and we try and figure out, okay, what are we going to be doing with this, with all this, not institutions, these three. And it's mainly these three here. The RGOs, the resources, this type of stuff. Did not expect a difference for upstream, downstream. That's why you need the map, man. So you can see where they are, so you can check. So, as far as resources go, we have some wool, which is nice. And what province it is also going to matter. So we see the province of Milk, rather large, and it also has wool in it. So this is going to be good for producing textiles. Our capital province in Vienna, while it is a farmland, so it's going to get extra development, so it's kind of good for making a megacity, is not going to have very good RGOs in it. Where we put the capital province is probably something you want to decide early on, and I honestly just am agonized by the decision as Austria, but we are in this open pocket where we can urbanize a lot and have reasonably high development kind of here. And we're next to kind of an open pocket here that's going to be valuable, and we're next to Bohemia's land, which is valuable, and we're next to this, but we're kind of in the middle of all three. What's the difference between gold and silver in this game? Gold has a value of 8, silver has a value of 8, and gold has a value of 10. I don't know why I scrolled this way, because Bohemia's closer. Okay, so that's like layer 1, is we have, and we didn't cover an exhaustive list of things, but I'm just trying to illustrate that the location itself matters. And then, kind of more of layer 2 is going to be all the stuff, or I think of this as layer 3. Layer 2 is kind of the market. And what we'll do is we're actually going to create our own market, and when we do, we're going to double the size of our tax base just by creating a new market, because market access is really important for the value of all your stuff. Here, let's take a quick look at that. For RGOs, it will throttle the amount of value you get from the RGO by multiplying it by the market access. So this place will only get, since it has 70% market access, we'll only get 70% of the value of our RGO. And for the buildings, it'll straight up just increase or decrease your actual outputs. So you can see here where our output is multiplied. The building should, here, the building at base level should be producing like just a full unit. And instead it's multiplied by 0.7. And so just by making our own market, we're going to be able to do this. Are PUs overpowered? I don't think they're necessarily overpowered. I think they're supposed to be good. I think if you're competent at abusing them, they can be very good. So market access is going to be important. Control is going to be important in a similar way. And so having infrastructure to your capital is going to be important, where it's going to be a multiplicative thing for value. Can you make the world a single market? You can in theory, but if there's any AIs and they have poor market access, they'll make new markets if they have really bad market access. Seems like Prague is a really good capital for Austria-Hungary. Downstream to push control to Vienna and Budapest. Have you ever been to Prague? You should check it out. We kind of felt the capital, we kind of liked the capital over here to some extent. And then we saw that it was a forest. It was a little bit better when there was more dev. A dev was more impactful. $100! Thank you so much, Pickly, for the $100 tip. Much appreciated. Really appreciated your engagement on the subreddit and boosting other content creators. You're a real one. Thank you so much. Yeah, I did try and... What's the Gladriel quote? Be a light when all other lights go out. When there's, like, no information available, I answered every single question on subreddit. Or I responded to every single post on the subreddit. But then I kind of stopped when information became more readily available. Sounds like an EU4 version of Mappy. It is kind of like Mappy, except it's like infrastructure-based rather than you're on a river, +5. Bam! Okay, so, where were we going? We were beginning to talk about the market layer. Within a market, it's going to operate very similar to Victoria 3, where you are, Monday, boy, and Princess Biff Bucket, thank you for the follows, big dice, where you are going to have prices that are increased or decreased by supply and demand. So, aluminum, you can see, we have 3.3 sell orders, 0.4 buy orders, and the price has gone from a base price of 3 to an actual price of 1.02, which means that aluminum production in Nuremberg, the market most of our nation is in, is not going to be very profitable. So if we drive up prices, things will get more profitable. So that's like what I like to think of as the second layer. And then the third layer is all the stuff related to your national values, your state privileges you've given out, your laws that you have in all at once. King Het and ENFP, thank you for the follows. Big dice. So, as we give values, they're going to give a big thing as we give privileges, a big thing is almost every privilege is going to give a trend towards a value. And so these shape your values. But also, you could see like this one is going to decrease stability cost. So that means it's easier to get stabbed. Stab is going to affect our entire nation. This is an example of an upper layer thing, which the effect of stab on your entire nation affects everything. Wow, thank you for the thank you for the membership gifts. Who gave that? Who did that? Oh, the UI doesn't tell me. Nick, thank you so very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated, my guy. Would require Steam restart. What? Okay. So we have the stab cost. It comes down. It's easier to get stabbed. Stab gives us a state satisfaction equilibrium and pop promotion speed. And so very often, if we build a bunch of buildings, so let's say we queue this up, we won't have enough burgers. And so we'll be reliant on promotions. And so that'll help us out with that. And a lot of stuff affects the promotion speed. You can see here early on in the game, we don't have necessarily that many modifiers, but you get more and more and more. And so something in your national kind of Bailu or whatever you want to consider it, your layer affecting how many qualifications you get is going to affect downstream stuff and locations. Castile and Portugal in history? No. Castile seems to hate Portugal rather than looking to compete with Reconquista and move into Morocco, which doesn't seem great. Do they? Then this is kind of a recent development on the patch. Why do we think that Castile tends to eat... thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Why do we think that Portugal seems to eat Castile? Was some content creator showing that? But we're going to try and have values and such in such a way that we have a lot of privileges. Early on, we are going to be really focused on setting up privileges to push particular values we like, which is an additional part of this layer. And values are generally really strong, and I don't think there's a single value that's bad. It's just that the right or the left is going to be better. And ideally, if you have a value and you're going to push towards it, you want to be at 100 anyways, generally speaking. There's a couple exceptions. We're going to have a tier list for this, but for the most part, the values on both sides are good, so being at 0 is the thing that's no good. Is your France guide today? No, I think that's tomorrow. I think tomorrow's the France thing. But France, they changed it so cavalry are just super, super strong. And so France is going to be way stronger than it was in my video. I've seen that happen to Castile's Portugal the first 100 years, or a couple different content creators. Interesting. Well, that's unfortunate that I recommended them for beginners, because normally they don't do that. Oops. That's a little new on the AI. Do you like schnitzel? I probably would if I liked it. I like chicken fried steak and this type of thing, so I have to imagine I would like fried pork cutlet. Okay, so we also see that we have these trends. So what this is going to do is, if you have a trend, let's find a trend in the other direction. So we have a trend 0.05 towards free subjects. And so what this will do is it'll push us towards free subjects until we get to the trend times 100, so 5 free subjects, at which point it will stop pushing you. What this means is that as long as you have a positive trend in one direction, even if your value is way over it, like we have 30 traditionalism and only 12 or 0.12 trend, and so a trend towards 12, it will not backslide towards towards this 0.12. And so the way you push 100 values is you secure a trend in the direction of the values, and then you slowly gain additional little boosts. Not that. It's also going to be important to change your laws to ones you like, and this is an additional layer. Like, so for example, distribution of power. We're probably going to go favor the ruler early, which you see gives us additional maximum tax and crown power. Crown power is really important to secure 20% of 25% of early, because you get really nasty balances, including tax efficiency. Which kind of brings us to the budget tab. Let's just automate all of these. This isn't optimal to automate all of these, because of how estate satisfaction works, but it's going to be close enough to optimal that we're kind of okay with it. And let's increase the minting. But more max tax, for example, would allow us to tax these guys more, which is pretty intuitive. The estates themselves get money, and they utilize money. And so money that you don't take from them isn't dead, because they'll build buildings with it. France crying in the club? Indeed they are. He's just trolling new players. Generalist? No, not like this. I was going to recommend Mali instead of Portugal, but then I played Mali, and it turns out their disaster really sucks balls. Their disaster is, their disaster feels really, really difficult to resolve without giving up over half your territory. So, let's actually open up with, you see our biggest expense, or half of our expense, is our forts. On virtually everyone, you're going to delete all your forts. I think we don't delete all our forts as France. And that's like the only one. We're going to keep, I meant to keep one in the capital, but now we're deleting all of them. The maintenance on your capital fort's much cheaper. Hey, Luis, thank you so very much for the membership. Big dice. Much appreciated. So, that's our first thing. So now our budget looks a little bit better. We're making a little bit of money. We're also going to invest a little bit in stab early. Stab is kind of useful to stay positive in. Because the negative effects from stab, it's not a linear, like, you get the reverse of this in the other direction. You get a really huge estate satisfaction equilibrium hit. And if they're really unsatisfied, they'll build bad buildings. And also, you kind of want to keep, they'll build bad buildings, then they'll rev. And the pops associated with them will have their satisfaction driven by the estate satisfaction. So let's actually take a look at that. So let's look at satisfaction. And look at these guys. Hopefully my face isn't covering that. And you can see that the nobility, the fact that our nobility has plus 9% over 50, roughly speaking, is giving us close to 20 satisfaction on the actual pop themselves. If the pop's satisfaction drops too low, in our case below 13%, then it will join a rebellion. Right? So taxing people into oblivion will cause rebels. Rebel scum. If we do this, so for example, it'll be easier to get commoners to join rebellions, and there's a bunch of other things that influence satisfaction, but this means you can effectively think of satisfaction as giving you the ability to tax people more, and satisfaction plus max tax is, generally speaking, how you're going to generate a lot more money. Quebeco, thank you for the 200 sec. Do you recommend upping the AI difficulty to hard? I play on general. No, not really, because it just kind of gives them, like, weird bonuses. It doesn't, like, make them play sharper or this type of thing. Chris Plays Paradox, thank you so very much for the membership. Fireblade, thank you for the €7. Thanks for all the content you put out. I know Paradox games are and new releases don't mesh well together, but feeling really excited about EU5. I think people are going to really enjoy it. I think some people are going to bounce off of it. And it just, like, won't click. I think that, similar to Victoria 3, it requires some investment of hours to, like, really start enjoying it. Yeah. Flurry said on stream that spending money on stab is a noob trap. What are your thoughts? I think maxing the slider is not what you want. I think you want to be over 0 stability. And I think that, generally speaking, you don't want to pay a lot for the slider, but sometimes you want to pay for the slider we are going to pay to kind of smooth out the early game experience just a little bit. And I think that this is reasonable to do. I don't think you necessarily want to always pay for the slider, though, yeah. Looks like we have another fort somewhere. Where's that fort? There's that fort. We can actually use the fortification map mode. But generally speaking, I think it's best to max the cost to court slider. And the Diplo spending slider, we're going to get reduced to 0. But we're probably going to ramp it up very, very quickly as time goes on. Is it generally worth speaking to build trade offices in a regular country? I don't think so. Hey, Andy, how's it going? Thanks for everything you taught me, Generalist. Invaluable help and information. You're so very welcome. Welcome to the stream. Why aren't you streaming? Or do you stream? Wow, I gotta try and keep focused on some of the questions. So we kind of have our options before we unpause, but let's maybe talk about diplomacy a little bit. How much min-maxy do we want to think through diplomacy? So, for diplomacy, I kind of think that the way I think... Oh, let's not do the metagame kind of discussion. So for diplomacy, we're going to have a bunch of actions, right? And what we're going to want to use them for is going to be kind of setting up good relations with people who we want to set good relations with. And generally speaking, diplomats are going to be a highly pressured resource that allows you to expand more. Because they can give you CVs and they can also manage antagonism. Generally speaking, I think if you get really high antagonism, there are going to be cases where you just hit a turn and burn point where you can fight everyone. But if you view your pops as a resource, generating a lot of antagonism and fighting a lot of people is going to make it harder to have wars where you escape with low casualties to your pops. And so I think that, in general, you'll want to save your pops some hassle and try and be going for easy wars. Kind of like Vic 3, easy wars is easier. By the way, is it OP strat to capture the Pope as a vassal? For the tithe money? I think there are negative malices, but I'm not 100% sure. We're here for the metagame discussions. Is it bad to promote as many pops as possible? No, promoting pops is generally good. Oh, you know what? The pops eat more food. So if you're having food issues... then promoting a bunch of pops will run you into trouble. So... but generally speaking, no, because one of the ways in which economies are stimulated is through the buy order. Hey, look, this guy's spending more than he's getting. Is through the buy orders of the pops in there, especially if they spend more than they get. And so if we have more nobles, we have more buy orders, and this pushes up the price of jewelry, which I think most people who play other strategy games, for them, they're like, no, we don't want the jewelry expensive. But for those of you who play Vic 3, you're like, ooh la la. This means I get to produce jewelry much more profitably. Why would I care about pops when I've got a crazy god of penance in 1337? It's not like some crazy mass death. Look, you're so right, bestie. Welcome to the stream. Some tags are wrong in the description. Are they really? Hey, Mina Christ, thank you so very much for the $10. Much appreciated. What are the tags that are wrong? I'm not sure we want to fix them at the moment. But we'll fix them for the next stream. I will double check. If you think Hannibal is wrong, though, I've got news for you. Okay. So we talked about kind of the 3 layers. The location layer, the market layer, and kind of like the national layer. And so let's start getting through a few things. So we were talking about diplomacy. Our strategy for Austria is going to be to ally our big neighbors so that we don't generate antagonism on them, and look to play small ball expansion early on, and kind of just keep to ourselves, because as Austria, your terrain is really shit. And so you can't get much value out of expansion early anyways, and over the long term, allying Hungary, Bohemia, and some of these guys, and then getting them to like us and doing this type of thing will make cores more expensive, and it'll increase our overall kind of power base. And also, I kind of want to highlight some play patterns. Ooh, he's blind. I want to highlight some play patterns that are kind of like play nicey play patterns for pedagogical reasons. So let's improve relations with a few of these guys. And then I think we're going to go for Tyrol. And Salzburg we might eat. And our first expansion early... We're going to improve relations with Tyrol. Our first expansion early is going to be in the Bavarias. Because we can integrate them easier because they are the same culture as us. And so it's easier for us to accept them and get them going. Look at those banners at the top. Yeah, we don't normally get so many banners. We don't normally get so many banners. Did someone donate 200? I saw 200 sec at the top. I don't think I read a 200 sec note. No, I did. Okay. Oh, Kurt. So, our idea here is that you notice we're improving relations with a South Bavarian country, a Hungarian country, and a Czech country. You should check it out. This is going to make it easier for us to accept their cultures if we ally them. And so that's going to be kind of our diplomatic goal. Let's see if anyone will accept our alliance. No one will accept our alliance. Oh, we have to wait. We have to wait on those three. So we're currently generating diplomats. You know what? We're going to diplo spend just so we have a little bit more capacity. So that our positive trend up isn't dead. Okay, so let's also take a quick look at research. So there will be a free tree early. And we are actually going to stay Catholic, much to my chagrin. So we are going to go Universal Christianity early. Because we want the diplomat. And then I think we're going to go for guilds. And by then, we're probably going to be able to start spreading the institution. So we're going to go for institution growth into the Age 2 text. Because Age 2 comes pretty quick, and there is a free tree. Oh, Kurt, someone's picking up what I'm putting down. Did you have a code for the Paradox store? Yes, it is Generalist in all caps. How do you assess the state of the game? Is it early access? Is the game truly finished? So I think that there's some hiccups and bumps. I think the game is finished enough for people to have a lot of fun playing it. I think you're going to notice some... If you get really, really annoyed at lack of polish... then I would recommend you wait and see to what extent the lack of polish that you see maybe bothers you. And I think if you kind of don't mind that much and you just like getting in there, then it's not going to bother you a lot. I kind of don't mind that much and I just like getting in there. So I'm just... If you're asking me my opinion, I think the game's fun and I like playing it and I have 1,300 hours for a reason. Or over 1,300, close to 1,400 now. We have, and we did diplomacy, we did research. Also, just in terms of content and flavor, you can see that our unique texts get added to the tech tree. And so here's an Austrian tech, right? And here is a Catholic tech. And so the tech tree getting changed, and if we form a new nation, that will get added to the tech tree as well. I remember you brought up you had the parts for the new PC, but not set it up. I asked her you was. The new PC is set up. 1337? Yes, we got 1337. Or now it's close to 1400. We can rival people. If we don't, we get more antagonism. But we also get progress towards conciliatory, which we want. Let's actually maybe go through these a little bit. You can open the hints panel, by the way, if you're a new player, and get a whole bunch of stuff going on. And then I think there's a way to open extra context off to the side. Oh yeah, here, let's hover one of these to see. One of these is gonna have a hint window, I think. So this information button will open a big-ass hint. In terms of learning the game, we don't look at these at all at this point. Hey, thank you for the 20 CZK. Should I fake being a streamer to get early access? At this point, no. That's what I did. That's how I got early access. But at this point, you're stuck with what you got. I mean, you wouldn't be able to fake it fast enough. Okay. So, now let's take a look at our estates and our values. We want to push centralization. We are going to stay aristocracy because a lot of our content pushes us in that direction anyways, so it's going to be too expensive to effectively push plutocracy, and so we might as well push all the way to aristocracy. I think we want to go free subjects, but I'm not sure. We'll probably just let that trend down and try not to increase the trend, because as it stands, we actually kind of like where we are in terms of serfdom. We maybe could even freeze it in place and put that decision off towards later. And we really want a land trend, or we want to maintain a land trend. So we don't want to backslide to naval, but we won't be able to push towards land too much. So we're going to be mainly focused on centralizing. So with that in mind, we're going to take a look and we're going to see that we have communal lands, which gives us a big fat trend towards decentralization and takes 22 stab to onslaught. Yikes. I think we can leave that there just for now, with the idea that this will become cheaper, a little bit cheaper in the very near future. What's a nation what nation is great for tech tree pushing? The only nation that I know of that gets flat value is Korea. Anonymous, thank you for the 1337. Much appreciated. Philia, thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. Thank you, thank you. So let's try and set about improving our crown power here. If we have an army, we could actually improve it quite a bit. So I'm not sure if we start out with a sergeantry. We do not. So that's going to be one of our spends to try and improve crown power. And if we appoint people to the cabinet that are members of the crown, that will also help. So we're going to appoint our heir to the cabinet. And then that will give us 12%. Or 25% for the whole shebang. And generally speaking, crown power modifiers are really valuable. Just in terms of how the math works, if you look at the crown power modifiers, there aren't a lot of modifiers. And if you look at the power modifiers for nobility, there's a lot of modifiers. And the more modifiers you have, the less valuable modifiers become, just in terms of how the math works. So, we really value crown power modifiers early. Later on, they become less valuable. We're going to slot in a few privileges, though. And we want to kind of push centralization as a main idea, and we want really powerful privileges as another idea. And every time we slot one in, we will incur a cost. And the cost is multifold, but we really value max tax. So we're going to go for this one. And you can see it's going to cost us legitimacy. And then when we click this, or when we hover this, rather, we're also going to see that the burghers will like this, and the other estates will not. And we'll get negative satisfaction in the other estates. Yuck. This is okay, but it's just important to keep in mind that you don't want the satisfaction to get too low. Ryan, thank you for the membership. I think it's cool cabinet actions will progress at base without advisor. Bonuses with advisor depending on ability points. I do too, because sometimes we leave the cabinet empty. So let's put in treasury rights. Oh, where's the thing I used to scratch my back? I have an itch. Not like this. Can't use this, I guess. Okay. So, this is going to do a little thing, and I generally like to trickle out my privileges, and so we do maybe 3 at game start, and then in another few years a little bit more. Thank you for the Prime subscription, Haldini. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. And then we are going to want centralization trend. We have a little bit here, and we can acquire a little bit from the clergy. It's not going to be useful yet, but we know we want to have it in, and we don't want to forget about it. Tolerance of true faith is actually not irrelevant. Let's slot this in. And I do think there's one privilege of the nobility, but you have to not have another privilege in order to do it. I'm not sure if we are in that boat. But we do see nobility-controlled serfdom. Remember we said we maybe want to lock in our serfdom trend. And this would give us progress 0.1 towards serfdom. So right now, we're sliding towards free subjects. And so we can lock in our 60 serfdom if we got a little bit of a serfdom trend. So let's put in nobility-controlled serfdom. Very often, though, giving privileges to the nobles, you kind of want to hang them back for handling their satisfaction. And so we could hold off, but we're just going to slot this in. And so we see the satisfaction is reasonably good, except for the peasants. We actually don't really want to give the peasants anything, because when we pull this out, we're going to give them a lot of things, or we're going to give them 2 things so that they're happy. About pop promotion. But if we promote our peasants, no one gets to work in our RGOs now, Or, well, the laborers work at the RGOs. I think it will not promote people, generally speaking, to not working in jobs. But laborers work in RGOs, not peasants. I don't think I've seen a creator move away from centralization yet. Well, decentralized is, like, by itself is good, but the thing is that centralization is just so good that you can't, like, not do it. Can you completely replace the culture of a province? Yes. So, we now have quite a bit of money, and we want to think about our spend, other than that sergeantry, which we started. And this brings us back to the markets. We don't have very good market access. We're going to make a new market. We could make it in a couple different places. We could make it over here. We have to make it, or we would like to make it in an urban location. So we could make it in Melk, we could make it in Linz. Linz would be an okay location. Generally speaking, you want to maximize, like, the distance between markets, because this leads to more overall market access, but we're going to make it in Vienna, and we're going to take a look at our tax base. Our tax base right now is 30. This is going to get way higher when we make a market. So we're going to come into this tab, we're going to go to markets, we're going to go create market. And we're going to create a market there. Does this start out as a city? It does. So we also have one city. So that's going to be good for us. We are also going to want to look at what is the most lucrative. So we're going to sort by money. Yikes. Really? The Tailors Guild is... okay. Not very profitable for a Tailors Guild. But, in general, we have the silver down here. And we have silver in a few locations. We're going to be able to find places where we can get a bonus to building silver. So, for example, this place, this province has wool in it. If we look at the province, we see the Milk province has wool in it. So that means the things that use wool as an input are going to get extra production efficiency because there's wool in there. We're going to be able to get that for jewelry from the silver down here when we eventually do have urban locations here and here. So in theory, kind of, to some extent, we don't really want to build jewelry here, knowing that that's coming in, and the Tailors Guild is more profitable anyways. We're going to add one of these. And then, just to try and be instructive, we're going to add tools as well, even though it's not even fully employed. And the reason we're adding tools here is because this gets used as an input for various things, and so it's an important part of the early construction loop. And then we are going to also add glass for the same reason, because there are buildings early on that take glass. You can use the search bar on basically everything. And there's not a lot of demand for glass, but there will be later. You like the RGO symbols a lot? Very nice. Now that you started watching the game, you want it? If you want to pick it up, you can use our code on the official Paradox store. It won't save you any money, but it will send 12% of the sale our way. Code is Generalist in all caps. Okay, so let's maybe show off one of the buildings that uses glass. So Marketplace, in its construction, uses glass. And if we get the glass cheap in our market, this will make it so that the building's cheap. If we hover cost, we can see that it is cheaper because the masonry and the glass are cheaper. We are generally going to want to produce marketplaces, as most countries, and we want to produce them here. Let's not limit ourselves to there. We'll want to produce them in urban locations far away from our market center, because two things we normally value, high control and a lot of market access, don't actually affect markets. So this means that we'll want to build, you know, more of the productive buildings closer to the market capital and capital. And so the marketplaces can go on the peripheries. So we'll add a couple of these. And then also, generally speaking, we probably should have expanded both the silver, but I'm just trying to show a bunch of different things. We will want to expand the silver because this is insanely profitable, and a lot of our early money is going to come from building silver and exporting silver. What do you automate? Just trade. But you can automate as much as you want. If you just want to learn certain aspects of the game at once, well, we also automate production methods. If you want to learn certain aspects of the game, like individually, then you can do that and just pick stuff. Also, we might do a challenge run when where our diplomacy interactions are rivaled, so we don't pick who we go to war with and this type of thing. Hey, Generalist, love the content. The Venice video was awesome. How difficult would you rank Aragon? Ignoring that France is on his border? Well, see, this is the thing. I would not ignore the fact that France is on the border, and as Aragon, you start with a core that belongs to Castile. I would not ignore those two facts. I think that is centrally important to the question of how difficult is Aragon. If you don't get attacked by France and Castile, Aragon's super easy. If you get attacked by France and Castile, Aragon's really rough. You will get attacked by France or Castile unless you can figure out how to navigate that correctly. How would you rank pears on the fruit tier list? Kind of mid-high-ish. The problem is there's a lot of, like, the exotic fruit's just really good. Like papaya, mango, pineapple. Hard to compete. And peaches and nectarines are better than pears. Yeah. I guess there's a lot of, like, trashed here fruit, though. Bananas. Can Austria beat Bohemia at start? Militarily, no. Bohemia's got more pops, so they have more conscripts, and they don't just have a lot. They don't just have more pops. They have like a significant amount more pops, 1.5 to 1.8 million, and a lot of Austria's pops are also off to the left in places that have no control, and so we can't conscript them all. Whereas Bohemia, they're all densely packed, and so Bohemia's average control is going to be a lot higher than Austria's. Especially because Austria has shit terrain, too. If we take a look here, we can see that levy size is directly influenced by control. And this looks much better for Bohemia. So, going to be in much better shape. Tropical fruit ROP? Yeah. Banana's bad on sub? Hey man, the truth hurts. I don't make the rules. So precious metal distribution is going to be something that is relevant. I think that we will probably go for... Very tempted to go for unlimited export. Generally speaking, the way it works is ban of export's just kind of bad. It might be good in MP. Regulated export's good if you don't have a ton of the thing. If you have an absolute ton of the thing, unlimited export tends to be better. Because it decreases the amount that you can mint. But we're actually minting a decent amount here. If we expand, the thing is, as we expand the silver more, our ability to mint will go down and down and down, because the silver, what is a higher share of our economy, is going to cause, it's going to be inflationary, and if the minting is already really down because we have a strong inflationary force, then the negative to minting is not, it's inconsequential, right? And the fact that we get less income from minting is whatever. So, do you have advice for playing as one of the French subjects? Not anything too specific to it. You always keep the silver gold rural. Almost always. Almost always. Occasionally, if it is a farmland specifically, the only exception I can think of is Mali's capital. It starts out as a city and it starts out as gold, and it's just like too much of a hassle to just delete the urbanization. But I think even then, like, maybe in the 16 or 1700s, you're maybe supposed to do it. We're just gonna choose unlimited export. I'm not, well... The thing is these modifiers for output get really diluted later. We can always change the law later. Let's just do this. And now we spent down all of our gold. So, we now have the government reforms to do. And I think we're going to go semi-RP, very diplo-oriented, but also diplomatic traditions is one of the better ones, so we're probably going to do this. It's going to give us a trend towards conciliatory, which we want to push anyways. And it's going to give us diplo reputation. It's going to be easier to play the diplo game. In fact, we're going to show the diplo game because I'm pretty sure we can just at game start. And then we're actually going to hold off. You will get new reforms in the new ages, and we in particular do want to go for one of these new ones. Is it not showing? Wait, what? Do we not have eyes? I think that's just a bug, because there is one that gives crown power and centralization, and we want to hold off for that, so... let's take a look at our cabinet. Grant, thank you for the 10 USD. Thank you, Generalist, for all you do for the Paradox and in general Grand Strategy Games communities. You're so very welcome. Thank you so very much for the $10. Do you stockpile gold over time? Yes. What are the benefits from banning exports? Well, if you ban all the exports, then you can produce jewelry really well. And I think in theory, you could try and corner the jewelry market. Because you keep all the resources to yourself, you collapse the price of jewelry, you dump it into other people's market, and you make it impossible for them to produce it effectively. And this is a longer production chain. It's possible that this is good. And jewelry, notably, takes half as much trade capacity to move, in addition to you're churning it through an additional layer of production, which just probably increases the overall economic activity. So I think the context in which you'd want to ban it is something like this, or multiplayer. You maybe ban or keep banned at game start, and then what is it? Because the gold and silver are really only in a few markets, and so if you throttle the other people's access to it, that's maybe something you could leverage people with. Advice for Castile: have fun. Have fun, it's easy. Would be my... Or, well, there's no advice specific to... Actually, no, there is advice specific to Castile. I would keep your... I would move your market at some point, not at game start, kind of when you're making a decent amount of money. I'd move your market from Bordeaux to the capital. And then I would also play primarily through your market in the north early on, but understand that you probably want it in Sevilla after the first 100, 150 years or so. And the reason you want to play it in the north is early on, this is where all your pops are at. And then as time goes on, you'll want to eventually become naval and then play through Sevilla. And that playing through two markets is a little bit tough. Okay, I think we're about ready to unpause here. Oh no, wait, we're not. We are going to want to use one cabinet action to push values. We can't push centralization very good right now. I think we want to push conciliatory because we want to play a little bit of a Diplo game. So we're going to assign this guy to pushing conciliatory. And then we'll assign this guy to stabilizing the country. Or he'll strengthen the government. I think the ROI is better on strengthen the government relative to cost of sliders. No, it's not better yet. It's better once we become a GP. Let's just do this. And then we're actually not going to appoint anyone right now. Well, partly because we have no money, but I think we also partly don't want to. And we're going to change towards conciliatory. Actually, we're going to be pushing our aristocracy, so we maybe could appoint. And so now we chose conciliatory because we were already trending in that direction. So now we're going to push it way faster, and so that's going to be useful for us. Hey, thank you for the 14 Canadian. Best nations for tall trading power, not colonial maritime focused. Best of luck with the launch of the YouTube algorithm. Thank you so very much. Probably Genoa or Venice. Actually, you know what? Who's really good for playing tall is Mandalix. You don't need to expand at all, like ever. Corbett made a Spain AR a few weeks ago, and he said he ran into the problem the hard way. Changed the law better late than never with the export. Yeah, the colonies won't trade it back to you. Yeah, that's another thing. You have to use it in the market itself. I think that's something that they are going to change, though, that you can trade it between your own markets. Hey, Hamcuts. How you doing? Hamcuts is a fellow Vic3 creator. We had some creators coming through earlier. I should have plugged them. Targus was here. Also Vic3, EU5. He probably has an EU5 video out. Andy's Paradox has also come through as EU5 content. I think he has a separate channel that's primarily Total War. Does the world tend to get colonized by the end of the game? Not really. The AI is not that effective at colonization. So, something we want to focus on, though, is we made a new market. So, let's take a look here. And we currently have a tax base of 30. That's going to jump up. But before we do that, we're actually going to vassalize someone diplomatically. Do we not have the diplomat? I thought that when I was taking a look around, poking around... Some of these were close. I think that these guys were said they were loving it. Minus 17? Alright, fair enough. We're gonna improve relations with these guys and try and diplo-vassalize them. Okay, Salzburg we maybe could also try. Actually, how close are we? 78 is kind of a lot to overcome. We're looking around at people near us to see which ones we can diplo-vassalize and expand without any violence. Because this is going to be kind of an Austria play pattern. Can we get Passau? Not really. A lot of the ones that are bishoprics or whatever are going to be a little bit tougher. We could get an additional 35 from positive opinion. We might be able to do these guys as well. So let's improve relations with them, and then that'll be all of our diplomats. So let's actually get some more diplomats up in this bizzle. Let's get up to a trend of 0.05 diplomats. We want a little bit of diplomat generation. And then we will take a look here. Remember, 30 was our... 30 was how much we had in terms of our tax base. What does inflation do in this game? It makes everything more expensive. Where's a good place to make a town and better to leave it rural? Is there a general rule? Generally, there's like several rules layered on top of each other, but you want cities and places that have good kind of vegetation and topography for getting development, and also don't have really good RGOs, because you want to keep really good RGO places rural. Let's see. Is the market done yet? So, in a few days here, Poland's rivaled us. Oh no. Lower Bavaria. Oh no. 100 Years' War. Oh no. And we have a new market. So, we haven't really completed any buildings. We have this new market. Let's check now our tax base. Or let's give it a month to recalculate. This should, and has in our tests, yeah, roughly doubled. So this is because everything now has more market access. I'm curious, as you have so many hours on this, what are the good countries to start learning game mechanics? I'm glad you asked. I actually have a video for that I published this morning, top 5 countries. The countries I selected, although apparently Portugal is a little bit... Apparently the AI is going after Portugal a little bit more this patch. We recommended Portugal as 4th place, and 5th place Hungary. Hungary is just kind of sandbox. Kind of anyone in, or as 3rd place we recommended England, but also said France is a decent shout. In 2nd place we suggested Milan, but Italy in general and Naples being the easiest one. And then in 1st place just the Ottomans. What's the noob island of EU5? I don't know, probably Hungary. Hungary is a little bit big, but the big can be very instructive, because you're like, oh, wow, I have terrible infrastructure. We're gonna start caring about infrastructure in a second. Well, we cared all the time, but I didn't want to build it early. I kind of wanted to build some stuff to be more instructive. So right now we're just kind of chilling to some extent. As Holland, would you recommend moving your capital to Amsterdam? So as Holland, I'd recommend looking at the natural harbors and recognizing that you have to move it to Antwerp. You want to have a good natural harbor. This is pretty important. To be fair, any of the 75s are also okay, but you really do want it on a good natural harbor, and Antwerp is going to have the most ability to project control inland, and is just kind of the best place for the capital. Actually, that's not... You could make an argument for Dordrecht as well. You can get this to 100. You need to get the total harbor capacity to 100 is the thing. Lithuania or Poland? Probably Poland. I think I'm playing Korea. Korea's a good opener, I think. We're losing money. No. Why is that? Buying food. Is this probably because we made a new market, but are we actually food negative? We are food negative. We haven't done this in a while on Austria. We actually haven't done this since they did the new changes. So sometimes so the way that food works is we actually might have to restart. We haven't done this make a new market thing since they did food changes where food is a lot more needed, but we have a negative balance of food. And as your food stockpile depletes, what's going to happen is it will go up in price for the food very, very quickly, very, very dramatically, which is why we're losing money right now. And with this, for provinces that are negative production in food, they're going to buy food up. And you can see we have several that are negative. And we don't have any very good food provinces in here to balance it out. We might even have to restart. We haven't made a market. I haven't made a market here since the food change. I didn't realize that was going to hit us in the nuts immediately. That is a long-term goal for us, but we could just make food RGOs and then go into massive debt. I don't think that's the way we want to play this. Just thinking right now. When you have a big storage, the food price will be 0.01. And you remember at the start of this game, this was inconsequentially small. Now it's half of our budget negative line item. And so I think we actually can't make a market. We have to set up our ability to make a market. But the idea that we were showing is very much the case where we want to be able to make our own market because this is going to help us to generate more money. We just won't really be able to... Let's actually peel off a couple more months. But I think that this is going to be not solvable in the near enough future because we can make food RGOs, but they only give like 8 food. And so I think that this is not... Sometimes it makes some weird zigzaggy moves though. The net food produced. Is it gonna behave now? Food issues are a thing, they're a vibe, and maybe you're supposed to create more food RGOs. You could destroy the market, you could delete the market, you could take a stab hit. We're so close to the beginning of the game, though, it'd be better just to restart. How's Bavaria's pop compared to the Austria's? Austria's a little bit bigger, not like way bigger. Wait, why are we not paying for food? Why did this all go positive? Did we just... Oh, okay. We just suffered a winter and it was just super painful because the market was new? Is that what's going on? The market was new and it hadn't filled up all the way. And then we suffered a winter where we were negative production in all the provinces, but now the winter's gone. Alright, fair enough. Generally speaking, you don't experience the bumps of the winter because your food stockpile tends to stay super full. Now we're not paying anymore. A little bit of a bump in the road. But next winter, our stockpile's probably full, so when it depletes down, that's fine, because it's going to build back up. Was it winter? Yeah. That's one of the reasons I wanted to wait a couple months. But very cutesy. Okay, we're going to continue. But in theory, so if you play Florence, you're going to have a similar incentive to be like, wow, my market access is terrible, I'm going to make a new market. If you make it in Florence, you will, like, just die. Yeah. How long are you going to stream? As long as we have a lot of viewers, I'm thinking like over 500, I will stream 10 plus hours. Or I'll stream up to 10 hours. So in 4 more months, we will be able to check the Diplo kind of situation a little bit. With some of these guys. I think that ideally this is the person who we have the most difficulty Diplo vassalizing, so we'll try and get in with him. haven't done this play pattern too much. We can form a defensive league. This does eat a lot of our Diplo capacity, which we have 3.6 of right now. We can ally Gorzia here as well. Wait, why are we spending nothing? Are we not allies with people? Oh, we wanted to wait and ally guys later. Okay. I think we do want to ally the Palatinate, though. And that's more of a priority than Gorzia, so let's ally the Palatinate here. Because Bavaria is going to ally some people. And we want to force them to break alliances generally, so we're probably going to ally Messene and use stuff to break the alliance. Do you live in America? I do. I remember her talking about playthroughs in Greenland where winter she was losing money, and then, but during summer she was selling food at a high price. Yeah. Have you played Bohemia during the Hussites War? I have not. 10 hours of gameplay can't be 1500s, at least 1650. No, we're not getting to 1600, especially with the 1 hour preamble trying to explain, like, the game in terms of layers. We actually want a very slight amount of inflation so we can roll a specific parliament. Oh, we start out rivaling them? Yeah, we want to fight them early on anyways, this is fine. Did we get bopped by a second winter? A second winter has hit the building. But here we're in much better food place. But if we expand out... if we expanded our granaries, that would smooth that out even more. Very often something we do is we actually shut down the granaries early because it increases the price of masonry. Now that we have a little bit of money though, we're going to continue expanding the silver. This is probably just going to be the most lucrative expenditure of our money. For some time. We can take a look at our market. We should have the most trade advantage in our market. You can see we have 33 trade advantage, so we get to control the trade. And then I imagine the current trades, yeah, are exports of silver. And so we're making a lot of money from both trade capacity and silver production. What parliament do you want to roll? It gives you a thing that reduces, or dramatically increases your minting capacity. So you just get to just do this with your slider for 6 months. And that's the main value of it. It's a little bit marginal. It's like a good one to roll. Probably if you're just starting out, don't do it. I think we're gonna go with armored horsemen here, and we just want to build one unit. We just need the unit for the thing to do the thing. Gene, thank you for the $50. Looking forward to learning EU5 with the Master Guide. Hopefully you can make some type of tutorial videos. So the official tutorial videos that Paradox is in the process of releasing, after the one that's just been released, I wrote the initial scripts for those. So those should have to some degree my fingerprints on them. Although my understanding is the initial script got a lot of cuts. Haladini, thank you for the Prime subscription as well. Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you. Yes, now we have this. And we are going to put the Duke in charge of it. And this is going to give us 25% crown power. So our crown power is 20 here. Now we have this new 25% modifier. So as the month tick happens, that goes up to 25, getting rid of our big fat malice to tax efficiency. Hey, hey! Ho-ho! Ho-ho! I think that we're going to, now that we're pretty high on the legitimacy, also swap over our cabinet action. Oh, our cabinet action was stability anyways. It was stability all along. So, I was just gonna do something. Yeah, that's right. We could probably give out more privileges now, because our nobility is kind of, everyone's basically satisfied. And we have plenty of stuff. I didn't know you want inflation, was just to make a joke. No, we want a very slight amount of inflation. Hopefully they're crediting you the tutorial video. They're supposed to. It was in my contract. I'm not a community ambassador or CA, though. I was just contracted. Okay, so we're going to want to give out some of the stuff that is good. We also have a decent amount of stab. And the commoners were at 6% before. Now they're at 5%. And you notice this has gone from a price of like 23 to 17. So we're actually going to slot this out now. There's a stab hit for us. I forgot we have... We actually might release some of these as subjects over here. But with that out, now we have a lot less trend towards decentralization, and we're going to swap this guy over to pushing centralization. So we're starting to get a little bit of a push. And then once we get our first parliament, we should get a much bigger push. But you see these? These are conquered, which is a bad status to have. And if we release subjects, the subjects will integrate them for us. So let's create this historic subject, because they'll start off with core. And here, there are a few differences between fiefdom and vassal. They're mostly the same. But the thing is, we're going to want to have around 50-50 of each in terms of power level, because this is going to be easier on the legitimacy. We're going to do this guy as a vassal. Fiefdoms integrate territory faster. Since this guy already has a core, we're going to release him as a vassal. And then come back to this. I think we're going to release this. And then let's release this and then give him these two territories so that he integrates it. And we're going to do this as a fiefdom. We might even give him this as well. It's medicaments. It's not that valuable. That way he could connect his land. So let's do that. So we're getting rid of these territories in red because we don't want to use a cabinet action to integrate this, and we also, for our parliament, don't want to roll a parliament that gives us integration towards this. So we're going to need to wait until we have a diplomat, though, to do that. I think we maybe give him this as well. Oh, we can't pass that over. Can we sell it to him? Maybe? The thing is, our parliament's coming up real soon here. We have 2 months. I guess we'll just eat the potential to roll it the first month, and that's kind of fine. We need to have one available diplomat in order to give territories to our subjects, is the idea of why we're waiting here. So glad that Paradox is giving you official recognition. Let's go, Generalist. Thanks for all the content. You're very welcome. Assign ruler to army. Did we not already? But we did it. How big is the subject limit? It pressures your diplomatic capacity. So here you can see ours is a little bit pressured. Our alliance with the Rhine is also pressuring it. There's our parliament. So our centralization trend right now is 0.14. We'll get an additional 0.1 when we're doing the parliament. And the reason why we want to not roll the integration is because road network is something we can roll of the nobles. You see the nobles? They have a majority of the power in our nation, so their agendas will get a lot more support initially. And at the very outset, the thing we care really about is just support, just almost entirely. So we're picking between one of these two options. I think we kind of value the diplomats right now, and the Diplo rep is maybe going to be pretty good. We're probably not going to pass this, but the Diplo rep could maybe get us an acceptance on some things. So if we take a look now, I think we're improving relations with this guy, trying to get him to accept just becoming a vassal. Oh, did you get some new modifiers, my guy? Our additional subjects with limited diplomacy. That's right, for each one of these we get 5. I forgot about that, I forgot. We don't want to make too many more of them. Yeah, so I think it looks like we're going to get Gorizia. Maybe we should have kept these guys They are gonna core this stuff up for us. One of them is probably fine. I think 2 is maybe too much. Okay, so let's continue with the parliament. Autonomy support is going to give us a bump towards decentralization, but it's not the worst because we haven't exhausted our ability to push towards it, and so it just means 8 more months of pushing centralization to get to that point, as far as we're concerned. But let's take a look at our laws. The ones we're going to want to get off of is distribution of power. This is giving us decentralization trend right now. We don't want that, so let's get off of that. So we're going to ask for law change. And we're going to go for favor the ruler early on. Long-term, favor the wealthy is going to be better, but we won't favor the ruler right now. Because crown power is good. It is really good when you don't have a lot of modifiers, and we don't have a lot. Black Death happened yet? No, it happens in 46. Twitch only has 720p? Why does Twitch only have 720p? Bro, you cannot read this at 720p. Like all this stuff on the screen. So here's the thing. Normally, we don't want to click autonomy support because we've already gotten 34 or more centralization, which means we can't trend towards centralization anymore, so we've exhausted our ability to trend. Here, we've not exhausted our ability to trend, so us clicking autonomy support is really not all that bad, so we're probably going to click it, but we're going to make sure that there's a law that we want to change first, which I think there will be. Like, feudal administration is giving us a trend towards decentralization. That's a balanced change. It used to be 0.1. And we would love to do central courts instead to give us more trend towards centralization. And so net, I think that we actually end up getting more centralization by making this swap. So let's do this. Let's click this for bellicose support. Do we want religious diplomats anyways? We want religious diplomats anyways, so we're going to give it to them here. And then we are going to ask for another law change. And we're going to swap from feudal administration to central council, which will move us 0.15 in total towards centralization. We haven't gotten the laws fully in yet. They take 2 years to get in, but by the time it's over, during our next parliament, we should be getting like 0.6 trend towards centralization. So early on, focusing on the values is pretty important. Maybe limiting diplomacy with more subjects sounds like they are balancing early meta of best expansion via subject rather than direct rule. I still think it's better, it's just hard to get the subjects for free. I think we're still going to get subjects for free here, though. And with the parliament, we look at this, and we see we need 45% more support. We're not going to get 45% more, and clicking these buttons has a cost towards the satisfaction of our estates, which recovers 0.2 at base. It's recovering an additional 1 because Parliament, but we're not going to click these buttons because it's not worth the negative support. Also, we see our, these guys are very upset with us. So once our Parliament's over, and the cost of legitimacy goes down, because Parliament, while it's in session, is going to increase your cost of court percentage cost. Here you see 2.5%. Once the Parliament is over, we're going to give out some privileges to the peasants to make them happy again. We could have also gone for a CB to do a war, which would have been okay as well. So, generally speaking, art sucks butt. So this is about art, and we don't care about it. But now we have, our legitimacy is lower anyways, and so now that our legitimacy is lower, that significantly increases our cost of court slider cost, and so we can afford to give out the parliaments, or the estate privileges. So we're going to give out a couple to these guys to make them happy. Common militias, super strong early on. Peasants are really good, or, sorry, levies are really good. And here's a little bit of a rub. We kind of wanted to lock in our serfdom trend, and we don't want to get any decentralization trend, but we want to give these out for satisfaction reasons. And you'd see a little bit of a problem. Almost all the peasant satisfaction things are going to give either free subjects, or traditional economy, or something bad like RGO output minus. So this is the reason why we're probably not going to stay serfdom, is it's too hard to get peasant satisfaction. But for now, we can do this one. So that's how we'll kind of set it up right now. How do roads work? Is there a road level province? Yeah, we'll expand roads in just a second, actually. Felix Gray, thank you for the new Prime subscription. Big nice. Much appreciated, my guy. Has Generalist explained how you become emperor in the first years? We're not that focused on it yet, but we need to get more people to vote for us. We could just improve relations and ally these people. We're not doing it just quite yet. I think it's fine for us to not push it immediately. But this commoners insurgent thing is probably going to go away because the satisfaction of the peasants is way higher now. But let's take a look at our starting roads. Yeah, our starting roads are kind of in place where we want them. Generally speaking, you kind of want to make sure that your urban areas are connected, but actually we're probably going to want to connect the silver too. So let's take a look. So these are the roads we'd maybe want to make. I think that we do have roads to the silver places though. They're just not the efficient roads, so that's probably okay. But very often you'll just look at your tax base, and when you look at this and you're like, oh, they're not connected via road, we could connect them via road and this would be valuable. So the first road we make is probably going to be to here. But let's take a look actually. So to Horn, this is going to cost 134. We see that sand price hasn't collapsed yet. We'd like to get that collapsed, so let's work on that. Now, one thing we want to do is we want to take a look, and we see inputs for sand, because this will give us production bonuses. If we build in a province that has lumber, we will actually get a production efficiency towards sand. So let's take a look, and we see up here has lumber, and is reasonably close to the market. We want to build it close to the market capital too, because this will give us more of the thing. So we're going to build one there, and we're going to build one there. You can build for production efficiency, and that should be enough to collapse the price of sand so that our roads are a little bit cheaper. We also have a little bit more money. We're kind of keeping an eye on silver. And something we want to do is we want to overshoot the amount of laborers we have because we're going to lose a ton of pops. And we want trade capacity. We're going to lose a ton of pops in 46 to the Black Plague. And so a building we can use, and we just kind of want to highlight it right now anyways, it's probably not the actual best building, is the Market Village, because this will give us additional possible laborers. So instead of us having possible laborers of 3k, it'll be 3.1k. And this will also give us a little bit of trade capacity. But with this, when we have 50% of our pops die to the Black Plague, we'll effectively get an additional 100 laborers just staying in on the silver. So that's going to be nice for us. And we see that we do have the price of masonry nice and collapsed, so it is going to be minus 33%. No, we don't have enough money. This is fine. Let's also make sure our slider on army maintenance is low. We could pay more for Diplo spend. I think we actually want the diplomats here. And then let's take a little bit of a look-see. Oh, this is cute. We can improve cultural opinion of High Almec. We're not gonna have another subject really quick. This is a 50-year cooldown. But how... I think that's worth... Oh no, we should have given him the land. We should have given him the land so he could do the things. But what the roads do is the roads are going to improve... They're going to cut the cost of moving across the land basically in half. And we kind of want to go for the silver and the trade before the roads. But then after that, the roads is going to be better. In 2 years, we're going to get our new actions unlocked. We're going to continue to focus on the silver and trading, though. Looks like somebody's fighting. Mummy and Daddy are fighting, except we're kind of Daddy. Production is from is the whole province, not just the location? Yes. Yes, yes. It used to be just the location. Does Yuan get the Black Plague? It does, but sometimes it misses the area. We're gonna go for the nobles. The nobles' satisfaction is low, and the burgers' satisfaction's high. So we're gonna do this. That should be fine. We're also gonna take a little bit of a look. If someone's at 50%, we could tax them more if we had more satisfaction. And now we're kind of seeing... This is what... So we could just tax them more, and this would make them upset. That's kind of a lot. And now we kind of see the cost of us staying serfdom is really baked into our inability to get satisfaction on the peasants. But to be fair, 12% of our max tax is coming from the serfdom, and so we would lose that if we went all the way to free subjects anyways. And so we still wouldn't be able to get all this tax. We're going to do this, but on kind of the thing that we are looking for is any source of peasant satisfaction or general satisfaction. Does it not seem a bit easy to change a law with Parliament? It is easy to change a law with Parliament. I would prefer Parliament to have more options, especially because once you get all your laws in place, you kind of... it becomes a lot less valuable as a resource. Alright, so we wanted to give these places away. So, now we can cede location to him. We're going to cede this location so he can get over to those other ones. So he can integrate these for us. And then, we want to see if we could sell him that location. You can't give non-contiguous land. We can't. I don't think we want to release this as another subject, so... we'll tolerate that for now. The sand hasn't been constructed yet, though. Looks like Boho is fighting someone. Does peasant satisfaction matter when they are serfs? It does, it does. Late says he'll play Brandenburg. Ludi says he played Brandenburg to 1836. He's only 4 years ahead. Well, we're not trying to play as fast as possible. Wayback, thank you for the new Prime sub. Damien, thank you for the new Prime sub. Felix Gray, I think we already said thank you, but thank you again for the Prime sub. Let's go towards offensive. So now the price of sand should be dropping in our market. Generally speaking, though, you can, for a lot of people, it will not be possible for you to drop the price of lumber and masonry early on. For us, it's very, very doable, and it's already cheap, because there's too many burgers exporting it. So let's check with sand. And so checking can be worthwhile. So if there were a bunch of burgers importing the sand, as we produce more sand, the burgers would just stop importing it, so we wouldn't be able to collapse the price just by building sand. However, we can collapse the price pretty easily just by building sand, and that's what we've done. But this is often something you want to check. So for example, in the Venice market, it's hard to collapse the price, because the burgers are importing 14 wood. And as you build more wood, they'll just stop importing it. So it's hard to get a surplus of sell orders to buy orders. And so checking this can be useful. What did we want to do with our money next? I think we were wanting to build a road to Horn, right? We were just waiting. Yeah, we're waiting to collapse this price on the sand, which should happen pretty quick now that we've made the sand things. Let's actually do a little bit of a thing, though. So very often, the buildings just won't employ up if they're not profitable. And there's a few buildings that we want to always employ. Have they changed that? Oh, we don't have any lumber mills. Fair. We're just going to subsidize so they stay open no matter what, because we don't care about losing a little bit of money to subsidy. We want the price collapse. Just sell it to someone else? I mean, you might be right, but that feels bad. I think we'll just keep it, and it'll eventually integrate itself. Maybe we integrate it at some point with a cabinet action. It's just one location. Excuse me. We're at minus 11, so pretty soon we could get a free subject here. There is reject subject reasons inside the entire HRE, so it's harder to do with the HRE. And our subjects that we released are breaking us right now, so we actually probably shouldn't have opened like that. But that's okay. We wanted to highlight an idea, which is that generally speaking, you don't want to integrate land yourself, and you want to let subjects do it for you. So I think that there's so many little people. This guy's a bishopric. This guy's a bishopric. This guy's the county that we're already improving relations with. This guy's a bishopric. Bishopric. This guy is way bigger than he looks. This guy's just too big to ask them to become our vassal. Yeah, our opportunities for this aren't very good. It's basically just this guy, which is fine. This is fair enough. We can offer him an alliance. He'll accept once he has an alliance. And so we'll get an additional subject here. I think we'll ask him to become our vassal. And so, it's called the Art of the Deal, sweetie. Let's do this. And now we have another vassal. Yay! Okay. That's probably the only thing we're going to be getting that way. And we have the Age of Renaissance, which we are going to have a video. Why is Twitch only 720p? I don't know why Twitch is only 720p. Which makes it, like, difficult to read. Is that... I don't know. I don't have, like, I haven't changed any sort of setting. Is it really just 720p? Did you get excommunicated? Did we? Did we? Uh-oh. Forgot how we check. I don't think so. Doesn't look like it. Game text is legible on 720. Don't worry about it. No, England did? Okay. Perfect, perfect. Javada, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. So here, generally speaking, I think administrative is better. I think that literacy is pretty good, and the proximity is pretty good, but the proximity takes a while to be good. There's also a bunch of other stuff that's good. Legislative efficiency is good. Court accounting is good, but for us, we have a bunch of legitimacy modifiers, and legitimacy modifiers and expected cost of court modifiers are good, but not really so much together, so that would be a little bit not as good for us. Mercenary stuff, some of which is not functional at the moment. Stab investment. Overall, I do think it's better, but we're gonna go Diplo. Because we want to play that Diplo game, baby. It's going to unlock a new subject type, which is kind of important if you're not a monarchy, because the number of subjects types you have is an important thing. And then we're going to get Diplo Rep, monthly diplomats, improve relations. All this is going to be useful for the way we're trying to play, so... war score cost is also a strong modifier, especially if you're, like, going super ham. But, we're going to finish this institution tech that we had queued up. And then we're not going to get techs in this kind of tree for some time. Although, we don't hate the monthly stab investment, to be honest. Let's actually go for the monthly stab investment here. Next. And then, we now have this free tree opened up that is now available. Let's check the boop. Les Zizon, thank you for the follow. Sorry for the pronunciation. So, I think that we actually do want to improve relations, just like straight away. Because that's... diplomats are kind of a pressured resource right now. And then we want to look around and see... where exactly our unique tech is on the tree. We know that this is where the Diplo stuff gets kicked. And we kind of want the Diplo rep. There's our 5% proximity cost, which is pretty good, so that actually might be a reason to push for that. Maximum RGO size is going to be really nice with our silver. And I'm kind of thinking the food production smooths things out for us. And at this point, we're close enough to the 5% procs that let's just go for it. And the city rights. So this will be kind of our initial salvo. Maximum RGO size towns and cities. Food production, max RGO. Just a little bit after the improved relations. Are advances cheaper if they are from a prior age? Yes. Forget the exact way to show this, but the discount is, the discount is flat and doesn't increase with more ages. So this went from 25 to 15, or to 17 in terms of cost. But if we are at age 3, unless they change this, I did leave feedback that I thought it should be changed. If we're at age 3, it doesn't make the age 1s cheaper. So in theory, in age 2, we should research all the age 1 texts we want. Just in terms of maximizing. So. We do have quite a bit of money now, though. Sand is being sticky. Alright. We do have the additional sand stuff. Is it employed up all the way? It's not employed up all the way. We have a big bag, so we're going to spend some of this money. And we are going to come into Vienna, and we're going to look, hey, what's the most profitable things? And we see that tailors' guilds are pretty efficient. For most countries, they are going to be very efficient. We're going to add 4. Which the city can construct 2 at once, and since it's a city, it has a bunch of extra available burgers just sitting around, so they will get employed immediately. So that's a little bit of our spend. And then here, we know we have a production efficiency bonus towards that, the textile stuff. So our textiles actually should go pretty hard here. So we're going to see 1.84, and then Spinner's Guild is reasonable, but look, our Tailor's Guild also makes a lot here, despite it having worse control and market access. So we'll build 2 there. And then out here, a little bit less on the control and the market access. We do see that we are employing up. We're almost at the point where we are not adding additional burgers, but actually, I think we are going to not build any more urban buildings at this point, because the plague is going to hit in 4 years, and we're just going to lose a bunch of our pops. Here, I think we could build one of these marketplaces, but we will come back to this location and build a market village, because market villages employ peasants, so as long as they're peasants, you'll be able to do the thing. Are there trains in game? Yes, but super late. Is the only way to play EU5 if Paradox gave you permission? Want to make sure I'm not missing out? Yes, Paradox had to have given you permission, or you had to have stolen it somewhere. As far as I know, there's been no leak. Also now, we should have new government reforms available. Woohoo! The one we wanted to go was Royal Decree. I don't know why this doesn't show up on the thing. I think it's supposed to. This would be okay, except it gives decentralization, but we like tax efficiency. I think in general, maybe we should just talk through some of the decisions on this. So agricultural cultivation is an intriguing one because it gives progress towards serfdom. So if we wanted to maintain serfdom, we could click this and then we would be able to give out privileges to the peasants to get more peasant satisfaction. And so this to us, to some extent, does represent 5% satisfaction on the peasants, because we could give out another privilege without causing a backslide. So we could come in here and we could give out like mobility, free migration of the people, which we kind of want to give out anyways. But you see here mounting pressure on our resource of our serfdom trend. So we might have to throw it at some point. We do have well over 30%, but I think we like the trend towards centralization here. This is often, Royal Decree is one we'll come off of fairly often, but now we see our trend towards centralization. It's at 0.41, it's going to go up to 0.5. And so this is going to really help us to fly towards centralization. So this is something we're into. Is there anything else we want to build RGO-wise? We can come in here and look at the RGO builder and sort by most profitable. We see that the place we want to build a road to, the Furs, is pretty profitable, so we'll do that here. And we'll add a little bit in Vienna, And Vienna, to be fair, is going to have additional qualifications on the, like, additional available laborers. And so they will be a little bit less, in towns and cities, you will have a little bit more resilience in terms of your RGOs, because you have additional available laborers. And so maybe this is something, because in 4 years we're just going to get kicked in the nuts. We also need to think about saving up for hospitals. Let's come into this view. And this way we can defend a few more of our pops. I think we can only build 4, so that's 400 gold-ish that we need to save max. Have you played in the New World yet? Not really. People have been less interested in it in general, and I generally play what people are interested in seeing. So we might just start saving our bank for that. Yeah, we're getting hit in the nuts by the winter food spend. But it's getting smaller in terms of how much this is affecting us each time. I think that we don't want the minting to get too out of control, so let's actually bring this down a little bit. And we could probably give out some privileges, because everyone's happy right now. And we do want to get monthly development. We are interested in that. We should have handed this out before we constructed the buildings. But let's actually do control over coinage, because this is a big portion of our economy. Is the gold and silver. So now the nobility will need to trend up, and so we maybe should have only given out 1. I hate that guild before country can pop on your can pop on your it's very silly. It shouldn't be able to pop on your on crowd characters. We're gonna say diffuse the situation. Do we have another kid? Not for a while. And just 2 daughters. Yuck. They take extra legitimacy to put into the cabinet. Can you change the OST songs? Because I'm listening to Pain and Salvation. I cannot. I did upgrade my PC. So we can start building the hospitals. Let's just double check that we have the inputs. The inputs should be collapsed in price. I think this is collapsed price on the hospital. Yeah, it is. This is maybe a little bit early to build the hospitals, but they take a while to construct. And so we're just gonna get started on them. I don't think, we want Linz as the next place because it's got 50k pops. The more pops it has, the more we're gonna want this. Urbanization. We could pay 8 gold for 5 dev, or we could get stabbed. We're gonna pay the gold for the dev. Where's Graz even? Graz is down here, right? Yeah. There's Hospital 2. I think we will try and get in all of our locations, even though there's only like 20,000 down here. Pops are really important. Is EU5 harder to learn than EU4? EU4's got way more... EU4's got a bunch of random shit it feels like you have to learn immediately. I think that you could kind of learn at your own pace a little bit better on EU5. Ah, I hate when this happens, like your control button gets sticky. Hope you're doing well today. Doing very well. Having a very nice stream. Unfortunately, I can't answer everyone's question or respond to everything because there's so many of you guys, but that's like a first world problem. Boy, is that really a first world problem. We're seeing the institutions beginning to spawn. I don't think that's the first one. Professional army spawned too, right? Where did it spawn? Constantinople? This one has really high variance in terms of where it can spawn. It can spawn, I think it spawns most often in Italy, but you could spawn it just over here. We could have spawned it, Constantinople can spawn it, so generally kind of high variance. Judermans, thank you for the follow, Big Dice. So, we do want to make sure we're importing something from locations with banking, though. And so we see that that's Milan. So, let's rake back our least profitable trades. Although we kind of like importing carpentry. In fact, let's import furniture and rice from Genoa. So we have a need for furniture. They don't have a surplus. Womp womp. They will have a surplus of rice, though. They generally do. They don't have a surplus of rice? Excuse me? We could import fine cloth from them. That's not going to be good long term. We could try fruit, sturdy grains. Trying to just resolve our pop issues, which are often not resolved by the auto build. Fruit. Madness. I don't think there's any sturdy grains in Genoa, so yeah, there's not. We want to get something from Genoa. I think marble's kind of the last thing that we can go for. I think we have some marble, though, is the problem. Yeah, we have a surplus of marble. We could still import it from Genoa, though. So let's do that. And the idea here is that now we will start getting a spread. Wait, what is this? Why is it not showing us the correct tooltip? Brother. There we go. So, we could have spawned professional armies. That's where our professional armies plus is kind of kicking in. But also, we should start spreading Renaissance. Banking in Venetia. Because we are doing trade with the trade center? What is this? Unless they change this last minute. That's kind of crazy for them to change. Alright, let's look at the Venice market. We'll try and get a little bit of something going on there. They're gonna be marble as well. Do we want banking first or Renaissance first? Someone call an ambulance, and apparently it's for our ability to generate. Does someone have to accept it? I don't think that they do. It just has to appear there. Why are we not getting Renaissance trend? There we go. There's the banking. Very slow, very slow. Austria was a third world country? Not like this. Not like this. Alright, we're making a bunch of money. Let's put down some hospitals. Their prices still collapsed on them. We're gonna double check pop. And I'm pretty sure we just get the hospitals in all of our locations anyways, but we're prioritizing the highest pop places. And so we're going to have these constructed quite a bit before the plague hits. In theory, we maybe could have urbanized our highest pop location and also make a hospital there. Maybe we will do that with this place. Because we want to urbanize this anyways, because legumes are a trash resource. And they don't have a lot of pop capacity, so the plus 20k flat pop capacity from turning it into a town nearly doubles the pop capacity, so it's actually going to grow more. So let's save up for the two. We'll take the antagonism hit. I think we can rake back this and maybe look at some allies we can get. Alright, Tyrol we wanted an alliance with, and we could get it now. Perfect. Not the Byzantines. Yeah, we're going super early on these hospitals. It's kind of convenient, though, that we already have a hospital there for that outbreak. We're lacking books. That is something we're also going to want to expand. Books is another thing we kind of expand when the plague hits, because generally we have a glut of clerics. Let's build a couple of books at the capital as well. Where did the admin power go? The hospital stack with other modifiers? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So we're just kind of getting ready for the plague. More of a long-term play here. But long-term makes a lot more sense considering how low control we have in all these locations. It's not like building out the economy in a lot of these locations is going to be that valuable. Most of our value right now is coming from the silver in places with low control, which is giving us very little tax base, but we're just exporting it, and so it's the trade that's giving us a lot of money, I think. Yeah, look, our trade income is 9. It's 25%, which is pretty high. We're gonna get a little bit of an increase on that. What influences pop growth? It's primarily Myopia Utopia. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. It's not the follow of Myopia Utopia. It's the really big driver is prosperity, which you care about average satisfaction. So this is caring about peasant satisfaction here for the most part. But also making sure you have some modifier that's pushing you in that direction. And so we're not really gaining prosperity at a very good clip. And this is something we would care about. And this is a reason to push free subjects, because free subjects will give you a little bit of monthly prosperity. Well, this king is wasting so much money on hospitals. It's not God's will to punish us with the plague, not like this. I can't wait for the wear your books bro meme. Yeah. When we do this, our trend towards centralization will also go up to 0.61. So this is the thing that we kind of didn't want to roll, that we were talking about earlier. Generally not that strong a parliament, and we want to roll expand road network on them. We're just going to take a quick look through what we think we want to change here. Civil code is good. Aristocratic court, we want itinerant court, but we don't want it yet because it will give us decentralization trend. We want to get on civil society, but it's not going to be that useful because max tax for peasant estate. However, if we had that, then it would make sense for us to be free subjects, and I think we're trudging along towards free subjects anyways here. Do we have full legitimacy? We do. So basically what we're doing here is we're checking what laws we want to change before we start clicking buttons, because that kind of affects our decision. And we kind of don't really want to change too many laws other than getting off of martial society to civil society. So I don't think we like promote castle works. I think we want as much support as possible, so I think we're just going to take this. And while this is in place, I think we'll integrate that one area. And it'll integrate pretty quick. Because if we're ever integrating it eventually, excuse me, then we want to be doing that. But we see that we've had some Habsburgs come of age, so we're going to put them in charge. And this is going to give us a little bit more crown power, 12.5% on each of these guys. So that'll be useful. Have you ever said what your opinion of the AI was so passive? They don't want to attack into hug boxes. The AI is correctly evaluating it. They're incorrectly managing dismantling hug boxes, but I mean, they're correctly evaluating that war is really stupid for them. We're gonna start improving relations with some of the electors here. Just want to keep... We want to kind of keep some diplomats around, but... I think we want to fight someone. Bellicose support. Ooh, we don't have a lot of support. We can't. I don't even think we could get to a 50 support. So we have to decide whether we want a CB or we want to change that final law. That law is not important in the short term. It would give us more trend towards conciliatory, which is what we want to be anyways. But we don't need it right now. I wonder if we could subjugate Salzburg in one war. We have good relations with them, though. Good relations with this guy. Vassal we could fight. This is actually just not where... Probably we shouldn't subjugate them, we should just conquer them, because it's just one location. I don't think that that's the most valuable war we could do, though. I think subjugating Scilly might be okay. And then we subjugate... We probably could co-CB at least one of these guys, and have it be reasonable. And subjugate a few of these guys. The problem is, this guy really likes us. Bamberg, I'm not sure does, and I'm not sure he does. If we have really good relations with them, it gets more expensive. That's a big boy. The networks of like alliances and this type of branches is like always just so nuts in the HRE. Is progressive always objectively better? No, it's not always objectively better. Why is Linz's prosperity so bad? Because they had a plague hit. Actually, you know what? If it is negative, we actually should... There's one cabinet action that's just insanely efficient. And that's recovery efforts. We just don't use it very often. Because it's kind of a little bit of a hassle, but this would be good here. Just trying to evaluate this war. I think we're supposed to ask for a CB. I think it's supposed to be on this guy. Oh no, wait. I think it's not supposed to be on that guy. I think it's supposed to be on... Who was it that we were looking at for Scilly? Yeah. So, somewhere in here, probably. The question is, how many co-CBs do we want to do? If we do... I actually don't even know if we do 2 chains. How it changes things. Yeah, so it keeps the co-belligerence. Because the war for us is parliament support is the investment, right? And so this is not necessarily... We kind of want to get a big war against a bunch of small people and subjugate all of them, is what we're looking for, just generally speaking. Is our GDP line erect? It is. Hey Chasm, how's it going? Hey Generalist, sorry to inform you, but you're on the wood frame construction for the last 2 hours. It's Austria not like this. Bro, that, like, it felt so... Like, it was like, why is it so sticky? Like, we can't get off of the thing. So we, like, kind of want to co-belligerate as many people as possible, probably. Graph now have any alliances? No, they don't. And then... The problem with co-belligerating this guy, or... Graph now we have good relations with, huh? Do we have good relations with this guy? See, we want to co-CB this guy to pull that other little guy in. But I think we want a war from Scilly, so Let's fabricate the CB here. And now it's just a matter of figuring it out. We have to send an insult to these guys. For every interval of 50 that they have in terms of positive relations, it's going to give you a bigger stab hit if you deck them. But now we can kind of see a little bit more transparently who's going to give us issues. So Bamberg is pretty big, but also has territory, like, kind of near us. So we can yoink their territory pretty easily. So Bamberg, we actually probably do want to subjugate. Verona's kind of a little bit big to fight, although... So I don't know if we want to fight Verona. We kind of would like to subjugate this guy as well. The thing is, the HR gives you really, like, a lot of extra antagonism. I don't know if we'll be able to take the antagonism from all that, so... Let's maybe rake it back a little bit. We know we definitely want Bamberg, I think. Because we can peel stuff off of them. Hey, hope you're well today. Doing very well. Hey, thank you for the tier 1, or sorry, thank you for the Prime subscription, mdog399. Much appreciated, my guy. I usually kind of take my time with this, because I do think that getting kind of the right war is pretty valuable. Is it just this? Might be just this. Wait, how good is our relations with Bamberg? Okay. Hostile action. Send an insult. He smells of elderberries. Your father, he smells a certain elderberry smell. Alright, and then this guy, his father also reeks of elderberries. Your mother was a hamster, and your father smelt of elderberries. Yeah, the good relations modifier is supposed to go away here. Bueller? Excuse me. We don't have good relations anymore, my guy. What's that about? Wouldn't Salzburg be more useful? I'm not sure we can subjugate Salzburg in one war. And also, we have plus 150 relations with them. So, we'll get a negative hit with them relations-wise. By... Yeah, I don't want to take a big stab hit right before the plague is kind of the thing with them. Ideally, we're trying to fade the stab hits entirely from declaring wars. Okay, now it's fixed. I think this is the war we want. Should we co-belligerate this guy? If we're gonna subjugate him, we want to co-CB him. It's a little bit cheaper. I think co-CBing decreases the antagonism. I'm not 100% sure. I know it decreases the war score cost. we would need to send an insult to him as well. He's the little guy right here. Actually, he just might be cheap enough, like, on his own. He's got, like, nothing doing. Yeah, he's probably just cheap enough on his own. We can just, eat the thing. I think this is the war. Alright, chat. First war. We don't want to raise these levies, because there's going to be only, like, 5 of them. So, Silly's the primary war participant. We also have to keep in mind, we don't have a fort in the capital because we deleted it. Verona's kind of big. Those guys can't get in or out in the winter. That's cute. Alright, so I guess maybe we try and deal with Verona early? Or we could split our army. Take a look at the participants. They haven't mobilized yet. So let's just merge these guys to the strongest unit. And see what's up. To be fair, these guys will probably slow down Verona, so we can actually maybe go fight Bamberg. Participants are generally small. We have this guy over here as well. We could eat the extra support because it doesn't matter. And then this guy, now we'll go back to integrate. I think we just generally want to take this because the stab. I think in different ages this one changes. Alright, so now let's reevaluate here. Bamberg and Verona haven't raised their levies yet. Consolidate, split. We're just gonna go half and half. I think that's probably enough to take out Verona. Except we'll put the better general down towards Verona. We don't have enough combat width for admin to be insane. That's the main thing that... Here, we can hover these. I think that possible frontage is really, really strong. But we don't have enough guys to utilize that frontage. And so I think army morale and also discipline are kind of the more useful ones. This guy is giving us a ton of discipline, though, so let's just do it. This guy is part of the same province, so he will be grabbed. We don't care about a cathedral or prestige, really. Can we ever start upgrading this? Yeah, let's upgrade it. So we can build a hospital there later. And let's start doing some of this, and let's head on over here. Let's kind of play a little bit of defense. It's going to generate some antagonism for us, but we will generate less if we are doing diplomatic endeavors. We'll kind of just do all that at once. So we're going to peace out several people, and this war is... You can tell we've picked a reasonably soft war as well. This is another reason why we didn't want to fight Salzburg, is we want the softest little wars possible. I think we go for Bamberg here. Bamberg's going to be a really nice subjugation for us. We're only going to go halfway because we don't want to get randomly clipped while marching over, although I don't think Bamberg like has much army, if any. They have so little that we don't care. They have so little we don't care. 500 is not going to be a thing. Just keeping an eye on things. Sorry, I'm not reading chat as much. I'm trying to focus a little bit on the war. Apologies. No capital fort? Yes. This is one of the reasons why we're being a little bit more careful. The lack of a capital fort is a bit of a vibe. Sometimes our... There we go. Forge the Privilegium Maius. As the prime protector of the Holy Roman Empire in the southeastern threats, Duchy of Austria deserves to be elevated to the highest standing of the empire. This guy wants us privilegium, etc. Now time to put additional pressure on him. I think we're going to put additional pressure on him. I think this gives us a reform and slots it in for us. Should we have co-CB'd this guy? It's going to be so much antagonism. He's not co-CB'd, so I think we're not going to go for that. And there's our government reform. +1 slot, so it's in forever, extra legitimacy, extra aristocracy. So this is a little bit of flavor that's strong for us and is one of our advantages, but it pushes us towards aristocracy. So this is the reason we're never going to push plutocracy, or one of them. We have a couple of things like that that just push us in this direction. And we even want to push aristocracy a little bit more, so let's actually take a look at some of our stuff, because I think we can hand out a couple privileges here. There's a few that push aristocracy. Oh, we should have had this in forever ago. My bad. My bad. I apologize. That one's real good. So let's do Elite Council. And now we can, in terms of overall profile, afford to give out some of this. Really kind of tempted towards Land of Commerce because it's actually immediately impactful. Let's do the building cost. Powerful diocese. And we're pretty safe. Like, we want to stay over 25% crown power, but once you're like over 30, privileges are really good, and you just kind of generally want to hand them out. This is also going to let us tax the nobles more. You see it comes back down, and we get a little bit more tax off of them. We're saving up for the hospitals. Black Plague hasn't hit yet. Did a guy escape our vision? We're just kind of playing this a little bit slow, because we're not in any rush. No! You lack discipline. You lack food, is what you lack. See, this guy will have food because he's got locations in the vicinity. Is that not enough for us to get food? It is enough. Alright. I don't think he has enough to fight a 3k stack, so we're gonna do this to secure ourselves a little bit of food. Oh no, we have to do the worst micro ever. We hate the micro. We're gonna slow down the game and do the micro that we hate so. We have to have these armies swap back and forth, because they're gonna run out of food. And we're not happy about it. See, this guy's just set on food. Just trying to look and see if we have any potential issues. This guy's potentially an issue. It looks like he's not really participating, though. What? Do we really have to march all the way back here to get the food fix? Or is there not enough food to support this? Alright, his food is fixed now. So I think we're gonna march his ass over here and take care of this last participant. And you see the food is slowly draining. Not the food micro. We're just setting up this guy to go after armies because we see this army here. Not the micro around the food. Our worst enemy. If we had cannons, this would be way faster. Or if we didn't care about our pops, I suppose we could just bring everyone up here and assault this. We won't be able to piece them out unless the thing happens, though. That UI, though? Oh, baby. Any planned breaks in your stream? We're gonna get food at some point, because otherwise it's gonna be kind of expensive. Chat, why is he pushing aristocracy? So, pushing aristocracy kind of because we have enough positive things that trend us towards aristocracy anyways, that it would be too expensive for us to go for plutocracy. Like, the investment required is just too much, and so that's why we're gonna be pushing aristo. Not my gumdrop buttons. It's kind of a good roll for us, for the general. Is the guy trapped on a mountain? He might be. Is this guy trapped in a mountain? Or is he was just visually walking when he wasn't, not like this. We were like, why is it taking his ass so long to get there? Why is it taking his ass so long? I don't think he's going to be able to siege it. Maybe he can. Just double checking down here. Technically, like, the good practice, or best practice micro is, like, doing this to, like, zoom around, clicking tab. And you can quickly just hover over where you want to go, and then you can... It immediately zips you there, but... We almost have enough for another hospital. We're trying to clip this guy. Let's slot in... we're not watching our diplomats. Oh, no one wants to ally us because we're at war, that's right. We want to kind of improve relations with the electors, just generally speaking. So, we're going to do a little bit of that action. You always want to be on one extreme of the sliders? Yes, with the exception of maybe pre-subjects specifically. For the most part, yes. Southern Kicks and Marcel, thank you for the follows, big dice. Just kind of with that one exception, yeah. How expensive will it be on us on the stab? Yeah, that's kind of a big stab hit. That's a big stab hit. We're not going to do that. This guy's not a co-belligerent. We're just going to humiliate him for the prestige and more reparations in this and then be out. We're going to get off of his territory, though, so we don't get black flagged. Oh, by the way, from the UI perspective, we're on this guy and then we're right-clicking for this context menu, which is a nice one to have. Why does it look like they're walking when they're not, man? I guess we come up this way and maybe assault down the fort if there's a breach. This guy's sufficiently small that I think we just eat this. This guy was a co-belligerent. So we're gonna vassalize him. This guy is not done yet. Verona's not done yet. So we still got a couple more in the oven. So we will swap back to centralization and continue our food micro. Good to stay active? Trying. You mean like taking a walk? Probably should. This guy in the war? He's not, right? The war... Oh, he is. The war map mode's kind of useful. Oh, no, wait. This is the war map mode, so we can see who's at war with us. So we actually haven't occupied all of Bamberg. Let's occupy it here. But the thing is, we want to subjugate Bamberg, and we won't be able to do that. I don't think there's a breach yet. No breach. We just would speed 5 if it weren't for the need to micro here. Ah, why are you so low on food? No. You're running out. Well, what do we even want from this guy? This gives us a whole lot of antagonism. He's Italian, though. The Germans don't care as much. Maybe we'll take a look at how much that costs. I'm guessing we don't do that. Maybe we should have co-CB'd him, though. Is this going to give us food, enough food, please? Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Technically speaking, admin's good for sieges, so we should just have high admin on these guys. What happens to the food when you merge the units? It's just, their combined food storage just mixes together, yeah. Can't wait to see how EU5 looks in 14 years. You guys are having a bit of a centralization discussion. Yeah, it's just like, decentralization is actually like a solid value. Like, it's very good. Just the issue is, like, centralization is just the best value. We're getting close here. Let's see how people behave if we were to vassalize Verona. We have one more hospital to build, so we're in pretty good shape here. I think we're going to expand out these a little bit more, because we have all of the silver promotions, and we want to give more potential promotions, but also expand the silver, just greed out a little bit. And then maybe we could go for more marketplaces. Oh, we didn't check to see if we could build any of these at game start. No, it doesn't look like it. Alright, fair. Fair. I feel like they should just give up in the situation where they have no unbesieged provinces and everything's 100% sieged. That should count as like full occupation. Because no help is coming for you, my guy. Speaking of no help, let's actually... make sure we're improving relations with some of these cats. I think we could just do it on all of them. we're merging because that'll give us a little bit more crown power. Because we get crown power for the proportion of the army that is under command of the crown. And so, by giving more to the crown, it helps out a little bit. And we will remove this general, so that when those guys merge, it will all be under the crown. Not my food micro. Oh, the Black Death. Yeah, we are so far ahead of schedule on the hospitals. It was definitely a leak. That was, like, we just did it too early. Why do you not show up here? Requirements not met. My guy, my bro. Sometimes these can be a little bit finicky. I think if you, like... Oh, shit. My bad. I forgot about that as a requirement. The dev. We're not going to be able to hospital that town. Rough. But you could hear the music has changed, the tenor. We don't want to build any more urban buildings right now because of what's about to happen to our pops. Farming villages will be okay. We want to put them in places we know we're not going to urbanize later. In places that are specifically producing food, because they have a food multiplication modifier. Wow, holy shit. Oh no, I made it. Thank you for the 32 gifted subs. I think that's the most gifted subs I've ever gotten on Twitch. Thank you so very much. Holy shit. Much appreciated. I think that's also the second biggest dono I've ever gotten. Got a hype train. Wowza. Make a mess of my trouser. Soon. We are going to subjugate Bamberg. We can take a look at our antagonism. So far, it doesn't look too bad. And to be fair, our goal is to ally a bunch of people, and you don't generate allies. Does the baboop keep going? Like, endlessly? For each of the 35? Is that how that works? Huh. If you... We're gonna ignore that until it stops the noise. Oh, thank you. We have to occupy the capital in order to do this. So this is the big nut of the antagonism for this war. But we'll also humiliate him for the prestige. The prestige is going to give us more decay. The prestige itself is going to decay down, but it gives us decreased antagonism and also more diplo rep. So let's do this. Generally, when I've been playing, I've not been humiliating as often as I should, and then we'll get rid of all the levies. Oh, they have to be not in motion. Wait, why can't I dismiss the levies here? Excuse me? Oh, we're still at war. Whoops. Bamberg was the main point, but this guy was the original person we declared war on. I think we have too many vassals. Let's do fiefdom here. And so, yeah, we're in safe spots. We can, if we have another opportunity for a nice war, and we have now quite a few more subjects. Boop boop, boop boop. I apologize for the boop boops, guys. Music's going hard, the boop boops are going hard, to be honest. Zapping, thank you for the prime sub. Adding to the boop boops. The endless. How many vassals does he have now? We have 1, 2, or actually we could, this is the easier way to look. We have 7 total subjects. Bamberg's a little upset with us, so we'll improve relations with him. And then these guys over here, we're going to be able to annex first. So we'll improve relations a little bit, maybe? No, let's pull back on the Diplo slider expense here. And now we can ally people up. Tyrol? Weren't we allies with you before, my guy? Alright, let's ally Tyrol again. We want to ally people who are electors, or Bohemia, Hungary, and Tyrol. That's the allies we want. Those are the friends we want. Surely not the friends we deserve, but... Okay, so wool is a resource that we're not going to town over, just generally speaking, but we already have the 2 farming villages, right? Heading on over on the wool. Gonna expand these out a little bit more. Just kind of prepping. Where is the plague exactly? We should probably have disease on a hotkey. It's still pretty far away. There's no shot we get to urbanize and do the things before then. So... Does it make sense to wait to build right now until the Black Death hits? Yeah, it kinda does. We're gonna switch to building, like, roads and stuff like this more. Stuff that doesn't use qualifications. But these are going to overshoot the qualifications. So instead we'll have 1100 qualifications, so when this finishes, we'll hopefully get a few promotions in, and then when the Black Death wipes us out, it'll be a little bit better. Kinda don't like that. 2 satisfaction events in a row. Also, it's nice to have a pool of money, because there are events that cost money in the Black Plague, and you don't want to be into debt. We are setting up to fight these guys, so... They're kind of the one neighbor we have that we want to be throwing down with a little bit. Let's take a look. We're moving along towards decentralization here. Bavarian exiles, we will take the pops. Which one of these guys was a subject? No, let's keep the diplomats coming. Boho desires land belonging to us, not like this. Same with Hungary. Since last time we played Austria, it is harder to get those alliances. It's a little bit interesting. We can generate a little bit of favors with them. How about allying the Palatinate, though? Well, what we really want to ally is Upper Bavaria's allies. Because we want to force him to break his alliances. Mason, Brandenburg, Brescia. Mason is not an elector, right? They just get big fairly often. So I guess Brandenburg would be who we would want. Brandenburg would need to pay to maintain the relation. We are improving relations with Brandenburg. Alright. Fair. In that case, I think that we don't have anything coming up too soon, so... This is our vassal, right? No, it's not. Which one's ours? This guy? Yeah, okay. And this guy is loyal, so an interaction we are going to use with this guy a lot is seizing his land until we seize all the land close to us, because he can't make very good use of it anyway. And we're not going to annex him anytime soon. So we're going to grab that and we're going to yoink that. In that order, grab then yoink. Is it easy to tell which one of your neighbors want to throw down with you? You can kind of look around and figure it out. The Desires Land modifier, for example, makes it so you can kind of tell who is the Emperor. Currently, I think it's Upper Bavaria still. And we're next in line, so... that would have been an argument to take some land of Verona. That way we can use the CBs a little bit better down here. We're going to get a bunch of CBs down here. And we're probably going to try and keep the Italians in here. More for theme reasons. I think technically it might actually be better to let the Italians leave so you wouldn't take as much antagonism going for them. I saw your post in Reddit. Hello, hello. Welcome, Draco. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we have a fat bank. Let's take a look at Plague's progress here. Maybe there's a slight chance we can get a hospital here in time. I think it's probably not going to be the case. I think our sand price should be collapsed now, but our lumber price is not, so we'll just wait. We're gonna build roads soon. That's gonna be our, like, next, like, major... what we're building for, like, the next couple of years. Here's our antagonism map mode, by the way. So we want to keep an eye on kind of these areas. We're expecting to maybe rumble a lot with Bavaria in the coming times. Can you touch opinion to and from? Yeah, you could look at opinion. I forget what hotkey we have it on. So, overall, these guys have a good opinion of us. Why nobody goes for 100% crown power? It's not possible, and you have diminishing returns on crown power modifiers as it relates to increasing your crown power. Mathematically, I don't think it's really that good to push for 40% before absolutism, and even then, probably not, because privileges are just too valuable. You have to, like, throw privileges really hard to get that much crown power. It's just not worth it. The, like, value increases linearly, but the cost increases exponentially, basically. Should be here soon. Yeah, this isn't going to be in time. This is a place we would have wanted to urbanize anyways, but yeah, it does have enough dev that we could. Alright, the situation opens for us because we're Emperor now. Sehr gut. We become leader of the Ghibellines. So that means we will be able to generate CVs on this, guys. Alright, Ferrara is the lowest person, or the closest person. We don't have enough to... We don't have enough Diplo to maintain the spy network, though. Are we at plus 200 with anything? No, we're just gonna leave those in, then. Could go Placidium Regium. We could also... Well, they changed the UI for this a ton, holy shit. Currently voting for one of these, yeah. One of these significantly decreases antagonism, which would maybe be what we want to go for. It's not going to overcome the, like, plus 100% antagonism modifier, though. The antagonism modifiers, the way that they stack, like, HRE is just kind of a little bit of an issue. Time to create a power block. Is it possible to turn off the 3D topographical map? Yes, yes, you can turn it off. You can turn it off. Alright. Should maybe take a look at what GP gets us. Extra Diplo cap monthly capacity. The extra expected cost of court is nasty, though. So we're not a fan of that. But let's do this. On Ferrara. Didn't expect to see you playing as a mountain terrain nation. I would not have picked Austria. I don't like any of this. We are playing Austria largely county privileges. We gain this. And they gain that. Sure. Oh no, the Black Death spreads. We are going to let it spread a little bit more to a couple more locations before clicking the buttons, because sometimes you click segregate the infected and then it goes away and then it comes back, so we don't want any of that. So we're gonna wait for it to spread to at least one more location. Linz. Interesting that it didn't have it in the market capital. Bueller? Is it in Linz good and nice? Like, nope, the presence is real low. So maybe we have time for the hospital, we said to ourselves as our pops started dying. We probably don't have time for the hospital. We're gonna peel another month and see. Spread, please. So we can click the buttons. Bueller. Austerity movement's real expensive, if I recall correctly, on the satisfaction. Every location we own in Linz. Okay, this works for us, because we wanted to click the buttons anyways. So now we're going to segregate the infected. If we had access to incense, we would expel the sick, but we don't. Maybe, he said to himself as he built this for no reason. Let's see about the roads. Maybe he said hopeful and wistful that his pops would not all die. So we have around 1.5 pops going into this. We're going to lose at least a third. Would it make sense getting a coastal province, taking advantage of Ghibelline's situation? Also, take a look at Kiev, a big chunk of Volhynia. Yeah, it seems to be doing good. Rats? Yeah, indeed. Yeah, it looks like they took a big fat chunk of them. They're doing okay. We don't have enough to do a vote. The law-changing stuff has changed since I last, like, played the HRE. So that opens up the other stuff, right? Did they streamline this? There's not, like, infinite options now. And I don't remember having to vote for the Golden Bull before, so understanding the order of things was a lot more difficult before. Isn't it? Oh, we don't even need support for this. I guess we're gonna try and steal a Golden Bull then. The thing is, we might have to bribe electors. The UI for this is, from what I recall, really unclear. But maybe they've kind of picked it up. So it says 100%, but it lies, I believe, is the idea. Oh my god, did they fix it? Brother, it doesn't just show Austria alone. They fixed the HRE before release! Yay! Game looks very exciting compared to EU4. Does the rest of the world simulate while it's obscured? Yes. Everything's going on in the rest of the world as well. Ooh, let's not have him as leader of the army for now. Do we want him dead? Probably not. Yeah, our air kind of blows. Let's move him to our court, though. Give him a Diplo education. So, since our air sucks, we're gonna... I hate the 10 stab hit. We're gonna... What is this also giving us? God. We really don't want our ruler to die. I think we're gonna get a hospital in time, chat. So this just should pass, right? They've changed it since we last played the HRE. How are we doing on the centralization trend? Almost breaking into centralization here. Are you stream tomorrow as well? Yes, I will stream for basically the next 10 to 14 days. As long as I'm getting decent views. The burgers will pay. It's gonna help us to spread our institutions faster. If we have a library. We don't have enough books. So here's the thing, once the plague hits, you actually tend to have enough clerics, so that even when a bunch of your clerics die, you can employ up. And so one of the few buildings you can employ up is gonna be these. Also, let's see about building those roads now. Not quite collapsed on the lumber. Something we want to keep an eye on. We don't want to build out the lumber right now, though, because our pubs are just all going to die, so we're not going to get the promotions we need. We'll watch this, just because you guys haven't seen the stuff spread as much. We'll give him his money, that's fine. So, it's ravaging through these locations. Taking a look here, maybe let's... so here, the presence is at 26%, so our resistance is increasing, which pushes out the presence, and so this is how you become free of the plague, right? Your resistance keeps building until there's no more presence. And so this hospital is going to be useless, which is what we said it was going to be, but then we built it anyways because we were playing we were hopeful and wistful, and now that's been crushed. Much like the population, we've lost about a third of our pobs. Okay, we can do that. They've changed a lot of the costs of the things. Very exciting to see the HRE, actually. I was concerned that the HRE on release was going to have very significant issues. But yeah, this hospital is going to do nothing. We don't blame others. Promote urbanization is maybe one we could do. The pop promotion speed actually will be stellar for us right now, considering our pops are all dead. And Laibach, this is very strong in the early game, turning stuff into urban areas for free is really nice. And this place, we probably want urban anyways, because it's a farmland. It's a farmland, flatland, so it's going to urbanize pretty well. What are the resources in this province? Iron? Yeah, we for sure want this urban. So this is another thing is, if we know we want it urban, like, this was a very strong one, so we're more than happy to go for this. And we're actually going to try and pass this, so we're probably not going to get a law change or a CB this parliament. We probably will get it through. There we go. Painful, but we got it done. So a little bit less of a thing. This guy's asking for gold, and we will gain 5 authority for 41 gold. I think that's a good deal. Unless we're like maxed out on the authority. We have some more days of debate. Everyone's voting yes. It's clear in the UI. So what it was in the UI, like on the pre-development build, is it would just show you here, and it wasn't going to show how people voted, and this just lied to you. So it was very confusing and felt bad. And now it doesn't look like that, and so this is good. As the game is good? Yeah. We have over 1,400 hours. Oh, we forgot to put that in the title. Or over 1,300 hours. We just said, come learn the game with us. I guess we'll do that tomorrow. We'll have that in the title tomorrow. We're trying to be a little bit more instructive today rather than pushing stuff. But now we're just kind of operating a little bit on autopilot. How's our communal trend? I don't think you can unrival people, can you? Remove rival for 25 stab, yeah, okay. It's just not worth... Yeah, this is such a nice parliament for us right now, because it's actually also just increasing all of our qualifications back up. Looks like the disease is almost gone from our nation. So is like a third of our pops, though, so that is, it runs through you very, very quickly, like Taco Bell. So, and you can see here, there's no point in expanding the silver, right? Because if we expand the silver, we won't have the promotions. Who is we? We are Legion, obviously. Hard to imagine the debate is I agree more, I also agree. It is the debate. Who agrees hardest? Did we get a raid? Did we get a raid? Mitty, thank you for the follow. Feedback! Oh no! You followed forever ago. Feedback, welcome to the stream. If you're still here, welcome, welcome. Feedback is a fellow YouTuber. I think he's one of 2 YouTubers who actually follows my weightlifting content to a non-zero degree. How are you doing, my man? Did you pub a video today? Another one? Oh, we did a treasure train, Snapples. Ah, did he chat? No. I don't want to have missed feedback. God damn it. Okay. There's a lot of chatting currently. I'm not keeping up with it very well. Pro streamer, by the way. God damn it. Yeah, by the way, the reason we're kind of done with the parliament is these buttons by themselves aren't helping us enough. We don't want to push plutocracy, we don't want to push spiritualist, we don't want to push decentralization, and we can't generate another 47% support. It's just not going to be possible, so that's like kind of why we're done here. Let's take a look at this. We're about halfway to being able to create a CB, and this is the advantage of the Ghibellines Guelphs, is that we can get free CBs. They're not especially good ones, but that's fine. It's not the biggest deal. We don't need the support. We would prefer the development. Thank you. Trying to think if it would make sense for us to increase province control here. Probably not. This got super nerfed. The Vijayanagara run we're gonna pub was before this got nerfed. It used to just be insane and just very clearly the best cabinet action, but now it's probably not. Probably still okay. Oh. There goes our son. Our son and heir. Luckily we have a backup. Okay. This place is now a thing. Do you have enough books yet? Take a look at the market. How many books do we have? Our burgers are exporting it. No. We can't build a stockpile because of the burgers. This is too expensive, so we don't want to expand it right now. We want to wait for the masonry price to drop. We haven't expanded out any masonry, though. It's probably an okay shout. In general, we'd probably only prefer it in urban locations here, but another thing is we get a production efficiency bonus if we have either stone or clay in the province, so we'll prefer places with clay and stone, and we'll also prefer next to the capital, of which these 3 locations fit the bill, so we will do that. And then we obviously can't expand the roads until the masonry is cheap as well. How hard is it to get CVs? It's not hard, but it's like it requires an investment of resources generally. We are full on this. I think we can start annexing some people. We can also yoink this from Bamberg. Did they change the UI here? No, they didn't, but let's take a look. So Bamberg's still decaying out Liberty Desire, so we don't want to yoink anything from them. But in theory, the yoinking will continue until morale improves. Neither of these are urban. We could probably want to... So Gors has their capital over here, and so we probably just want to relieve them of these provinces over here. The thing is, they're not very good looking. Oh, we could get on the coast here with the olives. Does that have value for us right now? It's certainly intriguing. You can also yoink stuff from these guys, who will have integrated it by now. Which is the main idea here, is that we wanted them to integrate it for us. Kind of was wanting to annex this guy. What's the timer on this? Oh, it's just an opinion thing. We can ally Brandenburg now, so let's do that. We're eventually going to get squeezed on our Diplo cap, I think. Have you been having any crashes? None today. We were having crashes on like last week's build, but that's not this build. We haven't had many crashes on this build, I don't think. So yeah, we have extra access. Lithium, thank you for the follow, big nice. Alright, now that the month tick has happened, I think that this guy's at 150 plus. No, just kidding. He's almost there. We'll start with the annexation of this guy, which is going to make everyone really upset. But the annexation will be real fast. Maybe we want to annex the other guy, actually. Oh, we need to improve relations. Fair. So let's do this, and then let's annex the little guy. And then keeping an eye on this, we will want to create a CV here soon. Getting a little bit of Diplo. Let's take a look at our improved relations. We're improving with 7, and if we're already 200 with someone, we just want to pull off of it. But we're not, so it won't. Did we pass? We must have passed the bull, and now we get access to a bunch of other stuff. And there's icons. The UI have improved. Plain Crazy Eddie. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. You're not the first Eddie to follow this stream. I don't know why I said that. It sounds dismissive. Thank you for the follow. Salvation. We just need more authority. Let's see. Members subjugated by foreign powers, locations owned by non-HRE members in Germany. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? We should be getting a CB on these guys. We should be getting an Imperial Band CB instead. Who's got the territory not in here? Let's see, we can fight France. Oh, we're gonna use an Imperial Band CB on these guys, hell yeah. Take Modena, Poland, and Teutonic Order as well, though. Ferrar is the soft target. They have a soft body. And the music sounds amazing. The music is amazing. We're big fans. I think that, yeah, we're no longer... Oh, wait, we have a little bit left. But we're basically no longer plagued up. So now we're in recovery mode, and just to be clear, to kind of show off to people, look at this. Our qualified pops, half of them are dead. And so... Ooh, we get an event for a university. Kind of nice. Kind of expensive. Because the stuff is expensive. We actually really want one in Vienna, though. We're trying to build a library in Vienna right now, actually, because we want some of the modifiers that this university is going to give us. So, like, just to take a look at this. We specifically really want the institution growth modifiers. We have been importing from Genoa, and you can see we have been developing a little bit of banking, but it's not going very well. We can maybe try and import a little bit more. Yeah, they have banking. But these guys look like they might have... Nope, they don't have banking yet, but they will soon. We just are relatively low agency post-plague. There's not a lot of stuff for us to do, so we should probably just cruise. Can you unify the HRE? Yes, we can. I don't think we will this run, because it's kind of a little bit silly. It's a lot harder than it used to be, though. It used to just be very, very trivial in some of the pre-release builds. So there's the annexation. It kills our relations with our subjects by 50, so... But now we will be decaying from that annexation, and we will have one fewer guy who will have modifiers that make it harder for us to diplo game them. How hard would it be for us to diplo game this guy? Generally, you can't do it in the HRE very easily, but we're going to be pushing all this stuff. Is this guy not subjugatable as well? Hey, Trash Waifu, thank you for the $2. Happy Sunday. How many chins are we getting? 1, but it's going to be huge. Yeah, we're also not next to people who are not... They're all bishops and stuff. Other than Bavaria, but Bavaria's never... We're never going to be able to diplo annex Bavaria. The rise of Valdemar in Brandenburg. We get a little bit of help. Yeah, you start with a huge, big, fat malist for negative control. I don't know if that's part of that. That makes Brandenburg a little bit rough. Call an ambulance, but not for us. I thought we had more religious influence than that. Masonry is expensive. We just built a couple masons. Although, we could check the laborers in the location, and it is a little bit rough. We don't have positive stab. Eventually, once we do have positive enough stab, we will want to switch our employment system off of first come, first serve to infrastructure first. But I think since we are subsidizing the masons, that they might go first, which is what we want. Let's switch to list, and then we can just search for Mason, and then subsidize all, yeah. Looking to play as Wallachia, do you think it'll be good to create a market and or suggestions? Yes, you will definitely want to create a market. You kind of want to create it in a pocket where you have, like, open space. Wallachia here has been clipped their wings a little bit by Hungary. Man, everyone complaining pre-release about AI doesn't expand. Look at this. I think in theory, like full, like, optimization, like, over here somewhere is probably good. Because you're on you have, like, the river isthmus here, and it comes up this way, and so you gain a lot of market access, and then as you expand, you're going to have a little bit better access along the coast in both other direction. But, like, short term, like, on top of your capital is kind of, like, the best spot. I don't know. Depends how you're planning on playing Wallachia, though, because if you're planning on just moving your capital close to the coast, maybe that's even better. Learning a nation that isn't in Europe? What about it? What would be beginner-friendly? The Ottomans are debatable as Europeans start. Ottomans are Asian. That's crazy work that's in the Vienna market. If you're not using your decay, you're losing it, huh? I think we take this just so we can... Well, we can expand out the sand anyway. It just makes this guy a faster annex, but... It's not really that valuable. So we're using Imperial Band because it's actually a good CB instead of the other one. Still not putting in rivals. It does make antagonism more expensive, but this CB will go really hard for us. We might co-belligerate a lot here. So it's cool there that they're using stone there. This one's probably going to be using clay. It's not. You have a production efficiency if you use clay, my guy. We'd actually prefer them to use clay. We will not give you money. We will lose the authority. Wowza! Thank you for the 99, Plumier. This is 005. Hey, Generalist, I wasn't able to get the preferential thing working, so I thought I'd just donate. That's a lot of money. You said you get 120% commission on each person. I said 12%, but thank you so very much. Big nice. Much appreciated, my guy. Wowza. Thank you, thank you. Polo saving bro from eating the ramen. Yeah, I was thinking I was thinking we just eat some Cheez-Its for when we need food today. Maybe we order food now. Usually run the game at max speed? Yeah, max speed and a lot of pauses, but like sometimes I like pause like just to think a little bit. So like I'm like, should I be doing something different and like this type of thing? We have a lot of gold saved up, but again, we're kind of waiting on the price collapses here. And the masonry is being a little sticky. Why is the masonry a little sticky? So we can investigate here. And we want to see if burghers are exporting. Burghers are importing, so we need more masonry to overcome this. And the construction of the university really is a kick in the nuts. The granaries also are a big one, so a lot of starts, in order to get the masonry cheap, you actually want to turn off the granaries. I think that we don't, but this is a bit of a thing. But I think that everyone just died who was working in these things. I think that we will have more available laborers, just generally, yeah. In our urban locations, they'll be a little bit less pressured. I don't think this place has a production bonus, though. So we're looking, in terms of provinces, we're looking for ones that have either stone or clay. No! The automated thing... So here's the thing, is we care about the production efficiency, because we just care about how much masonry we get. But the automated thing cares about the profitability, and since there's more stone in the market, it's more profitable to use the stone, so it keeps on swapping it. No! Oh. It's actually a reason to add clay. So if we add clay and we get the clay price lower, it might automatically use clay. The link to buy EU5 is broken, by the way. Real? You can buy off the store, but I guess we should get an updated link. Just using code Generalist works. You don't need to use the link. God, the UI for the YouTube thing has changed, though. I think maybe we just don't worry about it for now. I'll try and remember. Mr. Aiko, oh, did I miss your Prime sub? Thank you so much for the Prime sub if you're still here. Sorry, there's a lot of people. I'm not used to managing this big chat. Much appreciated. Thank you for the follows, also everyone who's following. We're not shouting out every single one like we normally do, because there's 700 of you here. Looking at the HRE again. Do we want to just turn around and just body another person? Probably. So we could go after Aquileia and now have a much better CB going after them, which we're into. Is that... Why can't we co-belligerate? Salzburg? No? We can't co-CB chain these guys? Argadlas and Derelux, thank you for the follow, big nice. Body the Pope? But there's no chain that goes into... sorry, wrong maps. Cesena and Geneva. So let's get a spy network on this guy. I guess we probably should have looked at his alliance complex first. We've already spent the diplomat. Yeah, this is fine. We could probably break back our diplo spending a little bit. But in general, the diplo spending is going to be reasonably good for us. Check the price, masonry. Not expecting it to be lower, but hoping that, hey, it's lower. Okay. So now we can finally add roads. And we're focusing more on roads and infrastructure just in general, because all of our pops are dead qualifications-wise. And also, we didn't focus on roads earlier because we had our best roads in place, but bridges will also be nice. Let's get a bridge here, and here, and here, and here. And then this bridge won't actually attach us to anything, and these, we don't have proximity down here anyways, so we won't build any more bridges. We will burn our bridges. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. And then we'll road up to there, and then we'll road to this, and then I think that we start roading this way. We kind of want to. You, my friend, actually have qualified pops because we didn't build anything in you, so let's build a couple marketplaces. Let's just expand them out all the way, because we're going to forget otherwise. And I'm not sure how many roads we have now that we could build, that we are into. We're generally looking at the RGOs, and the thing is we don't have any like premium or good RGOs that we can build into. So I think we content ourselves with this for now, which should help up with the proximity quite a bit, especially these bridges. They'll go a long way. My father used to play Speed 2 all the time. Tried to play multiplayer with him once. Never again. I'm could be playing Speed 2. It do be a thing. Alright, let's recovery effort here. And... I'm gonna go for the crown member. The nepotism. Nepotism is just on theme, in addition to being good, but, like, I mean, we're playing Austria, guys. We, like, have to. It's the rules. We get an extra 12% crown power by doing it. All of our estates are pretty happy, so I think we can look at privileges. Generally speaking, there's going to be more that we want to get out. Production efficiency, this is going to make our buildings make more than 2.5% additional, so we're going to put this in. And then I think we just chill, just cruise here. Look to keep the satisfaction of the nobility reasonably high. I think we have coming in another one soon. And now... I think the math-wise it's better to strengthen the legitimacy now that we're a GP, especially a number 2 GP. Because, as an expense, this starts to get really high. And this scales back effectively with flat, the amount that we're going to have to pay scales back with, we have one negative. So if we get to 100, if we offset this entire -1, we actually pay 0 in cost of court. So all flat modifiers that count towards this are going to be useful for us. And so the flat modifier of here will make it so we have to pay a lot less. We're going to have 24 without the, or sorry, without the flat modifier, we're going to have, what is this, 28. And so this additional modifier is going to count for us once we get like up to all the cost of court. It's, well, actually it's 15% of this basically. Is the discount we're gonna get. So, it's pretty solid relative to like our total income. What else are we paying expenses for? Some buildings, getting a decent chunk of trade income, commoners tax is our biggest tax. We could tax 13% more. How much max tax are we getting from serfdom? 12%. So if we were even Stevens, if we were at 0%, right now we're thinking of giving out another commoner privilege so we could tax more. To be fair, we could go RGO out, but our RGOs kind of suck butt, except for the silver. The other thing is we could give something that gives free subjects. We could also give something that pushes us towards strat economy. The pain. We kind of hates it. The thing is once we finish pushing centralization, we could definitely throw some centralization. And keep our serfdom trend. Maybe let's do that, especially because I think there are other modifiers that we're gonna help our peasant satisfaction. I think we might be able to go high serfdom. Minister gains power. My brother, that's your son. You're supposed to not care about this. It's called nepotism, sweetie. Would we rather take the stab hit or the legitimacy hit? We kind of don't want to ban from serving in government, so I guess we're just going to do that. How does the economy work? So, the economy revolves entirely around the production of trade goods, which are kind of seated inside the container of individual markets. And when you produce the trade goods, you will get a amount that is added to the tax base. And here you can see our tax base is 26, and then you extract that from your estates, who get the money to the tax base via taxes, and this is one way in which you get money. And then the other way you can get money is by trading and moving around goods. But the value of all these goods is based on the prices of them, and their prices are influenced by supply and demand. So if you have a really, really low supply, the price will go up. So the base price of fish is 1, and now it's 1.95, which makes it lucrative for us to be trading and importing fish to resolve that high demand. And similarly, if there's a glut, an oversupply, then the price will go down. and this could make it valuable to export those goods. But also goods just with higher base price will be more valuable to move around and produce. And so you can see we're moving around a lot of silver, not because there's enormous supply relative to demand, but because the base price is 8, and so when there's just a little bit more supply, it's really valuable to trade it. And so this is how we're making a lot of our money here. That makes sense. Does Generalist answer what CPU he got? He's getting a month every 4, 5, 6 or so when he's on pause. Yeah. I have... Oh my god. I'm sure someone in chat knows it. I've forgotten which one I have. Like Ryzen 7800 X3D or something like this. Honestly, I'm really bad with the hardware questions. I have a one that the next one up is way more expensive. It's like 3 times as much. You could try making jewelry. We are gonna make jewelry. We're doing that thing in video games where you put off doing something and then it's bad to put off doing it, but we're putting it off because theoretically there's a different way to do it that's a little bit better, and that is to urbanize this and make jewelry here. Which maybe we do kind of soon here. Because there will be a production bonus if you're producing jewelry in the same location or in the same province as the silver, and this is our silver province, our closest silver province, so we kind of want to produce stuff out of there. Also, that's a decent... Because we are qualification squeezed, us upgrading stuff from towns to settlements is decent. I think in general, we would prefer to wait. Because we are getting this in a short little bit. Oh, brother, what's that? We don't want to fight Upper Bavaria right now. I don't think. Do we? Do they have a releasable? This isn't a question of whether or not we win this. It's a question of whether or not we want to do it. Oh. Okay. There's 2 different questions here. I guess a question for us is, what do we do if we take Aquileia? Like, what do we do with that? To be fair, we probably feed some of it to Gors, who we're gonna annex. And also maybe just subjugate them straight up. Oh, it's probably good. It's probably worth... We just would... I think we'd rather not fight Upper Bavaria because we don't want to take anything off of Upper Bavaria, but maybe it's okay. We eventually do want to take a whole bunch of stuff from them. I think that Lower Bavaria also helps out, right? What's our Imperial Authority look like? 6. Did we build regular cab? No, just armored horsemen. Okay. Really, dog? It's back? Oh, smallpox. Alright. We have to insult Aquileia, so we don't take as big a stab hit. And then we're gonna actually assign a strong general. I don't think we have enough width, so we want war and this other stuff. Our king is reasonably good at it. I think we don't want him to die, though. But we kind of like this stuff. Alright. Yeah, we're quite a bit stronger now. Alright, alright. Oh, Kurt. Raise the levies, then cancel the levies over here, because they're not going to be that good. We're also going to start building bailiffs pretty soon here. With our money. Oh, Bueller is just free? Because they don't call in Bavaria, or Bavaria doesn't... Often they will just get called in anyways. I'm not sure what linkage there was for calling them in, but if they're allies, they'll just get called in anyways using, what is it, favors. Or just looks so much better in CK3. You forgot to co-belligerate? Did we? I think we co-belligerated. I mean, we'll see it in the cost. If we did, that's unfortunate. We're not gonna, like, load over it, though. I don't think. It's kind of... It's not that big a deal. I mean, it's, like, bad, but, and, like, in theory, if we were trying to, like, really push something impressive, we would reload over that, but it doesn't matter. Alright, we're gonna actually do the formation things. We want the cavalry on the flanks. And the infantry in the middle. Something like this. This is also just doing. We were agonizing a little bit over whether we should or not, so I think it's kind of fine that we didn't. So maybe slow it down a little bit. Did we really not co-CB? Kinda looks like we co-CB'd. Chat, did we? Oh, maybe we didn't. Yeah, we didn't. If we co-CB'd, we probably could have subjugated them. Oh, maybe we should load. Maybe we should load. Don't think you co-CB'd. Let's load. I think we do want to subjugate them. I don't think you did. Yeah, okay. This is my bad. It's not like we clicked a bunch of buttons in between then and now, so it shouldn't be too painful. I think we kind of would really like that subjugation. Don't load. Too late. Too late. Wah! We'd have to go back quite a while. I think we were just waiting. Maybe let's start a quick little YouTube poll. And we'll just, like, do 30 seconds of this and also try and answer some questions while we did. Trusting the month it takes gotta be lower than 2 seconds on 9800 X3D. This is unexpectable? Unexpectable. 45 seconds a month tick should be a CPU from like 2018-19. I'm not 100% sure that's my CPU. It might be 7800. 9800 is literally the best. Then I have a 7800. I don't have the literal best. I think 7,800 is what I have. He does have a 9,800? Oh, just kidding. Playa knows what I have. Alright, let's see what people are saying. People want to reload. Okay, cool. Because we very clearly wanted to... We wanted to co-CB, like, we talked about it, so, like, that's just, like, a misclick. I don't know. Unacceptable? Nope, it was unexpectable. Unexpectable. It's that which cannot be expected. We have a 9,800? Alright, okay. We kind of high roll. Insipid, I guess. That's a good event for us, because it'll make us take less antagonism. God, that's a bummer, though. I apologize, chat, for my misclicking. I think we started... Yeah, this is gonna be pretty quick here. We know that we wanted to expand the army, though. Ooh. Wait. Could have sworn a button looked different. So let's get a little bit more armored cav. Currently, initiative seems like super awful, so... Unfortunately. Are you sure we didn't co-CB? Brothers, I think we co-CB'd. Oh no, we didn't. You're right. I mean, Upper Bavaria is not going to be in it this time. Yeah, because Salzburg didn't join. Okay, 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 I see you. Should we wait and see if Upper Bavaria joins the integrity plate? Let's wait a month and see if Upper Bavaria, like, does something to, like, get in there. Because I think this is around when we decked it. No, they didn't. Okay. Let's actually wait another month. Because in theory, we didn't want Upper Bavaria in. We're not trying to cheese Upper Bavaria not being in there. Okay, we're just gonna go through with it. We're not raising these levies because we're not gonna get very much from them, and they're just gonna get clipped randomly. And then we kind of decided that, well, we don't need the admin efficiency. Actually, this guy's just way better than our ruler. When did we get this guy? Get a little bit of a baboop. The Saisen, thank you for the follow, big nice. And Constantine07 as well. This game is 500 years, hourly ticks. Yeah, there's hourly ticks, but they only count for combat. Nothing else is calculated on the hour ticks but combat stuff. This is a bug where you get cynicized. Salzburg also didn't join. That's a bit interesting. Did we not co-CB again? We co-CB'd. We did it right. I think we did. Oh, God. Please no. You co-CV this time, alright. You can clip this guy's wings, yeah. Clip it real good. I think this is the one big army. We maybe like should have paid closer attention, but I didn't remember there being rough terrain here. Oh, we should have showed the battle. Sorry, guys. I'm used to this like kind of not mattering. I mean, it doesn't matter, but we want to show stuff. You went this way, we're gonna slow down a little. So we're being a little bit risky here, leaving the guy behind. That battle's over quick. But we know where most of their army is, so... So this should be... Well, it's 20 cheaper. So... We could go for this. Brixton and Salzburg and Aquileia. We won't be able to get alliances if we do that, though. That is pretty fat. I think that we don't go for that if they have a releasable that's reasonable. Anybody who's multiple. Yes, we do have a multiples. We do have a multiples. This one is also just on a silver thing, so we could put this on. And then we could grab this and feed it to Gorzia, because that's going to take, like, very little. Yeah, I think this is how we play it. God, we're paying out the ass for that location, though. Actually, if we fight them... The thing is, we're concerned about a rev here. Actually, we do this because we want to have 2 locations when you do a releasable. But we're doing this so we release this guy so that he will be able to generate claims on Aquileia in the future. And then we'll focus in on Ferrara for the majority of our, like, antagonism play. I don't think we want to peace out yet, though. We're also fighting Parma. Parma's not a co-belligerent, though. I think they're just a subject of Aquileia. Right. Connor was saying performance degradation in mid-game was particularly bad. The performance... I know some content creators were complaining about this patch specifically being, like, way worse, but... Drop Day, what are our goals? Trying to just mainly be instructive, but we're also just trying to diplo, expand... Kind of play a little bit of, kind of low. Spain Castile just goes for Portugal this patch then. I need to pin a comment on my thing. Did we see a guy creeping up? We're gonna have to retreat out. getting the outcome we want here. Where are you retreating to? Rovigo. You're going north. You're gonna go all the way this way. Yeah. We crash in on them. They don't have much in the way of units anyways. Just kind of want to make sure we can clip their big unit. Get a parliament. Fun farming estates will give us a discount on farming stuff, which I think we go for this while we are currently having the parliament. And then in theory we probably would want to wait to bank up a little bit, but we don't want to forget we're focused on other things. But you can see that this is expensive, much cheaper than the 33. And so let's come in and expand out the RGOs we know will be good. Anything adjacent to the capital is probably reasonable enough, which is going to be a lot of these food RGOs, and then also wool will be fine, and fiber crops will be fine. And I think that this counts as that, and I think so do horses. And so horses are probably okay, and beeswax probably okay. This beeswax too far from it for us to be really getting much taxes from it. I thought we told you to go there. So just kind of looking to not eat a ton of casualties this... we're gonna eat a ton of casualties in Ravenna. I think that's where they're retreating to. Okay, we found them there. Let's do the rest of our parliament. Curial values is okay. We want to do the nobility stuff first, though. In theory, we want to wait for them to get more monthly loyalty, because their loyalty influences how much you get from this, but we're just trying to click the buttons. We don't want the autonomy movement, I think, at this point. We can click it if we have to, though. So we can get two things from this. I think we wanted a law change. Specifically, we wanted to get off martial societies, so let's do that. And we kind of have CBs coming in, so I don't think we need a CB. It's effectively 7 stab to actually successfully pass the parliament, and it also represents 40 gold. Maybe we just pass the parliament. This seems okay. Grading cities doesn't change the RGO, just reduces max size? Yes. Unless you have so many city modifiers, city RGO size modifiers, that it, like, overcomes it, but I don't even know if that's possible. Alright, we're gonna detach a siege here in Ferrara. Actually, these guys can siege it. And get sieging, and then take out the rest of this. Actually... yeah, let's leave a siege here, because we see them even trying to raise an army up. What's that? Oh my god, thank you for the 1,000 bits, Zudema. Big dice, much appreciated. Much appreciated. The bits noises I'm super not used to hearing, because there are some like specialty bits noises that I don't hear very often. And I'm like, what's that? Thank you so very much, my guy. Another lost peasant levies in EU5, another loss stolen from Vic 3. You hate to see it. So we're about to be full up on diplomats. We could start annexing Gorzia here. Start annexing this guy too. We might even want to vassal feed that guy. I think we're not feeding anything to Gorzia. Except maybe that. I think they can integrate that in time though. Just doing the things to make the war as cheap as possible on our pops. We don't want them to die, but they're gonna die. Oh, there's another mountain province that we can't get to yet. Do it for Bruce. Thank you for the raid. Big dice. Welcome, welcome. What were you playing? You don't want to take a 10 stab hit. We'd much rather not take a 10 stab hit. We'd much rather not. Is there a reason we can't go there? Isn't it? Oh, they're experiencing winter in March. Yikes. We always grant the urban parliament seat. It's not that big a deal. It gives you a ton of support. But with that, we maybe could go for another thing. I guess maybe not. They're currently experiencing winter. I forget what hotkeys we have winter on. We don't look at it too often. I think it's far to the side, yeah. Unless our hotkeys got bricked, yeah. Nope, they weren't. So this is what's preventing us from going into the mountains. In some of the provinces, but not all of them. Do we even care about this province? Not really. Okay. I think we could get that guy this way, this guy this way, and then peace out Aquileia here. And just simplify. This guy is going to give us a... Treviso is going to give us a CB. We're going to release him with the Silver Province, so he's actually going to also make a ton of money. We're going to force them to faction change as well. So this will be nice. This will pull them into our faction on Ghibellines and Guelphs, which is going to do a lot because those guys are huge. Just making sure that he's not the war leader. Oh, Ferraris, cool. And now we will switch the guys to be all united under the banner of our king. Oh no! I didn't realize he was a subject of Aquileia. That's fine, I guess. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so we have some gold now. And we were looking at roads just generally. I want to make sure that they're discounted. Let's build roads to now, kind of the other priority is high pop places, because this is going to increase your overall crown power. I guess crown power is not that big a priority, though, for us. And another thing we were talking about is we can get upgrades to towns and cities. In terms of a spend that's reasonable. But we were waiting on that one tech. Yeah, maybe we just sit on our gold for now. But we don't want to sit on diplomats. Do we want to do favors with someone? I think we do want favors with the Palatinate. Let's do that. They are our ally. And then Brandenburg's also our ally, so let's do favors on them. I think we can look at diplomacy and see our allies. No? Pretty sure we're allied to them. Yep, we are. No, wait, we aren't. What happened to that? I think we're subjugating them, so we do have to take their capital here. We're subjugating them, forcing faction change, getting money, humiliating, etc. Still 100% war score? Yeah, but we need to occupy the capital to subjugate. So, we can't do it yet. We cannot do it yet. Yeah, I think we just want to sit on our money, so we're kind of in an okay spot here. We could decrease our slider expense. Our slider is really not that expensive for this. God, it just feels like we're making so much money. We're getting some of it from Diplo. I think we have the qualifications to hit this up. Do we have qualifications actually in the capital? Alright, fair. Proximity. A little bit better. Very marginal. This is like, you just hit a wall right here, and this is why playing Austria kind of sucks before at least level 2 roads, at like the very least. But like, really much more of a late game nation. Pop growth seems slow, is that common? We don't have that much prosperity yet. But sure, we'll give him the legitimization of his power. Okay, now we have this guy, so we can go for the peace. Oh, we forgot to do the thing with the cabinet. It's a little cheesy anyways. With the first peace deal, portion of the peace deal, we're supposed to do this. Ferrara becomes our vassal, humiliate, force faction change, war reparations, money. We can't move our guy back. No, no. What a world, what a world. Fuck. We're not gonna reload over that. I meant to cancel the other thing, I meant to cancel the spy network, because we didn't need it anymore. Now we need it. It feels pretty easy to misclick on that. I've done that before. We could rake this back a little. Who is upset? Yeah, that makes sense. How's Spain and European Universals better than England? I think that England's probably... No, yeah, probably better than England. I think you said in previous stream you're getting new CPU. How's the performance of the CPU? It's good, it's good. Sounds like a skill issue. It is, it is. I agree. I agree with the evaluation here. I think we're gonna create like 1 or 2 towns when this finishes. We could make some more stuff in Milk though. We can get those going again, actually. It's soon not going to be very profitable because we're saturating the market. You know what we should have done? I kind of forget about this. We should have pushed the clergy building. Scriptorium. Because we can build this reasonably. Making some good money now. Man's just said skill issue. Get clapped. We have a ton of burger satisfaction. We can do that. Let's check HRE. Embrace Pike or Pro armies. How are we doing on the spread for banking? Still a little bit slow. Picking up. We would like a library. We don't have enough books. Not enough books. Generalist, in your 5 nations to learn, you mentioned getting rid of ban exports. Law is good. Have you tried keeping jewelry export banned, citing jewelry? I think you can do this, and it's potentially an option. We've done it before. I think that that's a really slow ramp up, and it's better just to export. Feels weird without intermarket migration, yeah. I definitely think it could be better. I'm just saying, like, I think it's not better, if that makes... Well, yeah. Because there's effective supply and effective demand, and I haven't looked at the math on it, and the math, like, kind of matters. But, like, if you have buy and sell orders in your market, they count for more. When we have, oh my god, I hate... You get, like, sticky buttons or whatever, when good things happen. You get... I don't know what causes it, but it makes the control key, like, effectively just, like, stay down when doing the when doing the map mode hotkeys. But we hover the price of something we're exporting. Yeah. So the price of silver is going to stay a little bit low because of effective supply and effective demand. The impact of imports is reduced for the supply, and for the demand, the impact of exports is reduced. And so what this means is, relative to normal supply and demand, if we are exporting silver as our primary source of silver, the silver price will be lower, which makes us get less value from the tax base for silver and more value from trade. But it also makes it the case that silver being lower in price relative to what it would be if it was just local orders, by virtue of the orders being export orders, it makes it so that we can still profitably build jewelry. And I haven't checked the math, and so I don't know. Conceptually, what you're saying, like, makes sense, that ban of export can make you better at producing the jewelry, but you get to double dip as a virtue of effective supply and effective demand. And I don't know how strong the math... Like, I haven't looked at the math to see how strong this effect is, like, really. Because the price calculations kind of got some funny math. And so, it might be better, but I'm not sure. Yeah. You are thinking, like, correctly, though, that you can just export jewelry instead. As a play pattern. We could just invite people to the HRE. I think we don't want to, because we just want to Imperial ban the bitches. I think we just want to Imperial ban them, right? How big is Ancona? I've not seen this before. The one location miner clapped Croatia somehow? Actually, let's maybe look at the map a little bit. People are getting down. Like, everyone's complaining about AI aggression, and, like, Kiev is taking out Volhynia. We have Castile's taking out Portugal. We have Hungary's eaten a chunk of Wallachia. We have... Ottomans aren't cruising up too fast yet. Is this subjugated by... No. We get these guys busted up, the Jalirids, or whatever. Tlemcen's already taken out, just like 20 years in. Oh no, the AI's too passive. What will we do? What's the Iberian border guy? Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of that action. Why hadn't you fixed the borders inside Austria? Just because these wars were not as good as other wars, mainly. We don't give a shit about Ferrari's food situation. Why like 22? Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. We're actually kind of trying to push serfdom now. Or we have like a neutral trend. Or a positive trend towards serfdom, so we could actually push it if we want. We do want to pick the one that lets the peasants migrate, though. Currently, peasants can't migrate. We need to get more serfdom stuff if we want to be able to do free mobility for the common people. Or we have to take out hunting privileges and then add in that. To be fair, it's only 20 stab. It'll make our peasants real pissed, though. So maybe when they're happier, we can do that. This integration's actually not going to be all that useful for us, like, at, like, first blush. So I think what we're going to do is we're actually going to city this. Is this Hills Woods? Hills Woods. The entire province is like Hills Woods, though, except for this. And this place is close to the capital, and wine's kind of a terrible resource. So we're going to urbanize that, and then I was thinking that we're gonna need to use bailiffs here. I don't know why I typed it, because I knew where it was. What's the proximity? Yeah, there's 0 proximity on this silver. So we're gonna build a bailiff, and the bailiff's gonna give local 20 proximity. Is there actual 0 proximity here? And we're not close. Alright, we're gonna bailiff here. We're just picking the really good resources. This is gonna get 20 local proximity, so it's gonna get 15 control. And I think the salt and the iron are gonna be reasonable here as well. And those are gonna be our bailiffs for now. And then for the research queue, what do we want? Doesn't it break your propagation a little bit? We would go through this location into... Oh, we wouldn't? Well, it looks like it doesn't even break it. I thought it was supposed to. I was gonna say we would travel from there into there anyways. Like, it's not really that in the way, but it actually kind of is. But apparently we're going through it anyways. 14 for this segment, 17 for this one. We really want Hungarian land at some point. Especially considering we can't ally them, or we were not able to ally them. Oh, just kidding. He's gonna call us in. We're just gonna stand still. Yeah. Actually, maybe we mobilize a little bit of an army. And then we get to move this guy. Sorry, we were thinking through text. So we do want to make sure that we research our Age 1 traditions reasonably early. We could go for the monthly religious influence. I actually don't hate that, considering we're going to stay Catholic. And conscious of purchasing food actually was reasonable for us, I think. Kind of saves us a little bit of a headache. And then maybe we actually just get the stuff in this age that we want from this tree. We're just... I think we pick it back up later. In theory, we pick it back up later. It's just like, in practice, we might forget to click the buttons. In practice, we might forget to click the buttons. I think we want to head towards this stuff. So the in-betweens that we're getting are not that useful, but we would like the Diplo rep, the improved relations, and the war score cost. So we will head in that direction. And then we'll probably embrace professional army. The dog, thank you for the Prime subscription, big nice. Wine is a terrible resource, it is. Sometimes it's okay if, like, the price is high, but... Let me show you something. The price is under 1. Let's not select a place with a fort. This is graphically not working. There we go. So, they'll help out, but we won't pay attention to it. Kim Jong-jits. Thank you for the follow. Is that a slur? Hopefully we didn't just say a slur. I want you to siege this stuff, not that stuff. Oh, we're in a war on the same side as Poland right now. Could reasonably improve relations with Poland. We're actually hemorrhaging this, so also just hold on. Technically, you could just get a bunch of, spend a bunch of stuff, and then like take the trend down to negative, and it's like it doesn't hurt you, but we don't want to do that. Oh, commoners, please. Maybe this is where we admit defeat and start getting a trend towards. Our raw materials really aren't that great except for the gold and silver. We could always take this out later. We're doing that to make the peasants happier and also because we're throttled on how much we can tax them based on their satisfaction equilibrium that we just kind of don't want to be. And we're trying to... I'm not sure if we're supposed to try and keep serfdom. We're actually probably just supposed to know and then do the thing. I absolutely hates it with 1400 hours, basically. To be fair, I liked it a lot more when I had under 100 hours. I was really having... I really enjoy, like, the initial learning of a game and picking it up for the first time, and obviously I can't do that after I already have several hundred hours. Just gonna have our subjects kind of move around, do the things. We're going to create the casus belli. Oh, we can't do the... No! We just lost out on our CB? Bro, why can't we create a Imperial Band CB? Dog. Dude, why can't we create any kind of CB? That might be my bad. That's unfortunate. I don't know if it's because we're at war. I don't think that is a factor, but maybe it is. Shouldn't be. The Imperial Band should be in there. Oh, we're not the Emperor anymore. We gotta wait. Oh, we lost it to... Because our heir wasn't of age. Dog. It's terrible. So yeah, we're not gonna have any of that action. Yeah, let's cancel these then. Our heir was not of age. Yeah, we lose GP status, which is kind of fine. I think there's a CB to like exit the HRE. No. But we're still part of the Ghibellines and Guelphs. I think we're, wow, okay, I guess we're part of it. We can't create a CB using it though, so I think it requires us being in Italy or being emperor. We probably should have taken land in Italy then. I guess that's a little bit of a leak. Just not something that was really on our radar, so it's probably okay. We lost the emperorship. I think that's why we lost it. Just because our regent's not eligible. Maybe we shouldn't have had our general in charge. Did you pass pragmatic succession? Isn't it because your heir is a girl? Our heir isn't a girl. She's a regent. But yeah, we could have a different succession law. This is not something we pay super close attention to. Oh, I guess this is maybe a note for people. Some of these things that don't look clickable are clickable dogs. Like, this is clickable. Your parliament, you change it by clicking this if you want to change your parliament. Which is important if you don't have the burghers in your parliament. Well, we don't care about these guys getting stacked here anymore, so maybe we just switch to Carpet Siege? I think let's not, but close. I'm just helping them out a little bit, because this will give us more favors from them. Let's actually generate favors as well. Which we want to have. We have someone with Brandenburg, we have someone with the Palatinate. If we get 10, we can call people into war. If we get 20, we can cancel their alliances. And we're gonna slowly eventually try and go after this guy. But like Brandenburg, for example, we could cancel that alliance. Unless, oh, they're in a union? Yeah, we can't cancel that. Aquileia? You ally this man? Did you mate with this man? We're at war, so we can't peace people out, or we can't get alliances. I hate that we can set it on automate, but then it'll start trying to siege forts instead of sieging out all these like easy to get things. So here's the current situation with regard to cores. Oh, we need to release those guys. But okay. You get cheaper annexations. I don't think we want to annex Bamberg. I think we want to just keep them around there. But since they're loyal, we could take their territory down here. And it will be integrated. And so now Bamberg's all up there. So Salzburg and a couple of these guys are what we need to clean it up. I think that... yeah, let's take a look at our subjects here. I think we want to integrate this guy next. One nice thing about deleting all of your castles and stuff is it makes fighting your revolutions way easier. Oh nice, we got the coastal province, so now we could get a little bit of extra trade range. What does our trade range look like anyway? Yeah, not very far. Can we build that library yet? Oh, I'm so stupid. I always forget to build this shit. It's such an important, useful building, too. Ugh. I'm so bad. Looks like the bait was taken. Not like this. What bait? What's your family tree look like? It's a circle. Oh, you mean in game? Yeah. I always forget to build that shit, and it's so good. It gives you 0.2 diplomats. Like, we're like spending money on dip, and like we could have just had more 0.2 more diplomats this entire time. In the queue, we also have Royal Court. I guess let's hover this. This will give us 10% crown power and efficiency of cabinet, which is also nice. Okay. This guy needs to shack up with somebody. Looks like we need to wait a little bit, though. Oh, man. I'm, like, trying to work on that, too, because it's, like, I think it's a pretty bad league. I shouldn't just click through events, I should show them to you guys a little bit more, even though we know exactly what they do. It's on Steam, you gotta scroll down to the product description. 4 hours in and we're still in 58. Yeah, well, we spent like an hour before like really progressing very much to begin with. Alright, we are getting now some proximity off the bailiffs, so it's just going to be local. And then this is increasing our max control up to 32, so we're going to make a lot more out of the silver in terms of tax base now. Looks like we picked up here an urban area as well. It's not going to have, we're not going to have much control in there, but we can get some trade in there. It's probably going to be in, it's in the, oh, this one's in the Venice market, but this one's not. I'm curious. Getting proximity there is going to be basically impossible, though. Are we in line for the HRE? Not really. we have improved relations with all these guys. Why are we losing so hard? It's dynastic power? No? Oh, it is the dynastic power. God, these things aren't in the same... They're just in order of which is biggest, not, not in, like, some locked-in order. Traditional economy is fine now. I mean, it's gonna be not very good as time goes on, but we're not as time goes on yet. Oh, do I really not have food? My guy, I'm helping you out. I'm helping you out, my guy. Hey man, are you gonna get to Vic 3 anytime soon? Not in the next couple weeks. Gonna be focused on EU5 here. That should solve the food issues, it does. We are helping Hungary. I like the slower pace, I can see more of the game that way. Can France become emperor? Yes. Yeah, I think it makes more sense for me to push for EU5 stuff right now. Just generally speaking. Content-wise. Morningstar, thank you for the follow, big nice. Just helping out Austria, or Hungary rather. Okay, what are our relatively urbanized or relatively high pop locations that are kind of on the way that we want to urbanize? I think we want to urbanize this. The lumber price hasn't gotten collapsed yet. I think we have plenty of lumber RGOs, so let's push these a little bit. Very comfortable lumber experience for us. What's our current centralization trend? 0.32. Wait, what's happened here? We used to be 0.5. Oh, we forgot to switch off this. Shame on us. The drawbacks of cheese. Okay, so we're gonna trend. So eventually, once you hit the top of where you can trend to, expand gravel road is really important, but it's not important yet. We could just do it to get the plus 10. We could increase ties to neighbors. Yeah, I think we want to think if we want a war, and I think we probably do want a war. Can you do anything about the bad buildings your estates build, or do they stick around forever? You can delete them, but this hurts the satisfaction. Maybe show this. You don't navigate this in the UI that often, because we just kind of... I'm generally not of, Yeah, there we go. Oh, we don't have any of them. We cannot do anything. Unless they're getting filtered out. I don't think they are. Yeah, we cannot show. Could just go after that. I mean, this is all alone. Oldenburg and Verona. I don't think he has any claims he's gonna get. Oh, Ferrari is just Ferraring. So really just this guy, just to clean up the map a little bit for ourselves. Be able to build stuff where we want. What does fighting this guy look like? I don't think this is the answer, but I just want to see what it looks like. Salzburg is eventually we want on the chopping block. You don't want to fight our ally there. Unless they broke alliance with us. Maybe we still don't want to fight them. I think we're going to do increased ties. Wants to go for uneducated masses, so this is probably going to be a zero button click parliament. Unfortunate for us. Kind of a silly little war. Alright. So that's a very low impact parliament for us. This should be over any second now. I think we've taken enough stuff. This guy's kind of a trash character, so... Reminds us to improve relations with the Papal States, though. I think we're gonna kill our stab slider at this point. We just want to stay positive, and we are positive, so... do some of this. We don't care about the minus support. Too much cheese. The pain. We want to push Aristo, but it's going to be easy for us to push it more anyways. I guess we don't care about the burger satisfaction much. And we get the total news, so it looks like we lost around 36% of our pops. And the Black Death is over. Thank God. Send this guy an insult first. And then we'll add injury to insult. Why are you helping Hungary? We want more favors. We want more of these. We want to accept him to accept our culture. There's a large Hungarian culture. If he accepts our culture, it's easier for us to annex. And also, us directly controlling land's not that useful right now. And I think that we want to like kind of build up a power base and not just wood chipper against Hungary in a bunch of wars. Also, Hungary is freaking spooky early on. I don't think we really want to rumble with them. Especially with the buffs to cavalry, I think that they would just dice us up. I don't think we win that fight. Doing a library here because we want the extra in the capital of the market because we want the extra institution growth because we want to pull banking here a little bit faster. We could have vassalized. I think we just take the land. They're sufficiently small and sufficiently close to our capital. Can you assimilate anyone? You have to wait for the month tick to have a full diplomat. We can annex these far-off guys. Nobody who's the close to us guys. We are improving relations with Scilly and this other one that are like kind of the closer ones. Let's also improve relation with this guy. I try and manage HRE down to electors with a couple large regions, a couple free cities. Are the missions mostly a tutorial? They are mostly a tutorial. The way to think of that is effectively that there are no missions. Wish I played better. Me too. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Lord Ainsgrim, thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, you should effectively think of it as there are no missions. They're super OP if you turn them on. You can't get achievements with them on. They allow you to push values real fast, which makes everything a lot easier. There's something we wanted for. We wanted to upgrade these things. I mean, this is basically a collapse price. We're gonna do that. And now we're gonna do the thing where we kind of take a look here. We're like, hey, what can we build in these areas? And they get production efficiency towards this, so we're just gonna actually do a couple levels there. And then here we want more books. And then what would we get a production efficiency for here? Nothing really that useful. The fiber crops. We are going to finish pushing this for economies of scale. And then Milk is really good at pushing a lot of things. But I actually think that the Spinners Guild might be more profitable because we've sufficiently collapsed the price of the tailors. Yeah, see? It's not even fully employed. And this will also make the tailor more profitable. So let's add a couple of these. I think let's just max it out here. And then here we've mainly been pushing the trade. But we can think about maybe starting to add wool. And then here, I think you have an iron location. So now that we've maxed trade, we're gonna go for tools. Not a lot of control here though, so it's not gonna be too useful. Weapons will be good here, as will, because weapons take coal. As will the cloth. But it looks like we're out of money, so. And then, next wave of stuff, we probably go for RGOs. I don't know if our silver's started to employ up fully yet. No, here it is. The other place, not so much. We like aristocracy and quantity, so... You know what? I think we're just supposed to go free subjects. I think just most runs you're supposed to go free subjects, and here the reason why we're thinking of the monthly promotion here is ass. A lot of it's lack of control, but well, you get a ton of promotion from, well, maybe we can. It's just very committal to go for free subjects. Like, it's really just like, because otherwise, if we don't go free subjects, we just want 100 serfdom. Give us a ton of max tax for the peasant estate. We currently aren't even utilizing all the max tax. To be fair, we could actually just super tax them though. We're mostly monocultured, so this is maybe not that bad. Let's start overtaxing these guys a little bit. We'll tax them down. We'll tax them down. Who is Taylor and what do we call it? Those profits? I know that's a reference, I just don't know what it is. Game seems easy with Parliament. Missions would make it stupid broken for players. I mean, Parliament is like a lever. Game seems easy. I don't know. I like Parliament a lot. Game would be easy, or game is easy with wars. It would be a lot harder if you couldn't declare war. The issue is that the AI is not very good at the Parliament, I think, is kind of the way I look at it more, so... Just checking what we're pushing and what we can maybe do. This is coming up on us maxing out our ability to trend towards this. Really wish the infrastructure was better there somehow, that we could get more control here. To be fair, this would be slightly better. We're thinking of trying to... I think we're supposed to build this. Let's do it. We're trying to get a little bit more control here. Oh, we're not going to get more control because it's based off the bailiff. I don't know. Eventually it'll be better, but... we could cancel those. Let's cancel these. Do we have any proximity here from the bailiff? No, because this segment's more than 20 in cost. Yeah, once we get centralization, we'll have a big % discount here. Oops, we forgot to do this. And then let's create a subject here. Historical subject. This one. We're gonna make them a fiefdom because we don't have a lot of fiefdoms, and we are planning on giving them a piece of territory, and they'll integrate it quicker. So this is the gold location, but they will eventually make a CB on Aquileia. So they're going to be useful for us for CB generation. What culture is this that we have here? Southern Bavarian and Slovenian? I think we're going to have a decent amount of Slovenian kind of in short order. I don't know why these guys broke the alliance with us to begin with, but we'll ally them back up. We're looking at favors right now. Alright. So if we accept this culture, we will be able to have more cores. It's only 0.1 extra to accept, so let's accept it. And then Slovene, I think we're also going to be accepting. That's 1.45, so an additional 1. We could do that. I think we'll leave it on the table for now. These guys super love us, so we're going to core these, or just full accept these. And Swabian is also similarly cheap. Do we even have anything out there? Yeah, I guess we do. Requirement's not met. Fair enough. So we should get a bunch more cores here. So we'll take that dopamine hit, baby. We'll take it. Give it to us. I kind of hate that the pop-up blocks it, but yeah, we have cores in a bunch more areas. We probably should have done this earlier. So their max control is going to be significantly over 0 now. Can we annex anyone? We kind of... Annexation's like a resource, and to some extent it feels like if you're not using it, you're losing it. Very tempting to annex this guy here, so let's do that. Now that we have some of these areas cored up. And we use that guy in terms of the Diplo interaction to improve our relations earlier to get things started. Parliament is really nice in mechanic IMO. I don't really think that's the only... That is the only thing you can do for many mechanics. 1 CB, Parliament, 1 law change, Parliament. I think the law change is probably too frictionless. I think there should be more options, though. Like, I like the idea that your parliamentary support is a resource that gets pressured, and you have to decide how to use it. Like, early on, Parliament feels a lot more interesting, because you want to do a bunch of different things. To be fair, you can find other CBs, there are very few, and you can change laws for stab, but it's like 100 stab, those feel unusable. Yeah, changing law without Parliament feels unusable, but I think that's... I think that's more an issue that it's just too expensive without Parliament. Than like or maybe I'm fine with it. Like, maybe you should need the estates to pass laws, you know? Doing that for the Crown Power there. Desert Fox, thank you for the follow, big nice. So, that's like a design philosophy, whether or not you want it to feel, like, reasonable. But then maybe you shouldn't be able to change laws at all, because then it's a noob trap, right? Minus 27k, that's because we released someone. We released someone last month that has a lot of pops. Around 30k. Minus antagonism. I don't think we have much antagonism. Yeah, we don't. Really would like the Emperor ship back again. Bueller. We could ally Brandenburg. The problem is they're in a personal union with this guy, so they won't ever help us with that. I mean, we will always have to fight them, so maybe they're not the answer. Württemberg's kind of appealing. And we can improve the cultural opinion of Swabian with Württemberg. Because they are the leading culture for Swabian, that's why we took a look at them. It's an archduchy in our hearts, basically. Maybe we should try and play faster. Alright, so here we're going to be getting production bonuses. We're gonna do Spinners Guilds first. This is going to make our fine cloth a little bit more profitable again. We are also going to try and build in a straight line a bunch of cities for Poundlock canals. Because Austria, like, in terms of the topography, what we have is like this one vein coming through, right? And it's also got a river. And so this right here is going to be good for us, but we need to have cities alongside it. So we might even use migration attraction on some of these locations. It's only 30k to make a city now, though, so... How are we getting to Milk? We're going through here, so we do want to urbanize this. Side with the clergy. We're in a pretty good spot to give out a privilege. Because we have a bunch of this stuff. In theory, we could wait for events that give us legitimacy. We do want progress towards innovative and this type of stuff. Let's do market attraction, actually, for now. Our market is a little squeezed. We would like if the market was a little bit bigger, because this would give us more demand for goods by virtue of there being more pops in our market. And so allow some of our stuff to be more profitable. Generally speaking, sounds very similar to generalist speaking. Well, I am. Where's the lie? Shouldn't you build a canal to connect two different rivers, not just go parallel to an existing one? That's not how it works right now, but yeah, in principle I agree. Oh, it's just cord now. Well, then it's integrated. So... we will strengthen government. So, little bit of small ball from us. Can we just take land off of our subject here? I don't think we have any seized territories. We do have a bunch, actually. Just kidding. We just gave this guy the territory. Oh, we could seize off of this guy. We're annexing him right now, though. So we're just gonna get it all anyway. And silly, we want to annex, but we need more. Yeah. We need more relations. But we don't want to just float Diplo expenditure. Let's do some of that. Eventually we want to fight Boho, but not early on. Let's do this too. I think generally we want diplomacy on our leader, so we'll go for that. Prodigy trait. Hell yeah. Except for if she becomes... We can't roll Emperor. Should we adapt to local culture? Yikes, everyone hates our guts if we do that. Hey, Live 2070, how's it going? Generalist Lathe Gaming, we're talking about Carthage. Yeah, we're tag switching to Carthage this game. Didn't we say that? We have pretty good spread on pro armies too. It's not going to take us very much stab to accept. We're getting banking. Wait, where's our banking? What? Chicka what? What? Oh, we have these locations down here that now have banking because it's spread. Oh, very cool. We just got a bunch of locations with the institution when we integrated Gores. We should actually take a little bit of a look at... Let's pause and build a little. Actually, let's pause and check if we have a parliament. If you have an upcoming parliament really, really soon, you generally don't want to build. I think it's fine. It's kind of no premiums, though. I mean, eventually we will want stuff out here, but it's a little bit whatever. So we don't have very good things that we can build here, so we're actually going to take a look, and distillers guilds can build in a bunch of grain locations, and so we're going to build those here. Because it's like kind of, for resource inputs, it's a little bit of a trash province. Just checking, we're looking here at the number of burghers we have, and we're seeing if we can build anything such that they would actually get used. So we have a bunch of money left over. Let's take a look. And we're thinking about urbanizing something. So we're going to care if it's on like flatland. And see, one of the problems with this pocket as an industrial center is that even though we have a good pocket of flatland, the resources there are kind of bad. To the north a little bit more, we have this, which is much better. But obviously we don't own it right now. Just tempted to urbanize this. As well as this. We will be able to push tools there. And bells. Yeah, let's maybe do this. And this. And then... So the furs are cheap. So there's two types of inputs on things. There's things that use tools as an input, right? Which is including... I think you guys can see tools. My name shouldn't block it. Which includes like wild game and wood. Not a lot of things use tools. And then there's stuff that uses wood as an input, which is most things. The price of both of these is collapsed. And so what we're going to do is, rather than super uber microing this, we're just going to shift click, expand RGO, and it's just going to pick the best ones for us, which in this case is going to be a bunch of furs and some wool. It's because we don't have really promotion available on the these silvers. So what system do you like most profitable first? Oh, we forgot to swap. We forgot to swap. I like infrastructure and then most profitable though. Streamer employment is OP. We can come early, but OP aura farming. You, like, when you're hungry, and you're like, can I buy that food? And then you're like, who needs food? I got aura. Who needs it? Shift expand RGO when you have 10k gold is always so much fun. Yeah, it's definitely, you get the dopamine hits. We're probably going to do another, like, kind of hit on this. Things are coming in quite nicely, though. We're gonna look at civilian infrastructure here next, actually, instead of the RGOs. Don't have a chancery. Let's get that. Oh, let's show what it gives. Sorry. Playing a little bit fast. A little bit of max literacy. Not too crazy. Kind of nice. entire country, though. How you managed to play 1337 hours? I played a lot of, like, 15-plus hour days. That's shocking that we don't have that many locations post-plague that we can build these. These are going to increase our population growth. That's crazy, dog. We're building them in our subject, too. You don't want to forget about these, so even though it's, like, plus a bit off of base price, we're still just going to build it. The settlement gives, a bunch of extra population growth and migration attraction, and generally speaking, you can build it after the plague in quite a few places for most runs. We want to push humanist eventually, but we're not very good at it. We're gonna wait for our next parliament, and then we're gonna shift off of trying to grow centralization, because we've hit the cap here. In theory, we should micro this off, but we'll just keep it on for 3 more months, because we'll get an additional 0.1 trend when we're doing our parliament. We actually maybe want to do that 2 parliaments before we start dumping our centralization trends. Meaning, we have like 0.3 trend towards centralization without our cabinet member, and we could use that to, for example, get more peasant satisfaction effectively. I think we have to go with increased naval infrastructure, because we're trying to push land, and so we have to do this and then intentionally fail it. Let's do this. We are going to want to do aristocratic support either way, I think. Okay, so now the question is, what do we want with our 50 support? There's one law change we want, but I think we probably want a CB here. Can you see the other nation advances of the game and not the election screen? Not the election screen. Selection screen. You want to look at other countries? Like this? How to switch from a monarchy to a republic? You need 95 plutocracy, which we are not going to do as Austria. We could reasonably form into theocracy. I think theocracy is better than monarchy, but I think this bricks so much of our like flavor content from the perspective of what we're doing. But this is the same idea, but you have to get clergy powerful and a bunch of spiritualists. You think the game is on a good state on release? Yes. The very short answer is yes. I think that there's definitely going to be things that annoy people. Like, so it's a qualified yes, but I think that the game is in a state where you can have fun. There's, like, one, like, UI thing that's obnoxious, but I'm pretty sure they fix it in the next 5 days. Because it was not a UI issue before, like, 2 days ago, and that's you can't replace your, like, explorers properly with the UI. Our alliances keep getting cancelled, I feel like. Alright, we do want to ally Boho, though. Why do they keep canceling our alliances? This is kind of obnoxious. We don't want to remove our family member from the cabinet. Right, we wanted to look at some of the civilian infrastructure buildings. We want to make sure, yeah, all of our new things have one of the most ubiquitous buildings, the temple, +5 control, so good. And then here, the price collapse will be different, but it looks like we have decently collapsed prices, and we just get temples everywhere for this expense. Gonna be nice for us. Wow, it's real cheap. I think we just want this now for the Even though we're not using it right now, just for the research speed. I think we want knights pretty early. %10 get raised as knights. What's our current raise percentage? Oh. %25, 25%. Here's the rub. It's unclear if, like, levies that are just in the next age are any better. If their stat line is the same. Because for regulars, okay, the stat line's not the same for these guys. They have an additional amount of decreased strength damage taken. Minus 50%, holy shit. The first crash! Not too bad. We've been going 4 hours and 30 minutes. I think I might use the restroom once we're loading in. Do we relaunch the game? I think we relaunched the game. But yeah, let's catch up on if we see any too many churches. Yeah, basically. We'll have to go back in and do that again. Game's loading in. Loads real fast once it starts loading. I don't know why it delayed the loading. But we are going to load the game. I'm going to use the restroom. It loads real fast. Alright, I'm back in the room. I really enjoy trading. Trading's good. Let's answer some questions if we have them. Do you know if cabinet actions being conducted without a member in seat is a bug or is intended? I think it's intended. No, it's not as good. What country do you think you should learn the game on? Milan/Greenland recommended? I think Milan's fine. I wouldn't recommend Greenland. Why is there synicized versus unsynicized? It's a bug. It's a bug. Loads faster than EU4. Yeah, loads real fast. So... Speaking of synicized... So, I don't think we want to banish our cabinet member, though. Great Yuan, hated that. Minus social credit score. Yeah, temples are insanely good. We should have had a little bit more temples. Or we should have been, like, building these basically ASAP. We're gonna wait the month so we can build them all at once. Does it really not think we should build all of them? That's crazy, dude. Didn't we have some in this other market? Yeah, we did. Dog, that's crazy. That's crazy. Burger trade capacity is actually good now. Let's go. This might actually be worth getting. We're currently trending down on clergy and up in nobility, so we're going to side with the nobility here. There's our parliament. Ah, yes. We get the same roles. We are intentionally going to fail it, but we get different stuff here. Wow, just change policy, same religious group. We're kind of okay with same religious group. Do we want to do this to get a war, is the thing. Do we want to change on to a law that, and take a 12 stab hit to change onto it? That war we don't even like that much. Kind of don't want to fight the Papal States in Upper Bavaria. This war is kind of okay. I don't think you can pre-download, but I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of crashes for streamers, like one every 20 years or so. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad at all. We, in theory, might get CB generation on this guy. Because our subject has claims. 2 claims. Similar to 2 chains, but claims. Progress towards spiritualist. I think we actually just prefer to stay on this for now. What's nice is if you had the game, so much to do, the game isn't just flying by. Yeah. Castile's just having rev. This is a temporary thing. What's happened to Portugal is maybe the more important question. Yes. We will improve our opinion of them, which will make them better to annex later. Yeah, I think we're... This we can maybe do. Okay. Maybe we do the law change we wanted for the conciliatory trend here. We could also do some cheeky, stupid-ass war, which is probably what we're supposed to do. Because we do have naval access. Actually, I don't think we have enough levies to really push that. But we will have land access. We could declare war down here somewhere. Like Bologna. Subjugate both these guys would probably be reasonable. Let's... I don't know, what do we think, chat? Expand with some sort of chip shot out here. We also probably should push actually a little bit in the HRE. I just don't know where we're supposed to push. Probably around this guy. We could actually feed our vassals subjects as well. Just feed these all to Bamberg. Frankfurt a free city? Okay, this is probably a little bit more precise, so we're just gonna do this. Changing the laws, fine enough, but we want to actually kind of progress the board state. That doesn't increase the amount of coast CBs we have, does it? So these three, we will make sure to subjugate, and then the other ones we maybe can a little bit. We will not raise the levies where we don't have people. Or where we don't have infrastructure. We need to build bailiffs over here, though. I always forget when we're playing Austria that we have stuff over here. What resources do we have? Like, the wool is kind of okay. Nothing too crazy, though. It's not like we have silver. Feed subjects to our vassals. Most of us haven't played the game yet. Read it about to wild with new feature. Oh yeah, this is, I mean, it's kind of exploitative. It shouldn't be a thing, to be honest. But yeah, you can avoid pressure on your own diplomacy stuff just by feeding stuff to your vassals. But we're not, or I'm not doing it for that reason. I'm doing it because we actually want Bamberg to be this big block eventually, and we want him to integrate all this stuff. But we can't just give him the. We also want to vassalize, though. And we can't transfer a vassal, like, later or something like this. Or transfer, like, in terms of him getting the land, we have to, like, do it in this way. And, like, this is kind of how we're just, like, looking at it. If that makes sense. Because otherwise we would have done it with other vassals as well. Just fed them all to each other. But we will also get, from here, with all these, like, OPMs, even the ones we don't want to annex, that's going to be plus prestige for us. So it's going to be nice. Well, these guys are in it? Sure. Oh, I don't think we want to do anything against Sure. We don't care about the minus support, because we're trying to fail our parliament. We get a trend towards land. Let's go, baby. Do we want... Oh, I guess they're going after Chur anyways, whether we like it or not. Yep, just a quick war. No pain. Easy clap. Can you feed vassals to your vassals' union? I don't think it's easy to change trade. Actually, you can feed stuff to personal union. I think you just... I'm not sure who gets the antagonism hit. Sorry, I'm being stupid. I was joking about cannibalism. Oh, okay. I love that OPMs have no fort because you can occupy them in 1 month. Sometimes they build a fort, just not if they don't have money. These guys don't have enough muns for the fort. Alright, who is the war leader? This guy. So he has to be pieced out last. Let's do the thing where we're gonna forget what we're doing. Okay. Him last. And I think, if I recall correctly, these guys and these guy... Or no, not... Which ones are co-belligerents? Could we tell in here? Not really. I forgot which ones were the co-CBs. So we're going to right-click here, and we're going to transfer that to Bamberg. So now Bamberg has the occupation. Become a vassal. Very cheap. And humiliate. And war reps. Thank you. Transfer to Bamberg. I think this guy's not co-belligerated, so he should be more expensive. Make him a fiefdom of Bamberg. Not that much more expensive, though. Alright. I wish this was more interactable. Right now we have really high antagonism just with people who hate us because they're all hordes. And so it's not showing us the antagonism of the other guys, so... It's not that we're getting, like, negative on everyone. But these guys, very importantly, are not becoming our subject, they're becoming subjects of Bamberg. Which, in theory, is a very good way to avoid having to pay stuff. We're not specifically trying to abuse it, but we are just trying to juice the shit out of Bamberg. Or, like, we're trying to consolidate this area for Bamberg. More so. This one's a lot more expensive. Did we do humiliate? Yeah, we did. Excuse me? So we're going to transfer all these to Bamberg. Because I think that, well... Maybe we want our own subject here to expand out from. So... What culture is Bamberg? East Franconian. Yeah, we want to give them all the East Franconians. We maybe should have actually made a different subject here. But we're going to have the Palatinate to give us acceptance of this culture. So we're not going to need our subjects for it. So that's kind of why we were less concerned about it. But we are kind of basing this around culture to some extent. No one's really got a large amount yet. There we go. So, this guy, and sure, we could subjugate ourselves. Generalist is accepting of loud car culture, 0 tolerance. How's Timur doing? Timur generally doesn't do that well. Hey, good old bean, how's it going? You're looking sleep deprived? I am sleep deprived. I stayed up late so that I could get the thumbnails done and videos uploaded for today. I'm not seeing any Timur. I guess we could check. Timur sometimes just chills. Timur sometimes just chills. We can look at the rest of the map, see what's going on. Yuan is having issues with nobles. Delhi's already busted up. Usually they have 1 or 2 provinces somewhere and are not, like, deleted, but this might be full deletion. That is a little bit rare. Mali started to colonize. Novgorod's off to a decent start. I think we got a couple extra things. Hungary's also taking some stuff. Central Macedonia, we haven't seen that too much. That's a new one. We have the Karasids. Are they a subject of the Ottomans? They took Constantinople. It might be over for Yuan. Or are you drinking out of that big jug? We don't talk about what's in the big jug. It is impolite to ask a man what's in his big jug. Fitzcrow, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. You never ask a woman her age or what's in the big jug. The rules. Rules. I think we want tools out of here because, yeah, there's iron in this province, which is an input for tools, meaning we get a production efficiency bonus. So we would want this to be a tools province. They reordered the things in the UI there. Okay, so this guy is Swabian. So we have a couple options. We can feed him to this guy, but he's probably not going to annex him in time. Or he's probably not going to integrate it in time. I think he is Swabian, though. We already accept Swabian culture, like, to the max. We could just take it straight up. We don't have a lot of antagonism, I don't think. We're starting to generate it, but, like, it's not like we're going to have another war in the near future, so it's all going to be gone soonish. Let's see what Chur looks like in terms of subjugating them. How bad is this for us? This starts to get a bunch. It's kind of expensive. There is like a plus 100% malice for if they're in the HRE. Messing with the Holy Roman Empire, so this is 75% malice, which is generally pretty hard to overcome. I think we just tempted to annex this. Oh, it's so expensive. Yeah, I think we're just supposed to go low and slow. We're gonna vassalize these guys ourselves. And then we're gonna leave Chur alone because they weren't to co-CB. And I think that this will be a nice little chunk of antagonism for us to decay out. Something like this. To answer your question, we're actually using a new drink mix, like, to be less facetious about it, called Flavor Aid. And the one we're drinking is Cucumber Limeade. And it's in a big-ass jug of water. Do you know anything about the power mechanics with Prussia and Austria? I haven't formed Prussia yet, so I don't know Prussia. I know we can form Germany, if I'm not mistaken. Which has really good text added on. Requires we own quite a bit of land, though. Alright, we already subjugated these guys, so these guys, again, feed to Bamberg. And humiliate so that we get the prestige, which is going to help us to decay down all this antagonism. Why is that so expensive? Wait, what? Hold up. You were the War target? Why is it so much to... Oh, because he's mad about it? Oh, because we had Chur in there? What did we have in there? Yeah, okay. Alright, so our grasp extends a little bit here with a bunch of OPMs. Did we trap our army again? Yeah, we did trap our army again. That's fine. It's fine. And then now we want to trend a different value, because we can't push centralization right now. I'm thinking we push conciliatory. I think that's kind of on board with what we're trying to do here. A little bit more Diplo rep, which is going to decrease the amount of antagonism we get, which is helpful for expanding the HRE specifically. We could also push Synthesize because the game is bugged a little bit. I think we're going to push conciliatory here, because it'll push really fast. That'll be good for us. We're making a decent amount of money, so we're going to come through and just kind of... We're looking for areas that have burgers available. And I'm thinking that... we're not... I was going to say, I'm thinking we're not going to find too many. And we know we're going to want a lot of paper. And we don't have any paper yet, so we're going to put in a max stack of paper there. And then we are actually good at producing naval supplies in the capital, and we do see that it's starting to get up there. So we're going to add a few naval supplies in the capital. Because the capital has fiber crops, which is an input. And then here we have our stuff. But it's looking like most of these places are kind of stuck on pop promotions, and that is a major throttle for us. Literacy comes up, it'll be easier. Or if we go free subjects. A little bit of tension still. Hey, good morning, Muffle. How's it going? In EU4, you get massive income without careening towards cash cap, without much to build. Yeah, there's definitely a lot to build, but I'm bad at the EU4 comparisons. We definitely want someone in here. If you're pushing plutocratic, you want to make sure you have at least one burgers guy, but we're not doing that. So let's put in for this, and then let's see if there's a crown power guy. There's not. We're going to leave it open for a crown power guy. Or gal. Actually, we're not going to have one for forever. Oh. But you know what? Developed province isn't insane here. It will give us a slight... It's kind of unfortunate we don't have this, but it'll give us a slight bit of... you know, development for the purposes of these places being better at doing the textile industry, which is just generally good industry, because we'll have more development and we'll be able to build taller cities, and we'll be able to build higher building levels and this type of stuff, but also local proximity cost it'll give a slight discount on, but it'll give it on 3 locations we travel to when we're traveling to the west. And so this is probably good enough, and we have a guy with really high admin right now. It's kind of marginal. Like, this used to be 20 times as good as it was before, as it is now, dev province. But now it kind of sucks balls. But what about developing on the silver? That's another idea. That's probably good as well. We could dev here. Did they change this province a little bit? It is 8 locations. I don't hate that. Could also dev on this other silver place, which would actually be in the vein, but like the other resources aren't as much here. The thing is nominally the amount of dev we get here is just going to be terrible. Like, because of the mountains, and give minus 50% dev growth. So, and we don't want to build cities here, and dev is a little bit better in places where you want cities. It would give us more silver levels. And it is a lot of locations. I think it's a good idea. Well, I think you're thinking the right way, but I just think it just doesn't quite cut it. We're also going to want to put down more roads, because local dev growth modifiers are really, really nasty. Like, so here, there's like minus 75% dev growth, and so if we get a road over this, right, it's doubling the dev growth that this place experiences. So I guess that's actually, I was thinking of urbanizing another place, because we're running out of burgers to promote, but I think we're actually just going to fully expand the roads out all the way. And that's going to be kind of our next project. We could probably annex Scilly here as well. No, just kidding. Can we give you a market access preference? We can. Yay, that's plus 30 relations, so now we can annex. Prosperity recovery is going to be nice. We can increase the Diplo spend if we want. I don't think we want to yet. Let's do that. And then start expanding for both pushing control and for dev. Actually, let's get a little bit of sand. Looks like we're having some trouble with the sand. We're gonna build it where we already have some. Economies of scale, baby. Is your review not releasing today? Review's gonna be tomorrow. Today is going to be top 5 beginner nations, which I have to add a pinned comment that apparently Portugal's a bad idea, and then also releasing the second episode of the Venice run. I don't like sand. Yeah, me neither. It gets everywhere. It's coarse. True. Big true. You know what? You know what? We're gonna cancel this. No, we're not. It's coarse and it gets everywhere. Yeah, well, now that this is free. Oh, that's because we crashed. I forgot we crashed. Yeah. Alright. That's gonna be worth it. Yeah, we just need the sand. We'll just wait. We're gonna, like, drop, like, 500-600 on roads or something. Is our parliament coming up? No, it's not. It's the opposite of coming up. Are we... Do they keep on breaking alliance with us? Bro, we cannot keep an alliance to save our life. What the hell? This is a new phenomenon. This is not normal. God, I wish we weren't playing Austria if that's gonna be the case. It's hard for us to make moves. They keep on breaking alliances specifically with us. Is it because we get a little bit of antagonism? We didn't even get that much. What the hell? Like, why is our alliance with the Palatinate broken twice? We had one with Brandenburg. Okay, this guy does appear to be on board with the alliance, but... Our Bohemia alliance broke. What's up with that? They desire land we want, but... I'm not sure how I feel about this. Super well versed on TikToks. And 1400 hours play. We're gonna try for another alliance and try and develop favors. Because we want to accept culture a little bit better. I don't think we need... Oh, we do need a diplomat. Let's do a little bit of that. Roads. Alright, we have a full collapse on roads price. So, I think we build to the iron. Because the iron's going to really benefit a lot. And then also the wool from the increased development. And then let's go lumber too, I guess. And this is going to spike all the prices of the things. And it won't necessarily give us way better proximity, although it should improve our proximity a bit. Actually, we kind of do have decent proximity. That's fine. They are really uppity about breaking these alliances, though. Alright, now we're generating. Oh, we should join a foreign order. I have 0 hours of the game, and I've watched about 5 minutes. I declare this the greatest game of all time. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, OPB's review he put out today was much harsher than I was expecting from him. It seemed like OPB was having a fun time. I don't know. But you always get brownie points for saying the game sucks. That way people don't call you a shill. I don't think that's what OPB is doing. I think OPB, there's a lot of things that annoy OPB a lot about the game. But, like, I think he's gonna keep playing it. I don't think, I think OPB didn't have any interest in, like, playing EU4. I think he has an interest in playing, you know, this. Slovene is maybe attractive for us to accept. Actually, maybe we wanted to keep that guy around. There's no one who's Slovenian anymore. Oh, we probably wanted to keep that guy around to improve Slovenian culture. I guess we're just gonna culture convert the Slovenians, probably. Oh, we've already started accepting them. We tolerate them. Yeah, I think we just culture convert them in the next age. So we're just not gonna core this for this age. It's a decent territory, not really. If this was within our... Oh, it is within our market. I was going to say, if it's within our market, this is a little bit more of an efficient way to grab sand. We should be getting a little bit better proximity here. Yeah, we're just still going to focus on the roads here. The game doesn't suck. OPB's that it's super unpolished, which he's totally right about. Yeah, I would not say it's polished. I would say that the issues that are like not polished to me are just like super tolerable. But it's yeah, he's more of a Bavarian guy. But like, I don't think it's like relative to like Vic 3 release. I don't think it's unpolished. Relative to like Civ 7, I don't think it's unpolished. And like maybe those were like really awful releases, but like how polished, what's the bar in terms of how polished we expect the game to be, you know? My favorite game is New Vegas. I mean, I will handle EU5 being buggy, I guess. Yeah. Focus on roads, great jumping point to Carthage. True. True. I hear it's colossal. I think we still have the price collapse in here. No, we don't have the masonry collapse. Let's maybe grab a little bit more masonry, huh? So we're gonna continue to push in areas that are not the capital, that are in provinces that have either clay or stone. Vic 3 was a complete mess. Yeah, Vic 3 was insane. The UI was so bad. It was so hard to do what you wanted to do. The only reviewer you trust is PC Gamer? Hell yeah, brother. So we get cores on all this, so that's gonna be nice. We do have a city over there. I can't imagine that we'll get much value from anything other than marketplaces. We'll just max out the marketplaces. They're not too expensive, and we don't want to like try and price collapse, because we don't really have a hand in this market. Wait, is that our market here? No shot that goes to our market. Well, then we'll wait for the masonry. Bro, that's crazy work. crazy X waves. It's fantastic for marketplaces though. How are we doing on spreading? Got a little bit of Renaissance, not a lot. This could be sometimes a little bit fiddly. And then let's... Oh, what did we do? I think we went Venice. That's not the right spot. We want marble from Venice. No, we can't. We could do fish from Venice. We can import like up to 5. So we'll do that, and then we'll let the rest automate out. Ooh, the food rears its ugly head. I guess we're right at winter, so we're probably okay. Automation, please. But this is gonna be nice. All these are way more profitable, so it had stopped trading the fish, but the fish trade is what's getting us Renaissance. Or will be, once the UI updates. UI, please. Bueller? Bueller? Alright. Fair enough. This guy's an elector. So would not mind favors on him. Do we have claims yet? We do not. EU5 is huge, and I might expect a bunch of crashes. Yeah, my thing is like, EU5 is like big enough that like I'm expecting issues with a lot of like different little things because there's a bunch of stuff. Why is everyone clowning on Ludi? From stuff from a while ago. I don't really want to talk about drama, like, right on release. I think that that's something Paradox would generally not prefer. I was watching the 2-hour EU5 vid and decided to take a nap. I knew if I woke up it was still playing and over with. I woke up to stream. What? Did it just autoplay into the stream? That's funny. That's funny. Still me talking though. We could probably bailiff up here, but I think we're actually getting decent. Yeah, we're getting decent proximity here. The roads are starting to play. Like really securing roads to the extremely good resources and urban locations early on is important, but we like started with that on. But now we're getting like the secondary roads here. Got one more month on the masonry probably. Hey! The Cairo, thank you so very much for the 116. Just want to thank you for the great coverage of EU4 in your Vic 3 gameplay. Hope to see more of the US flavor mod run at some point. I'm not sure if I'll continue that run, but I'll definitely play on that mod. Thank you so very much, my guy. Much appreciated. You should PU that country to your east. We would if we could. We don't have a... Well, we don't want to deck him right now anyways. We had allied him and then he broke the alliance. I think what's happening is the AI is fiddling between wanting land belonging to us and not wanting land belonging to us. And so, I think that's what's going on. Or Cario. Sorry, I think I mispronounced your name. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we have been trying to cover the game quite a bit. I feel like I'm forgetting something. We can look a little bit more at other civilian infrastructure we can expand other than the roads, too. I think we... Oh, we don't have the temples we want? Alright, let's do that. And then let's build the trade centers over there. Because it doesn't matter that they have no control or market access, they'll still give trade capacity, so we're super okay with that. You know what? I think we're super into actually pushing the libraries really hard. The reason being is that, okay, we kind of like the cultural influence, but local max literacy is going to give percentage pop promotion speed 10%, and then we get flat pop promotion speed doubling our base. So I think we'll be a little bit aggressive about it. Do we really have this many books stored up? That's crazy, dude. I mean, okay, I guess. The thing is this is gonna... We're gonna run out of books with that. I mean, there's actually decent resources there. I think we should, if we're pushing books, we should push it here. Makes a little bit more sense. Often you can kind of forget about the books because you're just looking at the burger stuff. I think that some of these... Yeah. So, some libraries, some bridges. You'll notice, yeah, this is what we were about to say. We will run out of books. Oh, actually, that's books in the Venice market. Get wrecked. Coming out in 2 days, yep. Premiere day was the... This is the first day we could go live, yeah. Copper complaints. I have some complaints about some ancient Sumerian copper. But you see how all of these have stalled out? That's not that big a deal. We'll get a bunch of demand for a bunch of stuff as a result. Not a big deal. Oh, we could do paper out of Vienna, too. That just clicked. The paper... I mean, we can't now because the masonry is expensive. It's going to take forever to clear it, but... yeah, we can do paper well, because paper uses fiber crops initially, and then it switches to using wool or cloth. But right now it's using fiber crops, so it'd actually go really hard in Vienna. Because we have fiber crops there. We are decaying all of our estates. Seeing if there's something we want to put in. I think we actually just want trade capacity, and the progress towards innovative. Let's just take the trade capacity here. It's just like strictly good. I don't think we want figurehead. I think figurehead is... We oppose. Not like this. He's like lowering the authority of the HRE. Fund farming estates is a little bit attractive. I think we're gonna do that. Yeah, the other ones don't look too positive for anything. Support Noble Arts does give you a bunch of recovery on your nobles, so you can get your nobles to max satisfaction. So if you're going to click a bunch of buttons that'll upset your nobles, that is actually decent, but I don't think we're going to be doing that, so... let's kind of see how many points we have to work with here. Closing the borders isn't the worst. We can get another 28%. So it looks like, okay, it looks like we can get to 100 total support. How do we best support Generalist? Just using his code? Yeah, the code, if you're buying the game for full price, if you're not planning on buying the game, don't just buy the game just to use the code. But using code Generalist in all caps on the website to purchase the game, the Paradox Interactive website, will send 12% of the sale my way, which is quite a bit. That's actually like the amount that I'm gonna be getting out of the code, or have gotten off the code, is like literally half the income I've made off of YouTube for the year. It's like a lot for me. Like a lot. I blanked on what we were doing. We're trying to figure out what we want to do with our parliament support. I mean, we have some guys who we want to go in on. We don't really want to fight Tyrol yet. I wanted to ally Tyrol. Maybe this just doesn't... Oh, the approach I wanted to have just maybe doesn't work because of... Bro, why do they... Oh my god, I understand now. They just made the AI so much more aggressive by just making them desire land, and now you just can't have allies. I feel like... Because it just feels impossible to get allies now. And okay, you kill the AI's hug boxes, I guess? Typhoon, thanks for the follow. If so, how do we want to fight this? Tyrol's big right now. Two forts. We subjugated someone in here. Who did we subjugate again? What's the best map mode for doing that? Alright. Is there a subjects map mode? I know it was a Swabian. I just don't know, is it literally here? No. Should I just not have eyes? It's not Ulm. I don't remember subjugating Ulm. Where's our subject? Did we like misclick somewhere? Bro, am I going crazy? I could have sworn we had a subject. Like in here. I guess not. Okay. It was some hall one? Yeah, I don't... Maybe our subject got bricked by a rev. Sometimes if you have a one subject miner, they can get bricked by a rev. It's kind of annoying. I think that's probably what happened. Because the rev pops and then the rev automatically wins. Because there's only one location. And then... You just bought the premium edition with the code. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Detau and... Derschel-Lopper, thank you for the follows, big nice. So there's some merit to going after, like, this guy. we want something that's kind of a layup and also gives us decent expansion. This looks pretty good. Conceptually. Could go after this guy as well. Who's actually really obnoxious because he just has a bunch of locations all over the place. Yeah, I actually kind of like this. And then Ortenburg, I think it's just an OLM. So we can just subjugate them and annex them kind of quick. Do we want to go after one of their subjects? I don't think we want to go after Tyrol. So what happens if we co-belligerate these guys? Padua. Padua vassalization we kind of are into. And then Bologna is not even in the HRE, so we could just subjugate him alongside. And then we could take off of Mantua this location. Mantua has something that we can release as a subject, so I actually really like this war. So we'll start with fabricating CB on this guy. And then we'll just fabricate on this. Okay, so that's thing one. And then we have enough to do another one? Do we want to do another war here? Probably. Why not go after Salzburg? We could go after Salzburg. It's a little bit of a bigger war. But it's maybe not too big a war. Yeah, no, I like Salzburg too. I don't think we need to co-CB anyone, but we can burn that bridge when we get to it. I don't think, so like, ideally there's someone of South Bavarian culture that we want to ask for improved cultural opinion on. But the real rub is, like, if we actually can't maintain alliances, it's just, like, not, like, that's just not feasible. And it just seems like it's actually impossible to maintain alliances. I think sometimes there are over-adjustments to concerns of people. People are concerned about, what is it, AI aggression. So now we have this thing where, like... I guess we're just gonna see zero alliances. There's no hug boxes anymore, though. Yeah, so let's get that in. Hey, thank you for the €10, Shardik. Here's my contribution to your content creation. Bought EU5 basically the same day it came out on Steam as Bible. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. Cleanse the borders, full annex. We are not full annexing. That's way too much. Alright, we're going to change to closed borders, and then reduce opinion, and then build a marketplace, and get a CB on Salzburg. Okay. Let's lead off with this guy with the co-belligerate on him. Let's also, are we, yep, we're getting also favors off of him just from being in the alliance. He's kind of stuck around, I guess. I think we just need to do one of these. To be fair, if we... No, we can't. Sometimes it doesn't let you co-belligerate multiple people. I'm not sure the rules on that. Okay. Oh, Tyrol is a co-belligerant that really doesn't... So maybe let's do this war first. This guy would be decent to subjugate. really add a ton here. Aquilea is also part of there. That's making the kind of alliance matrix a little bit strong though here. Hey LH, thank you for becoming a member. Big nice. You must be the person with the most hours in the game. I mean, Johan has more than me. Can you convert Austria to Horde? Not as far as I know, but... Well, I mean, I think you can form another country as a Horde. But make Austria a Horde type? Not that I know of, but I haven't tried to look for this type of thing. When does the boho disaster start? I don't know. Change the highest channel tier membership should be a specialist, not like this. I think that, yeah, we didn't like Mantua as a co-CB. Just gotta shop around a little bit, you know? Do we actually want to do something with these guys? I mean, far this way, they are a decent subject. We don't have a subject in that direction. And we could feed stuff to him. What is culture? We could get a little bit of more acceptance. We probably won't use him for cultural acceptance, but we can feed him everywhere that is in there. That's Scrum. I mean, it feels kind of nice. Is this guy super expensive? No. Oh, but we don't want to fight Trier. We don't want to fight Trier. We kind of don't want to fight the electors. I mean, this looks free because it doesn't add any extra guys, and we get to go after Verona and Salzburg. We could subjugate Verona. Do whatever with Salzburg. There's probably going to be a decent amount of antagonism anyways. Between just the two of that, so that's probably fine. Alright, where's this coming from? Salzburg being co-belligerent with good relations. Fair. So, let's send an insult. And then Verona was the one we used. Yeah. January 5th, we get it in. We raise all the levies, and then we don't raise the ones over here. We don't have control over there, so we're not going to have very many levies. Not worried about that. Something like this. Let's get you guys back. Alright. We'll have you guys come here. Come here. Wait, did it auto-call in boho? There's boho in here. Why are all these guys in here? Oh, they're just moving about? Okay. So, war goal is ticking. We might be able to split into two. Let's just take a look how big the AI armies are. Yeah, so we will, with a split, be able to handle most anyone. So let's maybe come down. Alright, so split up. Gonna head south to deal with that. I think that they're bigger. You head this way. We'll give it a little bit of a thing. Halloween's over now. And it should have a 1% chance of disregarding all differences in military power and declaring war using the insult CB. Honestly, they should be more likely to do stupid shit like that when they have, low, like, diplomacy or low admin or something. Why did I say not to play the Papal States? So part of, like, learning the game is, like, learning how to handle all of this, but the Papal States just get this huge, enormous, just brick of money that just completely invalidates all the analysis that relates to this, and so, I think that it's bad because it's not because the Papal States is unplayable or difficult or something like this, but because you're not going to actually, like, learn how to play the game. Or you functionally won't have to engage with an entire system, like, you know what I mean? Okay, let's lower the game speed a little bit. This is kind of flying. And we have to play a little bit, tight. So Salzburg is going to be something we need to fort up. Or are we gonna have to go after a fort? Same with there. We could go stand on the fort just to start, but I don't think that's what we want to do. Let's siege this. In theory, we want to focus on Salzburg second because they are the war leaders, so we don't want to piece them out first. We don't mind losing support. We also don't mind losing prestige. Kind of mind losing stab, so... We could also try and think out what our peace deal is going to look like for these guys. Can we subjugate Salzburg? We can, so that's probably going to be what we want on Salzburg. How expensive is that? Base 22. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. We might be able to make a subject over here then too. And these guys. We want to nab someone that's at least 2 locations. 5 war speed is too much? Bro, I'm not good at the like, moving the units around. That is not my forte. I mean, we definitely could win the war on 5 speed. The question is, like, you're trying to, like, minimize losses as well. Like, which is one of why, like, so if you just lose a ton of guys in your wars, like, and you get some extra pop, like, pop's one of the most valuable resources, and pop's, like, in your main kind of area is, like, even more valuable, and so, like, conquering just a small bit of territory and then losing, like, several thousand pops is, like, not worth it, you know? And so we are trying to preserve our, like, nest egg, because the pops we have will also grow. You know what I mean? And so we are decreasing, like, the exponential growth, like, nest egg of that, like, we start with by virtue of having, like, really big slappy wars at the start. Or this is a reason to avoid those big ass wars. So we want to take 2 locations for Reggio. And so we're gonna have to take these 2. This is what we want off Mantua. Fwah, that's so much. We didn't co-CB Mantua. I guess maybe that's not doable. If we take just 1, the problem is they can rev and get free. Maybe we take 1 and risky to get the bisky, but I think Verona actually has a ton of cores. Yeah, so us just subjugating Verona makes sense. Let's let these guys roam free. And we're gonna detach a siege and maybe try and take everything that is not, yeah. Just try and siege everything else. Try and play a little bit more precise. But, so like that battle we lost like 500 pops and it's like, We're gonna subjugate like 30 or 40,000 pops worth of guys maybe this war, something like this. Union formed. Union formed. Nice. I guess. Cognatic premature. So I think this will usually have the same line for us. I mean, we could check. What's the difference between the two? Score for male, legally male, years of age. Score for male, legally male, years of age, is unsuited to rule -1,000. We could swap onto this, but I don't know what qualifies as unsuited to rule. So, Victoria 3 player, I'm not good at moving the units around, basically. Should we check on the Prodigy daughter? Yeah, sure, let's check on her. I think that's her. Look at these stats, baby. She's only 10 and she's smarter than we are. Damn, the truth hurts. Better admin. I just finally let the AI run the military for me for most times. Hey man, huge fan of the Vic 3 spreadsheet. Want to buy EU5? Use your code? Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. It's definitely, like, not to get, like, too into, like, the weeds, but generally speaking, from the perspective of, like, making videos and stuff like this, I try and cater to the people who are, like, more the regulars. But what I mean by the regulars is, like, the people who are playing, like, a larger chunk of hours a week, let's say, and are consuming more content, or are on forums, or, like, this type of stuff. And generally speaking, this is not smart from a content perspective, because you want to appeal to a wider audience, because a view from a regular is worth just as much as a view from, like, a casual player, right? And I'm not trying... I think casual players and regulars, like, it's all fine, like, whatever people happen to be. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make as much sense because there are way more casual players than there are, like, hyper-regs. And so, what this means is that you should, like, appeal to a more casual audience, just in terms of how you make your videos and this type of thing, because it just financially doesn't make sense to do anything other than that. However, if a lot of the regulars use my code, and, like, Paradox keeps these code things around, then it doesn't matter that I get significantly less views per video. Just because, like, the code has been absolutely huge for me. As far as content creators go, I'm doing better than most of the other content creators in terms of the code. You could just call it Snow Lifers, it's okay. No, but I don't... There's a lot of people who play a lot, consume a lot of material, and still, like, have a life and do stuff. I'm a casual player that watches you? Yeah. I think that there's definitely... Well, I think that, like... I don't think I capture a large segment of the casual audience. But I can upload, like, several videos a day and still get a decent chunk of watch time. So the people who do watch me a lot, but not a lot of people watch me, if that makes sense. And that's, like, not smart for videos from, like, several perspectives. One, you have to do more volume to get the same amount of views, and, like, two, you're not going to get sponsors, and so financially it's just, like, doesn't really make that much sense. But if more of the regulars use my code, or just, I guess more of the casuals too use my code, if more people just use my code, then I don't have to have this strategy where I, like, try and capture necessarily a super wide audience. Make sure it's balanced. In theory, we should micro cavalry to the flanks here, but I'm just, we're expecting to, like, rebalance armies a little bit too often for that to, like, feel good. My hours played does not reflect my passion for the games because I got a lot of things going that require attention IRL. Yeah, like, it's... Regulars and casuals might not be the right words. These are probably not the right words. I'm just used to it from, like, poker. Like... I don't think we want that. Does hard mode make the AI more aggressive? It doesn't make them more aggressive, it gives them, like, bonuses, if I recall correctly. So are these guys all trapped in the mountains like idiots? Maybe. But I was thinking I need to, like, try and appeal to a wider audience, like, more, and, like, from just, like, a YouTube perspective, and this is maybe okay if I don't, if a lot of people are going to use my code. The more educated players not like this. The players start throwing shade at each other. How long does the code last? I think it just might be part of Paradox's new strategy where they're just going to give a fat cut to creators because they think that creators cause them to sell a lot more copies of games. But I think that creators don't necessarily sell more copies in a very direct way. I think it's more of a macro like thing where, like, in the long term, having people who feel like valued by Paradox producing videos and like this type of thing is probably good for them. And having more people have it be financially viable for them to produce content is probably good for the Paradox, and that this is a way to inject money into that like ecosystem. I'm not sure we win those battles up there with just this stack. No, not my gumdrop buttons. Not my stack. My stack. My siege progress. No. Aragon professed trust in us. Brother, we don't want anything to do with you. Aragon is Aragon we want nothing to do with. The reason we want nothing to do with Aragon, just to be clear, is because they get dogpiled by Castile and France every single game. We wanna be using that stuff. Actually, we have good relations with him. Do we annex anyone? I think we do want to annex this guy. We don't want to annex Bamberg right now. But this guy's fine to annex. So our progress on Verona got bricked, unfortunately. They're both pissed at us. Unfortunate. Do we have to give out a noble privilege? We could just also eat the rev. It's not that big a deal. Just a lot of clicking when you have a rev. We do want this in eventually, and this war is actually a bit of a vibe, so we'll go with that. My friend's gonna buy it me, I'll remind her to use a code. Thank you so very much. I do appreciate it. Yeah, it's significantly changed how I think I'm gonna view content creation if this is gonna be a long-term strategy from Paradox. Spoofing Brit is reaching casuals, and that's okay. Yeah, Spiff, that would be an example where he has, like, a lot of people who are watching his videos are not playing at least, or playing or watching at least 1 hour of Paradox content a week. Let's put it like that. Right? And, like, the people who are in that boat, like, aren't going to be buying using an affiliate code. And also, the people who buy using an affiliate code, they're just getting it from one person, right? So you have to be, like, the one. You have to be the guy. Which is, I think, more conducive towards the... My release schedule is generally a little bit more aggressive when I'm on top of things. We wanted to switch this to... Oh, we're already on conciliatory. Perfect. That's what we wanted. Now, though, I think we actually want to do a little bit of recovery effort. Because things be looking grim. Woo-boo, thank you for the tier 1. I'm sorry I didn't catch that earlier. Trajan OP, thank you for the Prime subscription. I use it very much. Much appreciated. Linz is a better city, so we're just gonna click this. Thank you so very much. Wait, that's us occupying them. What am I doing? The stripes are having me confused because there's stripes of different colors. Not like this. Not like this. Broke by no pre-order rule for EU5 because the N thousands of hours in other Paradox games, and I bought it on PDX instead of Steam so I could use the code. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. The Paradox code is Steam too. I think the Steam is getting their cut. Yeah, Steam gets their cut still. It doesn't allow Paradox to dodge. I think they might get less of a cut. I don't really know exactly how that shakes out. Oh, we have this to deal with too. We'll maybe send the army up that way. Let's... Brother, are they fighting Boho and us at the same time? That's grim. Rough. What a time to not be alive / be dead inside. Playing as those guys. Alright, so we do have this again. I think we will... No, we're already improving relations. Okay. We're an ally with these guys, but I think we'll just improve more. Just keep things heading up. We maybe should actually just cut Diplo spending if we're floating this much. We want to ally Hungary and get the cultural acceptance, but he's not cooperating with us. Maybe Milan's a good person to have good relations with. We'll just go with Milan here. I do believe Steam gets their cut no matter what. Does Paradox have to pay the 30 cents because it's still going Steam code? It's not genius. If not, it's genius on their part. I believe they still have to pay cut. Maybe it's less, but I do think that they have to. We're catching up on chat a little bit. What's the next Paradox game you could spread into? I don't know if I could try and jump into Hoei. This is also like this was also just a gargantuan investment of my time to be able to jump into this game. Like, just, spread into, or yeah, it's... I'm not sure... I have, like, I mean, I guess I could try and do UE5, but UE5's not even announced. And there's no, like, pseudo-devs for it. So... let's maybe get ready to siege over here. Is there another... yeah, there is another province here. Where's the capital of it, though? There? Alright, fair. We'll siege that done. Reason why I picked your code was because how much spreadsheet and drawing content you did during the content drought. Yeah, I was trying to do that largely for the people who cared and were trying to get information but couldn't. That's why I answered every single, or I responded to every post on Reddit for a while. I stopped once there was, like, much more flow of information. Did we not unsiege the thing we needed to? Over here? Oh yeah, we didn't. Where's the capital? I thought we unsieged that. Oh, pain then. Let's see what this looks like. What's the damage if we just vassalize this? Jesus. We're gonna vassalize them, we're gonna vassalize them, and then we're gonna vassalize them. That might be just too much antagonism. I think we have, like, none right now, though. Honk honk. Well, we did not co-CB these guys, and we CB/co-CB the other two, so maybe that's okay. Really, it starts to... Whether or not someone's co-CB'd matters a lot less in the HRE, because the modifier gets diluted out really heavily by the messing with this modifier, so... I think we go for it. Let's get our war reparations and our humiliation on, too. Also, getting them out of the war is kind of nice. We have banking coming on up. In fairness, if I hadn't pre-ordered the second I could, I would have used your affiliate code to buy. I'm hardly active in the chat, but I watch most of your videos. Thank you, thank you. I don't think I see you chat very often. In terms of your screen name. That makes sense. I appreciate it. You can cancel the pre-order anytime before release if you wanted to. This is also true. But it's... I don't necessarily like it to ask people to click the TDM buttons. I think we want excellent diplomacy because this makes us take less antagonism. As much as we'd like the satisfaction. Which one of these is the province capital? So, for those of you who don't notice, we're looking up here for the one that's silver. You could also look on the map for a flag. So, you see here, Linz has a flag. So that's the provincial capital. Where did our food go, dog? Not like this. Where were we getting it from? That works. See, this is a similar amount, but it's more locations than the other guy. And this is also notably Italian, which helps out a lot, because it's, what is it, Italians and Germans will both get pissed at, like, different rates. Or they care if you go after Italians and Germans, they don't care if you go after the other one, so... Wait, what's this? Surely you're amenable now. There we go. And then let's check how things look for us here. With Salzburg vassalization. So Upper Bavaria, Salzburg, Freising, and Lower Bavaria will all join a coalition. So, which is the one that wasn't a Bavaria? But this also will brick alliances if this gets, like, too close. But alliances have been being bricked anyways, so Freising. So let's do this. Oh, these guys are our subject, though. Are they not? No, we're planning on attacking them. In that case, we gotta do this. We gotta get them from joining a coalition, because we don't want to randomly pip a fight with the Bavarias, because of that. I'm not sure what we're going after Trevieso for, though. I guess it's just going to be the combination of or Aquileia. I don't think we co-CB'd these guys, so, like, this stuff would be expensive as hell. We could maybe link up our locations, though. Like, this is kind of attractive. It would be mainly the non-Germans getting upset about this. I'm 99% sure Steam does not get a cut if you don't purchase on their store. I'm pretty sure they do. Removal of the launcher game and having mods managed to make the menu exciting. Let's catch up on chat a little bit. How's Portugal? Portugal, I think, is good, but apparently they're not doing so hot. Apparently Castile goes for them this patch. Steam keys generally, Steam doesn't get anything if sold outside itself. Tornado, thank you for the 20 Canadian. Bought the game before I found out about your feeling good. Here's the cut, Chief. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, my guy. I appreciate it. Wowza. Man, so much support today. Thank you so much. After 5 hours of the game and you're not age of discovery, pacing seems slow. To be fair, I'm also interacting in chat and stuff like this, and sometimes explaining stuff rather than just playing through, you know? Because, like, some things it's like, I would just play the thing rather than... If that makes sense. Steam can't legally enforce getting a cut if sold outside of Steam, but there may be a backroom deal. I think it's... I mean, I'm not like 100% sure, but I very strongly feel that you can't, they just don't let you be on their platform if you do that. Like, they don't let you use their infrastructure, they don't let you have your cake and eat it too. You cannot both use Steam's infrastructure and also deny them the cut. I think is the way it works. Let's look at, so masonry is still an issue. Why is masonry staying an issue? We've expanded several masons and we're subsidizing it. So we're gonna look for more locations that kind of foot the bill of having stone or clay in the province. And just push the masons. Masons will never drop in price, so same with the lumber mills, so those you can always like go for pushing. Oh, that's free Ferrara, holy shit. Let my people go. Actually, in that case, we might just want to peace out now. We're gonna get CBs on Verona later or CBs on this guy from Verona. So it's super fine. The only thing we would maybe want to go for Mantua, but we already got some Italian antagonism. Yeah, I think we're actually just fine just doing the peace deal here now. Salzburg becomes a vassal, just as long as this doesn't put the guy who we want to deck into a coalition. Freising it does, for now. We could stand down our army and deck before the war starts. The thing is, you can't do this with raised armies. We could also just wait a few months. I guess it's just wait a few months. We kind of like the pop growth off of this. So 52, so it's another 2 or 3 months. Do you think people are expecting, do you think people will get what they're expecting on EU5 on release? I think a lot of people will. I think some people just have unreasonable expectations and some people have lower like, I think generally speaking, when games release, 40% of people will dislike the game, 40% of people will like the game, and it's like 20% in the middle that you're actually like, the quality of the game matters. Because a lot of it is just like how people are. Like, if we want to talk about people's expectations, I think people are going to have a lot of fun, or they're going to bounce off the game, kind of. And if people are really, really frustrated by, like, weird little fiddly things, like the UI not being perfect and this type of stuff, they'll probably run into some stuff. But overall, I think if you're, like, not of that persuasion, I think you'll have a good time with the game. is my overall perspective. I'm trying to remember which guy we have. Well, we can get a vote headed in this direction. No, just kidding. I think we've already improved relation with Mainz. Have we not? Okay, so Mainz, we can improve 87 over time. Let's go. Keeping in good with the electors. And Freishing is out. How much time do we have on our CB on them? We got a couple of years. Alright, I think we take the humiliation instead of the gold. And this will be good for us. Wait, what? Okay, it said Verona. It said Verona in all those spots. I was like, excuse me? Let's get this guy out of Ferrara territory so that our cavalry unit can actually get back home. Thank you. Oh, we could actually take some stuff off of this guy first. I mean, how much is... Yeah, I just don't think this is worth the... Now he won't accept it. Just kidding. Alright, cool. And then I do think we want to improve relations just to get them out of kind of the danger zone. And so we'll probably deck once we have an available diplomat. And then merge these two guys together. And there we go. That is our expand. And we get the war score cost right at the very end there. Cute, cute, cute. Can't believe the game comes out in 2 days. Was watching TikTok talks since the 3rd or 4th. Yeah, I mean, like, going to bed last night, I was, like, exactly the same. Semi-Lurker here, stepping up, just got gifted membership too. Thank you so very much. You're gonna have, you're going to have to hand in your Lurker badge now? Yeah, basically. He chat. Everyone show a spotlight on him. Cancel alliance. I like how cabinet actions can still work without the character in charge, as if the action is being carried out by a team. Character used side just was exceptional. Yeah, it just gives bonuses to the team. We could embrace banking right now. I think that we're going to not just let it spread a little bit more and go for some of the pro-army stuff. I think we're going to go for aristocracy for the plated knights upgrade. Into armory. Actually, well, we kind of would like just the cavalry upgrade, but then we're gonna need... Let's just go armory. I think armory is a little bit more straightforward. Portugal is good. Except it's not. Levies can't reinforce, so they suck overseas in offensive wars, but I was wondering if they stay relevant for defense. Right now, levies effectively, like, you could just keep re-raising them infinitely, which is, like, not entirely WOD. So you have to play around that. But yeah, the AI will re-raise the levies a lot. Other you're getting support, I really hope the game does well for you. Yeah, same. I like kind of all into the game to some extent, like sinking several thousand hours into, or like actually probably sinking 2,000 hours if you include all the Tinto Talk coverage and everything just in total. It is a lot. Recently lost a massive court case against Fortnite. Precisely the issue, Steam was set up precisely in a way to achieve monopoly for online video game decision. Oh, interesting. Yeah, was expecting them to join a coalition, so this should actually brick our alliances, unfortunately. But we kind of wanted that full shebang on the peace deal. Like, if we look at the diplomacy, like, things look pretty good for us now. really moving things along at a decent clip, while still saying, keep people happy. So I found a Steam partner policy on keys on Steamworks site, making the keys to redeem is free. So as long as they're not, so they're not doing 30% cut, but they can't give non-Steam a better deal than Steam customers. Gotcha. So, oh, that's very interesting. So they are just making more money by getting people to use affiliate codes. I mean, if they stick with it, this fundamentally like changes the game in terms of how I can approach things, because I can just try and appeal more to the regulars. Because the regulars only use one Steam code, right? So the promo codes are cuts for creators, no discount, etc., with disadvantaged Steam customers. Yeah. So that's an interesting way to like almost try and get around that. So they can't make it more attractive, but they can make the people who make the videos it effectively give you like a free $12 dono, right? Interesting. Do you think a lot of people on Reddit are angry because EU5 is not EU4? I think some people are very angry, and that those people tend to be more vocal, so it looks like more angry than actually are. But I definitely think some people are upset. I think they're stressed, pressed, and depressed. Alright, this is a big enough collapse that we're gonna go for this, and right now, we don't have super big preferences on where we're building roads to. We just, like, want to get these roads down. Well, allow me to rephrase. We're building roads to literally everywhere except this segment, which involves us building through several locations not in our territory. Actually, you know what? We could just do, like, a little bit of, like, this action. And that's a big portion of our spend. We're just gonna shift click here and see what it wants to build. It wants to build them all everywhere. I'm pretty sure we already have all this, but shift click those as well. Because we did integrate some territories. I don't think we integrated anything that was urban. No? Alright. We're pretty close to getting our diplomat. Reddit's angry by default. My disappointment with EU5's lack of wealth, SOL, limiting. Yeah, that'd be hard to do, though. Do you remember you? Nightmare Mr. Whimsy. Nightcore Mr. Whimsy. I must admit, I do not recall. I apologize. I think we still like this war. We have time to deck it, though, right? When's this CB gone? December, so we have a little over a year. I put virtually all my hours of Vic 3 at launch or more or less, and I haven't played it much since then. Yeah, if you put it in at launch, you're a real, like, hero. Joe Pro, thank you for the 20 months. One of the longest subscribers. Much appreciated, Joe Pro. How are you doing? How you be? We're trying to catch up on chat. I might have to skip through some of the chat. I'm trying to read all of them and also play and progress, and I think that that's not possible for me. Normal for Paradox players, people view the new version of the game based on the previous version with all the DLCs. Yeah, but like I think even if you do that, like there's like 30 situations, and the situations are scaffolded for content, and like a bunch of people have unique stuff. I think even with that criteria, like they're still doing pretty reasonably well. Like despite my thinking that criteria being unreasonable. Our research focus was Diplo. The prox is always attractive, though. I like Go Feral for proximity impact. Do we have available a Crown Power character yet? No, we don't. I don't think we're very soon coming to it. But I think we'll get back on this for the reasons we had it before. I think we'd rather have that, yeah. This guy is actually, you know what, we should have picked the other guy, I think. This guy's stats are ass. This guy actually has medium stats on the other things. And sometimes we do, like, shift it around a little bit. Did we set our guy back on? No, we didn't. I'm not sure we have a full push. We already have a full push towards conciliatory. In that case, I think we just push Aristo, actually. And we're going to be pushing towards 80. Do we have anything we could give out that we want to that gives the aristocracy? I guess maybe not. I don't think there's any aristocracy stuff in this, yeah. Alright, we're gonna push to 80. Paradox keeps the 18%. Yeah, I guess in that case they really, I'm actually making them a lot of money. If people would otherwise have bought on Steam. If they otherwise would have used another person's code, then it's maybe not the right way to look at it. Alright, who do you have to... Great relations with Tyrol is the issue. We have a year. So we have enough growth to do it. Oh, they're at 152? Say it ain't so. Yeah, it's still... Oh, we could just let the CB go. Is it worth 20 stab to declare this war? When we already, like, are pretty pressed on the antagonism anyway. I think it's probably not. I think we're just supposed to let the CB go. There's no way for us to... We don't have enough... Oh, we have so much Diplo rep, we can actually get up to 20. That's insane. Okay. So I think we can just get favors on Tyrol then. It's kind of nuts. God, we have so much Diplo rep. Wait, what is our Diplo rep? We have actual 20? What the fuck? Oh, Prestige is a big one that we're not used to. In addition to all this stuff. Is there an event to get stuff with Hungary? Not quite, not really. He's road maxing chat. Trying. Sorry, I'm gonna skim chat and catch up. I apologize. I just pre-ordered the deluxe edition with your code. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated. I hope it gets you more great content for the game, or just helps you. It definitely helps me. I have like 30 hours of videos prepped for this week, though. If that qualifies as more content. We're probably gonna go... We're gonna keep streaming for a little while longer. My benchmark was we go 10 hours if we have at least 500 viewers, but we're just slightly under 500, so we're gonna keep going. Do religions have crown power adjustments to having way bigger royal families? Well, it's so much easier if you get to have 4 marriages, so it's much easier for, like, yeah, the polygamous nations to do better. More than happy to improve culture. That improves satisfaction down the road for us, so that's kind of a nice thing. So we need to think about whether we want to deck on this guy or not. Ugh. 20 stabs, like, kind of a lot. We have a lot of antagonism already. We're doing okay in Parliament and actually maintaining a decent chunk of CBs. In theory, I think we should actually be CBing out of the HRE or just, like, far away from us, but that's, like... I know that you guys don't necessarily like the kind of weird, strange play. No, I think we're gonna let that CB go. A little bit of a discipline thing. I wonder what the concurrent player count will be at release. Yeah, I wonder if it will break 100k. I think your share compared to the other keys viewed as a bump from pre-release. How you filled in content for people who are desperate for it with spreadsheet and drawing. Yeah, I definitely think that the fact that I made a bunch of videos and this type of stuff for the people who were much more regular, that's why a big part of why they use my code, or at least that's what they're telling me. Do you think it's worth turning on automation for what is worth the time to micro? I think if you are trying... Well, it depends what your goals are entirely. Like, 100% depends what your goals are, right? If your goals are to, like, conquest as quickly as possible, no. And you don't necessarily need that big an edge over the AI to outperform the AI. So, like, if you don't need that big an edge, then, like, yeah, we can't construct anything with all these roads. Putting in so much buy orders for sand and lumber and this type of stuff, the prices are just gonna be expensive. But, like, for me, it's, like, kind of, like, just... I'm playing the game to be details-oriented to some extent anyway, so I'm just gonna be details-oriented, even if it's gratuitous. Like, keeping the construction queue going in Victoria 3, in terms of painting the map, is just completely irrelevant after a certain point, right? It's just gratuitous. And I don't care that much that it's gratuitous. Yeah, if we were gonna stream longer, we probably should have gotten food as well. Or, like, if we're looking to play, like, 12 hours, we probably could do that, though. Problem with Paradox games is most of the audience is Europe and then in America. That wouldn't be a problem if we go another 6 hours. But yeah. YOLO the war? Oh, it's too late. Sorry, chat. I think we might just get the exact same war. The thing is we're probably supposed to generate favors on someone. We're definitely supposed to use our diplomats because we have them. Why can't we generate favors on you? Okay, fair, I guess. Let's take a look at our ally, or our subjects. We can improve relations with these guys, especially if we're looking to annex them in the near future. Or just in general, because we are floating quite a bit of some of this juice. I feel like Paradox's monetization model would be received far differently if it was not for the monthly subscription option and the multiplayer DLC. Yeah, I mean, I almost think of it as a subscription game, based game. You just have to pay, like, in intervals, and you can, like, opt out easier, and it's not on auto renewal or something like this. Because functionally, like, it's very similar to a subscription. Seems achievement for getting 100 stab, legitimacy, and prestige is the hardest in the game. No, there are events that really kick you up a ton of those things, and if you once you get the prestige slider, if you want to pay for it, no, that's not too bad. So, oop, not the right place. Actually, I think we could still push. Yeah, we can still push this with the cabinet action. Let's change. With the parliament going, we will get to 0.62, so we can push it a little bit more, and then we free up our guy. We can promote urbanization. Qualifications are an issue. How much money is Marburg worth to us? Or do we want Marburg as an urban place anyways? Probably. Let's take a look at the province. The province has sand in it. And livestock. We actually do want that location urban. Which means we're probably not getting a CB this round. Let's go for it though. Conduct a census is also kind of nice, a little bit of pop growth. Yuck. We don't want to click that. Alright, we're probably clicking through again, but we're not going to click unless we, like, need to. We're going to see if we get events. It's kind of a little bit of a rough parliament for us. It's just kind of not rolling what we want. Is there a special event to get a PU with Hungary? There might be a special event to get a PU, but not to, like, annex them or something like this. Generally, it's a little bit, the events to, like, annex people and PU people are generally a little bit more muted in this. So this is what we were hoping to roll. Income's kind of up a decent amount. We could look at this. We haven't looked at our tax-based graph. Nice little come up. This is probably when we were building a lot, and then we, like, kind of stalled out on the buildings, or haven't been building. We do need these roads to finish, though, but look at our sweet, sweet proximity map mode now. I feel they need to really roll into the main game, the DLCs, the old DLCs, so the price isn't entirely ridiculous. Yeah, but then you use the, we're gonna let it slide. You just use the subscription after a certain point. The fact that you've been streaming since noon, the game start is at 13:37, it's only 13:74, is currently amazing. Yeah, you can definitely play faster than I am playing. And we would be, if we were just solo playing, we would be playing faster, but... not sure if you know, but how dynamic with country names? There's a lot of, like, location, dynamic naming for locations, but, it's, it depends on the location. There's a lot of it, though. Halababa, thank you for the new Prime subscription. Big Dice. Bloof, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I don't think we were clicking any more buttons because we want to pass the urbanization, yeah, so... We're just letting this parliament go through. So it'll be a little bit more of a quiet 5 years here. But that's kind of okay. We have, like, plenty of, stuff that we got going on. And here is nice for glass. So we'll just slap it all down there, because it's got sand for the input. Actually, wait. Just double check. Yeah, the prices are collapsed. So now we can come through and start expanding stuff on the prices, or stuff again. There's lumber here. Lumber is going to be nice for a couple things. We don't really want to push the carpentry stuff, because we don't... Actually, we have a lot of lumber, don't we? The more lumber you have, the more you can kind of fiddle with this. Yeah, we don't have a huge surplus, though. If we had a really, really big surplus, we would want to push the carpentry, but carpentry is, like, relatively inefficient. Dangars, thank you for the follow, Big Nice. Do nations like Russia form very often? Not a huge amount. We see 2 Sicilies every game. So... Yeah, alright, we're fully caught up. So, we could consider... Alright, let's... What's most efficient is almost certainly going to be the silver is not fully expanded. We're actually going to expand out the silver, I think, all the way, just in case, because we don't want to forget to expand it at this point. Eventually, the qualifications are going to come, and so I think that that'll be fine enough. And we have enough money that we don't necessarily have to be hyper, like, perfect execution on things. Let's open the RGO builder and see what's up. Let's filter... let's look for stuff that is not fully expanded, and yeah, just not fully expanded is fine enough filter. Actually, no deficit of laborers as well. That's fine, I think. And then we're looking at something for them. Paper's probably going to be good, because the paper maker skill does demand wood. So let's expand that there. We have a distillery guild there, paper maker there. We have some extra guys here. To be fair, don't hate getting marketplaces. Normally we don't like building marketplaces close to market capital, but this is kind of not a very good province in terms of the RGOs, so it's kind of okay. I think there's wood in here. There's lumber, we just don't own it yet. We're still recruiting up there, still recruiting up there. Notice the farther we get from the capital, the worse our qualifications are. Control is a huge throttle, especially if you don't have other bonuses, which we don't. Because we're being super greedy right now, like greedy pigs, and by we I mean me, and trying to stay serfdom when we probably shouldn't. Like a greedy pig. Alright, iron's gonna be nice. This is not in the... I think it's either not in the Vienna market or it's just barely. Yeah, it's just barely. I don't know how this is in the Vienna market, but like it has 0 market access, so we're just not going to build anything there. So we have 250 gold left over. Let's take a look at where we can build. By the way, right here, I'm clicking escape to go back to the map mode I'm looking at, because I want to check what RGOs are here, and then I'm clicking the back button to return to the build menu. I think this is actually one of the more useful UI things, because this allows you to check really easy. And we could also, like, check this between, like, urbanization and whatever. There's usually a lot of things. What's the end goal for the campaign? I'm just trying to be, like, entertaining and instructive overall. There's no, like, top end. What other than non-merchant republics what are the other non-merchant republics? Well, there is a peasant republic, which is good, and then also Milan has their own unique one. I think Florence starts out on a unique one, and will not be merchant republic, but you have the option to switch. What's the back button hotkey? It's like a mouse button 3 or whatever, like the... it's on the side of my mouse. Which is the normal back button. Like, it's the back button you have when you're, like, browsing in internet windows and stuff like this. You don't have to try and be entertaining? Thank you, thank you. Your kind lies get me through the day. We'll do a little bit more iron there, too. I think we will want to, as our next industry here, we'll want it to be this, because lumber does feed into these, and so we're just kind of prepping that, just because we kind of saw it. I don't think we have any of this that we can build. Oh, we can. Cool. We'll build that. I guess we'll look at this. A little bit of, I guess, civilian infrastructure pass here. This will help with the qualifications. And then we've kind of gotten a full spend here, which is always nice. I think we could just go for a little bit more. of these merchant villages, especially in places we know we're not going to upgrade. Like, we're going to keep that rural forever. Actually, you know what we can build, though? There are force multiplier things. Like this, that I don't think we've constructed any of yet, and they're probably a decent shout. Yeah, that's decent. Florence has an early disaster that sets them to peasant republics they like. Okay. Okay. Oh, Kurt. Would you mind zooming in on the western territories around the Rhine? Western territories around the Rhine. Swiss German Boulder. Familiar. Alright. Let's just... You mean here? What do you want to see? Resources? Topography? Vegetation? One really uncomfortable thing is, eventually, in theory, we want to move the Nuremberg market, I think. I have no clue where we're supposed to put it. Oh, this is such a better location for the market overall than, like, Cologne. I wonder what made the AI move it. But, like, so we would, in theory, want to, like, kind of move this to a clearing down here. But there's, like, no clearing down here. I guess maybe, like, here? But, like, we also care about having it on a river. Maybe here's actually, like, the place. It's right next to the silver, though. Oh my god, it's right next to the silver? That actually might slap. That might go hard. It's kind of in a dead zone, too. And the point is to give a little bit more breathing room to the Vienna market. And then this can go over and up a little bit. Just like super long term if we ever get control of all those markets. Something like this. Cool, thank you. Control and exclaves will be awful. It generally is pretty bad. We can expand it. We can get it better with bailiffs. Like, here's our current control situation. It's kind of okay. This is actually, I think, just because we annexed them. It's kind of, I mean, it's like not zero. But it's, like, functionally, like, it's bad unless we bailiff up. But to be fair, that should maybe be our next kind of expenditure, is starting to bailiff areas where we have zero control. But, like, look at all this. All of this down here, we also have zero control. It's pretty rough. Austria is just, like, a hellhole when it comes to, like, pushing proximity. Because, look, we have to push through the hill woods. At the, like, the lowest friction spot is hill woods. And so, like, you could move your capital to Graz for better access to the silver, because then you're right next to both the silvers. Here. Earlier on is probably better. We could also go itinerant court next parliament. Oh, we should have gone itinerant court this parliament. But we could change this guy to aristocracy. Are you winning? We're trying. Are bailiffs any better? I mean, they're still usable. They did get nuked. I think they should have gotten nuked. I think they're fine. They're, like, definitely worth using. Is the Danube good for pushing proximity? It is. That's, like, one of the things we have going for us, is this vein. Because, like, it's flatland, grassland, for the most part, along this river. I can't imagine playing this game without assigning a bunch of hotkeys, to be honest. If you have an excavator with HRE, do you rely on AI building roads to increase control? To some extent. Uh-oh. Let's do this for our union. It's not very big right now, but... Yeah, like right now the proximity we have from here and here is both due to bailiffs. So it's giving us plus 15 control in our silver locations, which is doubling the tax base that we're getting from them. So, like, the bailiff is kind of making us 2.7, and we don't even have it fully expanded. Do you have an event to inherit Tyrol? Maybe? I don't... To, like, as a personal union? I'm not sure. We would like to ally them and get them to accept us a little bit more, because they, like, culture map mode, they're the big southern Bavarian guys, so they can do that. How are we doing here? We have extra capacity here. We want to just convert Slovene, and the requirements are not met for that, so yeah, we're just cruising. But the thing is, we can't fight this guy until... Well, I think this guy's just a subject of Tyrol. I don't know how we're supposed to approach our diplomacy with Tyrol, given the context. Do we want to annex Ferrara? We'd have 0 proximity there, it'd just be all bailiffs. God, it's so bad. But, like, we want to get annexations done. What we really need to do is, like, expand into Hungary somehow. I mean, we have favors on Bohemia. Maybe we just rumble like that. They have a PU with Poland. I guess we could use better relations with Poland and maybe Denmark. Yeah, that's where you can't improve relations. It'll actually just backslide you if you try. Vermont's freaking killing it, dude. Let's improve relations with them. How much is this for us now? A lot of stab. It'll get a lot cheaper if we push innovative more. Are we pushed all the way? We are pushed all the way. Let's see if we have any privileges we have that would push innovative that we actually want. We don't want that top one. We do want this one. Except now it's pushing us towards capital economy. We don't hate going to capital economy, but it's kind of early for us considering how much silver we have. Maybe it's fine. We could also go quantity. I think quantity is better than quality. How effective is Diplo annexing? Can you use it as a primary means of expanding? Not in the HRE very well. Not in the HRE very well. I guess we could also sink money into our subjects here, but you're seeing, like, this is why Austria is painful. Because, like, this is our control, this is our proximity, and, like, we're going to very soon run out of meaningful clicks we can do to improve the economy. But I think now it's starting to look like bailiffs, so... Is this collapsed? I don't think it is. Yeah, the lumber's not. So... We'll expand the wood a little bit, because we want the wood to not be an issue as much. So we're just gonna overexpand it. It's not gonna be profitable, but it is going to smooth things out for us. I think this is on our sub... No, we annexed this guy. Fair. Wow, just 2? 500... What the hell? What's going on there? Wait, what? Well, we're not gonna even build that. That's almost low enough to get depopulated. Like, become... Alright. Oh, Russia games? A little slow starting, then you get to really pop off. Alright. HRE is victorious. So we see a few other people get pulled back in. Aragon doing work? What is this? Not a normal sight for us. We have to use the restroom soon here. You think the war is too easy? No, but I think the player can now play the AI, like, comfortably. So here's the thing, is strategy games just in general, like, what's your bar metric for, like, AI? And if playing as good as a human, I don't think that's a reasonable metric. I think the AI is tactically speaking, very, very strong. Strategically speaking, very weak. And this is just kind of normally how AI play. I think we could spend less on our Diplo slider here. Considering how we're just kind of improving relations to improve relations. Is there an event for Tyrol? Has someone done an AAR of Austria? They talked about a Tyrol event. Yeah, our next step is probably going to be urbanizing some stuff. I think we're using dev, and maybe we want to use... We want to be thinking about trying to get to 30k pop in some of these locations so we can city. We could city Linz right now, though. We just don't have enough money. Maybe that's actually our next thing. God, that kind of sucks. Though, if, like, city's our next play. I guess we have this. City's going to increase the speed at which we upgrade pops. Oh, I think we're done pushing the centralization, right? So we want to keep 20 value, or 20 trend, for being able to swap itinerant court, so that leaves us with 10 more. So we can allow the common people to migrate, which we kind of just want in anyways. And this will also give us, incidentally, an additional 5% tax for these guys. We're overtaxing them anyways, though. Yeah, need to be 6 years or more. So, okay. I guess we could rebuild the fort, maybe? Now, see, this is going to be real easy by virtue of us having no forts. Where is their fort? Okay, it's all the way down there. Let's get our silverback, please. We maybe should be trying to have bigger stacks. We're just trying to resolve this faster. Shoot. Why did we lose that? No. Oh, we didn't lose that. I'm hallucinating. I think this gives them more favors on us, but this will just kind of smooth things out for us. Oh, you know what? Embracing's probably real cheap right now, because we don't have a lot of the locations. Let's do that. Calculated rev. Decrease prices. I think we go right for this. Oh, a little bit of a sneaky action there. Normally that's not too visible, is it? Alright, so we'll go for that. I guess we could call right in. Oh, we have all this over here too. Yeah, let's call them in. Forgot that we have all that everywhere. And then this is the mega huge province. Is this the province cap? That's up there. And this rev should be over pretty quick here. All better. I said all better. Oh, does this hotkey work now? No, it doesn't. Wait. Yes, it works now. All right, cool. The select objective hotkey used to not work. I'll have you know that I'm the only one who reported, like, all the hotkeys, like, stuff. I reported so many hotkey bugs. Oh, Tarkus with the layup. Plug. Always max all taxes, destroy all farts, wins instant civil war. Yeah, this is how you really actually spread the institutions. This is how you do it. You yearn to colonize America's Bohemia? Not the best option. That is a reasonable reason for us to annex Ferrara, though, is to actually gain a lot more naval stuff going on. Oh, I feel like we're supposed to annex Ferrara. I just hate that we're annexing someone who has... We're gonna have, like... we're just gonna build, like, a bailiff here and then connect the road to Austria and... it's like... Oh, and then we have to accept the culture somehow. But, like, we have the capacity. I don't know. Doesn't feel good. I don't like any of that. Well, that's back. Yeah, I guess we're urbanizing now. Destroy all farts? Yeah, true. Big true. What's your best province in the game, in your opinion? Something OP like Madurai and CK3? E21G59. Thank you for following. Nice. I think that it's hard to have a best province, but there is a gold farmland province in terms of the capital of Mali. I think it's the only farmland gold province in the game. I don't think there's even a farmland silver province. Probably that, but like strategic importance, like the most important place has just got to be some natural harbor somewhere, whether it's like London or Seville or like, you know what I mean, Constantinople. It's just strategically so valuable. We could also peel locations off of Salzburg. Maybe what we want to do. We have a lot of pops somewhere. I mean, this place has got legumes. Legumes suck, so let's urbanize it, I guess. Wine sucks. Clay sucks. I don't really like urbanizing when they have really low pops, though. That's kind of just an issue in general for us. We don't have the... I don't think we have the thing for the German migration. No, we don't. We are the German. We are the ones who migrate. We are the ones who knock, Skylar. Alright, let's come back. I said let's come back. Are you stuck? Yeah, you're stuck. God damn it. I don't want to catch that heat right now. We're max conciliatory, actually. Is there another conciliatory source? I feel like we have one. And we can push it more. When you're at war, though, conciliatory does, it goes the other direction. We could do this, but we kind of like levies early on. Let's just do it, though. And then, do we have crown power character that can be in charge? That's not our ruler. No, we don't. Who's our heir? She's just better. She's not eligible to be emperor, but... Do you intend to do an EU5 hotkey guide or anything? Yes. It's one of the guides that I've done. Can you get many migrants? No. It's not like Vic 3. No immigration central. This should be a lot easier, or a lot faster. I'm glad it didn't take the coast place, because then we'd have to redo our laws, though. So that's kind of nice, actually. This should be over quick, and we get like a ton of stab back when it happens. We were maybe not watching Satisfaction closely enough, to be honest. Why can't we shift W now? Does it work here? But not... It works if we select multiple units, but not if we have one selected. Just kidding, it wasn't fixed. This is gonna, yeah. Be over right quick. We're not gonna call anyone in. Get drill army. Gonna be very nice for us. You right click to dismiss levies. If you left click there, it dismisses the entire army, so you don't want to do that. And let's drill the army. I think it effectively creates the army maintenance on anyways. A little bit surprised we haven't been getting more peasants upset at us, given that we're taxing them, we're overtaxing them right now. They are the biggest source of our money. And we are gonna need more weapons. Oh, we have livestock here, so actually we're gonna need more leather too. We haven't put in a second industry here, so we're gonna make that second industry leather. We don't need it yet, but we are gonna need it in a short second. Paper's gonna be good here. Oh, we don't have money. Okay. Alright, this is working. This is going. Why is it called your 8th army? Because the first 7 died. Does Salzburg produce salt? Do they get a special modifier? Maybe. I mean, they have salt. I don't know if... You're talking about the individual location? It doesn't have a special salt modifier. It does produce salt. Although specialty modifiers are really rare, so... Insulted us. A free CB on Bohemia? I don't think we go for it. I think we're kind of maybe in the department where we want to go for these guys. If we, like, are running out of things to do. Well, so, actually, no. The guy we want to go for first is going to be these guys. Let's actually stop improving relations with them, because I think we are. We were just trying to get them so they wouldn't, go after us. This guy's big. Brabant is big too. Who hates this guy? Lower Bavaria, Saxe-Weißenburg. We have enough to break his alliance with them, so that's gonna be nice. We have isolate from allies. And, like, yeah, that's just our next expand. We kind of want to get our antagonism low before we do it, but I think that's going to be our next parliament in a couple years, so. Can you easily vassal transfer? As far as I know, you can't really... Oh, can you... You can, yeah, you can transfer from other people, yeah. You can't transfer from, like, your subject, from you to a subject or a subject to another subject. Our subject is not integrated. Bamberg's not integrated anyone yet, though. They're maybe not doing as well as they could be. We would prefer heirs. I don't think this sends her away, but I'm not really sure. She's the heir? God, I don't know how this works. We're gonna save and see how this works. If this sends her away, I'm not sure we're about that. We also might really care who she gets married to. Because I think that could create a... That can create a marriage union if she's going to be the successor. So we might want to chill out, but I actually don't know how this works, so we're going to load if this sends... Well, actually, we're going to load no matter what. I just want to see what this does. Where are you? Located. She stays. Okay, cool. What if she stays even if we... Does the heir always stay? I don't know. I'm not sure if how this works. How long does a campaign last for you? I usually play like the first 200 years. 150, 200 years. Hey Generalist, is the game worth buying overall? Is it like Vicky 3 years ago? It is much better on release than Vicky was. Vicky 3 years ago was... The UI was real bad. I love Vicky's UI now, though. I think Vicky's UI is one of my favorites. It doesn't take a lot of clicks in Vicky to like do what you want to do as well. It's really nice. Are we maxed out yet? We are maxed out. So we can push innovative and quantity. I think we have the peasant levies is why we have quantity. In general, I think quantity is better, but it's kind of rough because I don't like the levy combat efficiency. It seems buggier than the Vic 3 launch, though. I don't think I'm crashing less, but I'm not really sure. I definitely crashed Vic 3 launch, but maybe. We've crashed in 7 hours. We've crashed once. And the things that you really care about is not how you care about how many crashes you get, but you also the run killing crashes are the ones you really care about. And I haven't had a run killing crash on EU5 in like months or like a month and a half. Where just like the run is bricked. Yeah, we're still doing the thing where we're looking around where we have burgers available. I know we built a ton of roads, so in theory we should have a ton of bridges. In terms of locations. So the proximity is coming along as well because the bridges, or will be. I guess it's not useful down here yet. So let's actually cancel these bridges. These bridges don't do shit yet. We maybe want a bailiff. Down here. I think that is a collapsed price on the bailiff. Yeah, it is. Is copper? What's copper look like in our market right now? Price is so low. Lead's gonna be low too. Is beeswax expensive? Beeswax is kind of expensive. Iron's kind of expensive. It's not in the market though. Looking for good bailiff locations. Not really getting what we want. What? Oh, these other locations are finally in the Nuremberg market now? Alright, fair. Enough roads have been built. I don't think EU5 is needing a delay. Yeah, I definitely don't think it needs a delay. I think they could have released it a while ago. I think that people will enjoy it. I think there will be people with complaints, but overall people will enjoy it. And I think, actually, I think it's possible that a lot of people complain and enjoy it, so like... They would have been happier that it's released now instead of like, delayed or something. We can build market villages. Market villages just kind of scale poorly, but how are our market villages doing that we have? They're pretty... Basically zero profit. They give a little bit of food capacity, which helps population growth slightly. They just, like, actually aren't useful. Are these actually any good? No, they're break-even. We didn't really like our locations for building sheep farms. This iron's got a lot of pops, it doesn't. Yeah, this is just a general problem with Austria. Like, you also don't have a lot of pops, like, period. This place is finally getting populated a little bit, but... And that, like, lack of pops is, like, actually just very uncomfortable. That's one of the reasons we're so, like, uppity about not losing a bunch of pops in some big giant-ass war, and, like, kind of why we haven't wanted to fight Bavaria until we really like our advantage. Yeah, let's look at our techs. What do we got coming up? Armory, and then we're going into silver output. Maybe we don't want this. Maybe we want a mill tech. So we could go for cavalry. Regulars. I think we push this age at some point, and so I guess we'd rather have it sooner rather than later. Is there any content we can enjoy right now, or is it a while to get some DLCs and updates? I think the content for the Ottomans is pretty solid. I'd recommend the Ottomans. Like, some of the like Japan, like, is maybe a little bit suspect. Are there obvious areas of the game needs to be touched up? Yes, yes. There are definitely some situations where you're like, But there's also like 40 situations. If you answered my question, could you repeat it? I was on ad. We can take a look. Oh, we kind of just answered the question, yeah. What methods are available to centralize pops in your nation without expanding, and how viable is it versus blobbing? Here's the problem. You basically, there are like no tools other than pop growth, which you don't have a lot of agency over. There's only intra-market migration. Pops will not migrate between markets, so we can use pop attraction to pull pops from locations within our market to other locations within our market, but we don't get to get any new markets, so or new pops within the market. If you can enslave pops, you can bring them back and then set them free and this type of thing. But as it stands, we don't really have a lot of ability in this way, and this is one of the reasons why, like, different areas are differently strengthed. And, like, I don't think... For Europeans, if Austria is a top 10 nation, they're just barely a top 10 nation. Despite being, like, one of the very few tier 1 nations, because you have really bad, like, terrain and not a lot of pops. We would like to expand into one of either Hungary or Bavaria here. But I don't want to lose a lot of pops doing it. We want our heir to get also, like, a marriage into something that's good. Because she is our heir, and we will get, like, a personal union thing from her. I think we're just gonna build 2. I think what we want is like 6 cavalry or something for a kind of big fight. Do you get stuttering while streaming as Emperor of the HRE? Yes, sometimes. Can you increase your market? A little bit. Can we get a monopoly on gold? Not very easily. So... But I think we've kind of small ball expansioned up at really low cost to ourselves just generally here. We do want to annex these guys ASAP, but I think we're already improving relations with them, yeah. We could give them market access preference, though. I'm just gonna give us plus 30 relations. I don't think we're that close to annexing them on the timeline, though. We have to wait 10 years. 82. So 3 more years, not terrible. We should just ignore those, actually. They'll just keep coming in. I thought that was Württemberg. Württemberg we would maybe consider. Naples we would also consider, not Albania. Albania actually might be popping off? No, they're not. Actually, we could push that like a little bit more. Alright. We're probably doing sponsored noble arts and getting a war somewhere. How many techs are we off? We're 1 3/4 or 2 3/4 off of cavalry for like a little bit of a power spike. It's not a crazy power spike though. Here we would just fight Tyrol. Should I trust chat who said that we get an event to get Tyrol or not? Damn, I don't want to spam the chat, so I'm gonna ask one last time. Could you change your subject gov type? Not as... I don't think so. I'm not sure. How much RAM is this game using? I guess we could open up our Control-Alt-Delete. $12K while it's paused like this. Or 12 gigabytes. I mean, we could go in on Bavaria. And we can brick this alliance before doing it. And we could call Bohemia in. The AI likes to peace out in really obnoxious ways if you're relying on them. But that would make this a lot more straightforward. That is land that we can get value out of. We could get more value out of the Hungarian stuff, but this is going to take us a stab hit. It's just 10 stab, so it's not the end of the world. And we could take a big chunk out of them if we wanted. What would we take? This province looks kind of good. We could just snake our way to gold and silver. It's right next to the capital. I don't know. We could get chat. I have to use the restroom, and we could get chat's idea. Chat's opinion. Watching the Venice stream, though you converted Sunni, it got less relevant to my interest. Most of everything that we do with Venice, you could just do not flipping Sunni, though. It's, like, not as essential. The taxing is a little bit different, is kind of the main thing. But also fair enough. We should actually have a CB on these guys by now. Oh, and we could co-belligerate. That actually solves our thing. We actually don't want to... We could just co-belligerate this war. Which is better than the Parliament CB. We want aristocratic support. We want land focus. +5. Bro, why is this +5 and the naval one's +2? What's that about? Why does this get to be +5 and naval has to be +2? Take all of Hungary. Well, I don't know if we'd want to do 2 big wars in like the 5-year span, because it might take us like 3 years to do the war, and then we have antagonism decaying out. Can you blob in late game without advancements, or is it still fairly difficult? Kind of, like, you get tools to blob late game, but the scaling's funny. Because, like, you partially scaled cost of taking stuff based off of, tax base and, pop, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know it as precisely. And so, what ends up happening is that you, like, everything just blows up in size and gets really expensive on the base values, even if you have discounts. And even if you have a bunch of discounts for stuff. So then it becomes a matter of stacking enough, what is it, war score cost reduction? And then you can kind of do it. Didn't we have a war score cost reduction thing? I thought we'd, yeah. What's chat trying to decide? Well, we were trying to decide between Hungary or Bavaria, but I think it's just Bavaria because we have a nice CB for this. We can follow through on threat and then co-belligerate Upper Bavaria here. Can we actually just co-belligerate Lower Bavaria? Because we'd rather take stuff off of them, and we can. Unfortunate that Württemberg wouldn't like it, but this is cute because it doesn't call in all the other idiots that are allied with the senior partner. Sucks because we have a marriage with Württemberg, but like it's not that big a deal. So I think this would be our next war. Lower Bavaria, we have good relations with. We could just send them an insult. So this means we're going to use our parliament juice somewhere else. Are we at 61, 62 yet? No, we're not. We're going to wait out a couple weeks. We're just going to play this where we handle our parliament first. That way we don't start the war and start microing and then mismanage our parliament, because that, like, is kind of easy to do. You just get distracted. So we'll get one more tick towards centralization, and then we'll swap out our cabinet member towards innovative, I guess. We could also go towards quant, but I don't think we want quant. Actually, we want synicized. It's bugged, though, which shouldn't be allowed. Let's not abuse the bug, for now. We might later, but for now we won't. Yeah, this 61 towards this is also really nice for the 6% proximity cost. Our proximity is looking quite a bit better. But now, we are going to change from aristocratic court, which is actually also helped us push aristocracy, which we wanted to itinerant court, which is going to give us proximity cost through land. So let's take a look at Linz. Proximity is 29%. Now, we only get 10% of the law on an immediate basis, but... And then we can do land focus here. And then let's support innovative. And then let's ask for our larger levies. And we'll have a very straightforward kind of steamrolling war, I think. Synicized Austria, let's go. Did we not insult them? We did insult them. Why is that, Aquileia has good relations with us? Wait. I'm confused. Maybe we just have to wait a month? We certainly don't want to take the stab hit for nothing. I think we'd be okay getting an elector as... Yeah. I think we're okay with this. We could wait for something juicier. This guy's not dying anytime soon, right? Crown Prince is kind of old. Yeah, I think I kind of like marrying this guy. This will be good for creating a union. I think his succession law is different than ours, but once we pass the next thing, we can unify the succession laws. I'm gonna use the restroom before we start this war, though. Here. Gotta go? Alright, take care, man. Instead of just talking about using the restroom. I will answer questions when I get back. I'm back, chat. In our stream, only 1380. Do we switch nations? Nope. You set up a lot before you start taking land. Also, we spend a long time explaining stuff. AI is not passive. I mean, it's a little passive, but it seems to be a little bit more aggressive with some adjustments that got made. I don't know, we saw Hungary take Wallachia, Serbia's expanded. Ottomans trying to blob, Georgia's expanded. Kiev taken a chunk of Volhynia. Halich taking the rest. HRE consolidating in some spots. So I think we're supposed to wait for cavalrymen, though. Yeah, I think we're done with the parliament. I think we clicked the buttons we wanted to. We're getting more conscripts. Centralized state. This is an interesting thing. You can only roll some of these events if you have over 50 progress towards something. This is us having over 50 progress towards centralization. I think actually we want to build a fort, though. Because a fort here actually just completely blocks access to the northern portion of our nation, and is also in a decent city, or it's like on one of our urban areas. So this completely will block north-south, kind of a division. We could also put one down in the capital, so one of the reasons to have it in your capital is you preserve all the works of art that have been collected there. Generally, like, we don't use that map mode very often, but we don't use it very often at all. But we're gonna have way more works of art in Vienna. And it's giving us a little bit of stuff, right? Not a ton of stuff. Pop promotion speed, local assimilation. But you also pay less for forts in the capital. How's the execute ruler piece option work? I've never selected it because it gives you a ton of antagonism, yeah. And it seems like not useful. Did Parliament give you expanded levies? Yes. That's one of the things we went for. Actually, if we went for that, we might have to declare war before we would get all this. 1.42 per month. And techs are 25, 30. Or techs are 25, so that's 50. Progress we've got to go, so that's over 30 months. I think we have to conscript before we get the tech upgrade. I don't know what's more valuable, actually. The tech upgrade or us having the extra levies. You notice we have nearly double the levies because that's how the math works. Plus 25% ends up being a lot more when you have a lot of low control areas. I mean, at the very least, I think we want to wait for our forts to build, I suppose. How's the game so far? Any major bugs? No crazy bugs. We did, crash once in like 7 hours or something. Yeah, we gotta research 2.5 techs, though. So, and I think we have 4 months on the additional levies. I think we're gonna call in Boho, though. We want to co-belligerate these guys? Co-belligerating this guy's free. It's getting called in here. Pisa, Padua. Co-belligerating this guy's actually free, though. Where's Brixton? Oh, that's perfect. I think we grab Brixton no matter what, though. Do we want to grab this guy? No. And Württemberg's free. Oh, Württemberg us co-belligerating them is a significant expense because we have good relations with them. And we're gonna take a big chunk out of Bavaria as well, anyways. So us taking a chunk out of an Italian and a German makes a lot of sense here. So I think I like that. I think this is the war. I mean, maybe don't call in. See, Bohemia's gonna do some annoying shit if we call him in, is the thing. So they're gonna be helpful, but also be annoying. Oh, we maybe could have forted over here somewhere. I kind of don't want long-term to have a fort there, though. Let's not raise conscripts in the exclave with no pops. So right now what we're debating is coming in and using our favors to call the war. Oh, we can't. So that answers our question. I forgot, we have to be allied? Are they not allied with us? Are they not eligible because they're allied to someone else? I'm mildly confused. We're going to assign our very best general, though, instead of our ruler. This guy's probably good. Admin, I think generally we prefer military and diplo during this phase. We actually might have enough combat width for admin to be useful, though. I don't think we do, but... And then... We probably should have recruited those guys first, eh? I think we really want to get this kind of precisely early on. Let's just pick this guy up. Okay, so forts. They have one each. Everyone's on one each. Cool. And we want to mainly keep stacked in tight and get a lot of damage in on the Bavarias. God, we like said we had a plan and then we completely didn't execute on it because I think that we actually do want the fort down first. See, here's the thing, is like this war is not... It's not that it's hard to win, it's that we're trying to minimize how many pops we lose winning it. And like not letting this guy conscript at all. It's a very obvious way to kind of do that. Should have seen what value we were pushing. I think it was innovative. Happy Hansel, thank you for the follow, big nice. You can invite Settler from Bohemia? Yeah, we can. It's maybe worth doing. It doesn't scale well, but we have low enough pops that is probably reasonably be worth. So we're gonna merge. Yeah, the admin's not gonna be that useful yet. The army sizes aren't big enough. We're gonna try and get to Reed before he immobilizes. If not, we're just gonna clip this mobilization really nicely. Yeah, we get there before he mobilizes. 252. I'm gonna detach a siege and move on. We get this guy to come up this way. We're just gonna try and prevent him from raising up his troops and coordinating. Oh, we want to stop this Merc from raising, so we really want to step on that city. We want to stop the castle from going up, I guess, as well. I guess good thing we declared this earlier. Now, we don't necessarily need to stand on here. Oh, this is nice for us. Getting a nice little antagonism pink. We're gonna get one guy off. There you go. And hopefully that 1K doesn't get clipped somewhere. Yeah, there's the fear. What we're kind of afraid of. Oh, Jesus. Our worst nightmare. We will actually do the formation things. Okay. That was really straightforward. Oh, shoot. We overclicked. I mean, we're gonna win this battle. Funky, though. How's it going in the south? Looks like our guys have them occupied. Okay. We have to leave someone here, because we don't want them to raise up a fort. This guy's coming in, he'll be there shortly. Let's clip this guy's wings. Move this guy to the north. Bum bum bum. That 1K has an army headed towards it. Yep, yep. So it's reasonable you can 20x your pop in some locations after the Black Death. But the pop growth building goes away after you get up to 10% pop capacity, so it's not a permanent thing. Alright, I think we're gonna head in this way and start to push in on Upper Bavaria. We haven't really seen much of their forces. We have some guys tangling up Württemberg. We have this. Actually, maybe we're supposed to deal with that. The thing is, we can't like deal with this and support the siege, really. We could split. Let's split. Make like a banana and split. We see Bavaria coming south anyways, so this works, I think. Not my gumdrop buttons. We know there's a stack up there, though. Our cavalry on the flank, unopposed? That's extra damage, baby. You can let them build a fort and assault wall is 0 garrison. We could do that. I think we'd rather just sit on the occupation, though. I think we'll come back up with this guy. And then with this guy, we'll push this around. I don't think we necessarily want to engage them in the mountains, but let's just kind of stay near. Try and keep an eye. Württemberg has a big stack here. Let's adjust. Yep. Württemberg are locked in. We'll get those guys merged up with him. Oh no, not my gumdrop buttons. It's probably not the best. Oh, this is probably fine on tactical, yeah, okay. Nobody on the front. Extra damage. Yeah, we're doing okay here. To some extent, we also don't want them to lose a lot of soldiers either, because this is land we want to take. So we don't like those really big grind fests. I think they came back up for the Bavarians, so we could come here. And see, they're just raising more conscripts forever. Get wrecked. Get clipped. We're about to get clipped up here, though. We do manage to get the province. Getting some slow push. What's Verona doing? I don't see any of their troops, but there's no sieges or progress going. We'll choose a little half and half action. Did we lose that? Not all of our siege progress. No. They retreated onto the siege. No. No. All those years at the academy wasted. That's annoying. But we get there before the mercs get in, looks like, so that's something. Let's let these guys untouch and go do something useful, maybe. Bueller. Venice joins the HRE. That is cursed. That's no good. Every game has its price, basically. I can't believe he made a Shrek joke in 2025. Oh, I can't even remember what Shrek joke I made. It'd be like that sometimes, though. Alright, we're slowly getting after there. We got mercs coming in. Not mercs. Wonder how many troops he's gonna get. Levies are way more impactful anyway, though, at this point in the game. It's just, like, way more important. Yeah, maybe this was a mistake. We're letting our guys get waxed. Let the attachments happen. Protect the little ones. They took the little ones, Gandalf. Or Aragorn. Is that one levy? 2 levies? I don't know if we beat that. They have the Cav. I don't think we beat that. Just gotta keep an eye on it. With Württemberg, vengeance is theirs. They've unoccupied all their previously occupied land. Yeah, nice merc, bro. What's that one infantry gonna do? It's gonna die. Alright, I think we could up the speed a little bit. We're starting to get bigger and bigger occupations down. Or more and more occupations, rather. Bigger total occupation. %28 progress towards Bologna. Which, if I recall correctly, is not in the HRE. So now they can't really conscript back up very easily because we have so much occupation. So squeezing the last bits of life out of them. I think we're gonna split this army and send that way to deal with that. So we have this guy supporting right now and kind of picking off armies and then returning to support. We have 1k gold. So we don't really need to spend it like right now. Sure. Actually, this guy can handle that. This guy will occupy this. So now, it's kind of just these guys. I guess I'm below now. You gonna suffer just like victory? Not like this. Hey, Alex, thank you for the membership. Big nice. Much appreciated, my guy. They aren't in the HRE? I don't think they are. Oh, we won the... Yeah, no. We did win in favor of the... Yeah, never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, so that'll be expensive if we want to go for that. We could, though. That might be cheaper. That's not too bad. I guess we could start sieging this. It's kind of a little bit of a vulnerable stack, though. At this point, their stacks are starting to get real small. Can we just white piece Württemberg? Not very easily, so I think we're gonna have to go and occupy them. And then remove it from ourselves the headache. We have a lot of religious influence. We can't do stuff when the schism's going. What are we cooking? We're cooking Bavaria right now. Kind of first semi-major war, just looking to get out of it without too much, or not, that's not the right way to phrase it. We're winning the war no matter what, we're looking to win it with just, like, minimal pain. Which is kind of why we're sweating it a little bit. That should be enough to get Württemberg out. What's your longest run so far? Early 1700s, I think. So let's just come here. Now this is going to get a lot easier for us to manage, just because it's easier to see everything. We don't have to zoom in and out, like, constantly. Trying to see. We're just going to take this and then go for him. That way we recover the morale. Movement speed. That's what we're talking about. Venice is fighting Hungary. Kind of want to start thinking about our peace deal, I suppose. I think we want to subjugate them. So, or feed them to Ferrara. Feeding them to Ferrara is probably better. It's probably marginal, actually. Let's not jump in. Oh no. Let's say we don't have a huge advantage and we've got to make sure that our fronts are distributed properly, but that's fine enough. Can we prevent that from coming up? Not really. Can catch him in a bad spot, though. You don't need to be here. This could have been an email. That will secure us up there. Oh, wait, what? Oh, that wasn't the place that was taken? No, dog. I thought that was the place that got sieged. We do have on this guy. We can just subjugate him straight up. Oh, we could subjugate the Bavarians too. Well, that's not even that expensive. Oh, it's base not expensive, but it's super expensive because reasons. Why is it so expensive? I mean, you're the target. Messing with the HRE modifier, yeah. Upper Bavaria is an insane one, though. It's very attractive because doing this is cheaper than... Alright, we have a lot of diplomats we're just wasting right now, so who do we need to improve relations with? We kind of don't care about going over a little bit. We just need to prevent it from getting out of control. I think we're gonna go for a fat piece and then kind of chill for a while then. So I think we go for Subjugate 3, Lower Bavaria, Aquileia, and Bologna. Something like this. What's... Checking the provincial map mode to see what areas we can conquer. Do we win this because we have more morale? We have some horsemen and armored horsemen as well. I don't know if it's... I think it maybe is close, and I'd just rather not have it be close. Ex-captain, thank you for the follow, big nice. Dear God, 8 hours. Yep, yep. We're going, we're going. If greed was not weed. It's not greed, it's not greed if it is weed. That's true. It would be weed if it was weed. Could embrace Renaissance. I don't think we're going to because we have other texts we want to get from banking still, but it's kind of a big stab hit. Definitely somewhat attractive, though. Actually, oh, what are we doing? This guy's the war leader. I think we do this, chat. We're not the slightest bit scared of this coalition. And I think we could just improve our relations way out of it. And let's start with Bohemia. We could do for something really punitive on him. Regensburg. Oh, we're even gonna have a peace with him. I don't think we want to peel provinces off of him. We already have a lot of antagonism. We're just gonna go for something a little bit more comfortable. We have Humiliate on? Yeah, Humiliate. Got the gold. The war reps, sure. I don't think we care if they're a one-man coalition. We'll check the next person who joins the coalition. Nice. So this is the last place we need to occupy. Stack wipe. We're almost set. North Bavaria deserves to be punished. Why don't you peace out Eastern Bavaria? We did. Do the non-conquest war options like releasing duchies and dismantling forts cause antagonism? Dismantling forts does, which is why we didn't dismantle forts. Releasing duchies does not, but we don't want to create more strain on our diplomacy as a resource. In fact, we're actually going to up our diplo spending here. Give us a little bit more tools. Because considering what we're planning on doing right now, we're going to get in bigger hot water. Whoa, those guys are huge. What the hell? I've literally never seen this tag do anything ever. And look, they're freaking jacked up. What the hell? That's all them. They just have a bunch of subjects. Oh. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. I'm glad we didn't wait. I don't think we're gonna try and peel anything off of them. Guess we can do this. Okay. That's them. Mantua's big, Padua's big, Aquilea's big, and we're planning on subjugating Aquileia too. I think we just can't do both. I think that's... Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I think this is a bridge too far. I mean, we could probably handle it. Just them, but I think we could just take... Well, we could also just chill out. We could also just chill out. Well, we could take these guys and then save Verona for later. We're gonna get the CBs on them again. Is there any resources that are insane that we really want to take off them? I don't think that there is, and so I'm inclined to just peace out this guy. Right, improve relations to kill the... Well, actually, if our alliances aren't dead already, I think we'll improve relations before getting stuff done. So let's see how dead our alliances are. So we're still allied with Boho, the Rhine, and Trier, so we don't want to create a big group. Let's do this. Yeah. And then... let's see who's big on Bologna. Aquileia's big, but we can't do anything about it because we're currently at war with them. But we're gonna have a was it a truce? But we could do it with them. And then we can also pull back, improve relations with people like Brabant, which we don't need that high. Lüneburg, which we don't need that high. Salzburg will let get higher. Treviso is our subject, right? Yeah. So we'll do that. And then next tick, we'll start improving relations with someone else. And we'll make it so that this doesn't give us a big fat coalition. Although it's kind of already giving us a big fat coalition. We went after Bavaria. Brescia, Hohenle, these guys will decay out pretty naturally. Nuremberg, we're getting out. Free City, we're kind of don't caring. Vindel, alright, who's just the biggest amount? I guess it's Ortenburg? Okay, fair. We'll do that. We'll peel off another month. Guess we'll start sieging this guy up, but we're not really planning on getting anything substantive on him. Does it matter who we piece out here? We do it like this, it's not cheaper, right? Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, just the base antagonism is way less. Actually, wait, hold up. What are the releasables looking like for you? What if we don't go after this guy, and instead just take a bunch of this shit? I mean, let's just see what this looks like. So we can take like 4 territories worth of stuff just direct for a similar price, and then Regensburg gets really pissed. But it's like almost the same like price for us. This entire guy is maybe achievable here. If we co-CB him next time. Oh my god, I'm not sure what we're supposed to piece out here. I'm not sure the best thing. Is there anything temporarily reduce antagonism? No, there's not really. Improving relations with everyone. The thing is like, I think if we take any peace deal, we break our alliances, which is kind of annoying, but not the worst. Take Aquileia, just entire subjugation. Or you mean the location? I don't know about running this up. I think we'd rather not. I think this is how we get a big giant-ass wars. Which, even if we could win, aren't necessarily winning. I'm kind of thinking of this. It's a similar amount, but it allows us to release this guy as a vassal. Maybe we should just take this, though. But we can take this later if we just co-CB him. So, I mean, it could be Aquileia, because they're the primary target, and this is actually like a really fat thing, but this is gonna brick all of our alliances. I'll release a bunch of smaller guys instead. We could release, yeah, the little guy. We could subjugate this guy, which, like, isn't that expensive. I'm kind of leaning towards this. need to improve relations with Padua a little bit. Naval Austria time? What if you take half of Aquileia? Well, so here's the thing, is like, if we take like half of Aquileia, so you see how the antagonism costs like 80? If we direct take like half, it's quite a bit more expensive to direct take versus subjugate. But we could just take a chunk, we could take a chunk out of Aquileia. We would actually want to take a chunk out of Aquileia and release a subject if there was another one with, except we already have CVs on Aquileia. I don't think we get a discount by, yeah, going after the Corsair. So if we took just these 3 locations, it's 27. What does antagonism do? People dogpile you, and then also, I kind of just like the low antagonism playstyle, and I think it kind of fits with Austria. We could maybe survive this dogpile is like one of the things. It's just like, so if you have to fight these big wood chippery wars, you just lose a ton of pops, and pops are like a really big source of your overall power, so I think that makes us scale like more poorly than just not having the extra territory in some sense. How high does the antagonism have to be for a nation to join the... It has to be over 50. So if we do this, everyone over 50 here can join, everyone with the red number. Who we do not have a truce with. We'll have a truce with them, we'll have a truce with them. But Nuremberg, we take another month or 2. Nuremberg, Padua, and these guys will be out. And they're like pretty close to decaying out already. You can see Nuremberg's now out. $24-hour stream? No. War seems expensive. I mean, we can go over. It's just things start to tend to snowball as well when you start going over. We see Brescia is pretty high as well. Are they a subject of Chur? What the frick? Subject of Boho. I don't know. It's just very awkward sizing. I think we're kind of leaning towards... I mean, Aquileia... We could set ourselves up for Aquileia next time and take 2 locations. We could just take 2 locations like this and then call it. Wait, do these not have them messing with the HRE modifier? Oh, they're within the HRE. I was getting coalition is kind of waste of resources unless you commit high infamy or antagonism. Yeah, that's the thing is like it like then we can't do anything, and then like why not feed Verona's cores back? It's not cheaper to grab cores. It probably should be. We could do this. It'll take us 27 antagonism to go for like this. Generally, subjugation's much more cost-effective, and then diplo-annexing, which is why we're looking at Bologna. Not because we really want to go for them, but because they're cheaper on the antagonism. But we also could just peace out now, just like, just take stuff. Because honestly, like, this is already greed. Like, we got a big fat subject here, right? We're gonna annex this guy and this guy. We could even just go for the option where we just take humiliation and money from both of these guys and call it. You gotta take Fiume for the borders. Fiume. We could also look to mess up their access, because it's a little bit cheaper to take stuff that has poor control, but wow, why is this so expensive with just such little control? I mean, it's really the messing with the HRE modifier is, like, particularly rough. Now Bologna's in the HRE. We could actually just go for a chunk of this and release a subject, and that'd be kind of okay. If we went here. 15. It's where we don't have a lot of antagonism. It's kind of cute. We get a subject over here. We can use them to expand later. Get claims, get cores. I think I'm talking myself into that, like, little small ball cheeky type of thing. Because we don't have a... Bologna, we were paying full price on all this. Transfer occupation? Yeah, we can transfer the occupation, but I don't think it makes it cheaper. Or it hasn't in the past. I mean, maybe it does now. Or it's more expensive. It's more expensive. Is there any value to Aquilea's land, or would they be sitting as a subject forever? It'll get valuable with the next stage once we get the next tier of roads, but, like, yeah, this is kind of one of the problems with Austria, is there's this, like, woodlands, hills, and forest, whatever, so, like, it's an absolute hell to, like, try and get projection through. In fact, taking this land would actually allow us to maybe make use out of it, the roads coming from the outside edge, which you saw, like, when we were building roads to here, like, it comes from outside edge, just because the terrain's just so shit. Just gonna have one last thing, but I think we're just peeling a little bit off of the Italian in there, even though they're not co-belligerate. I'd assume there'd be a discount for someone giving some... Yeah, no, there's, like, no incentive to give the cores back. I think we'll just do this. Oh, they don't care if we border Gorham up. Actually, we could do something useful here. Where's the big guy? Who's in charge? I want to talk to your manager. Is it this guy? Oh. He's gonna hate what we do then. Actually, we could just do this. No, he's over there. Alright, fair. So this will cost us 15. We'll release a new subject. Regensburg, we need to improve relations with. But this is really manageable. We maybe lose our allies though, but okay. Yeah. We're doing this guy because he can have claims and fiefdom. And then we're going to feed him this location. Because if they just have one location, they can get bricked kind of easy. And then head back home, boys. So here's the antagonism here. I think I like that piece. I think that feels good. I'm gonna take one more month to get to the tick. So we can give out the location. Cool. You know what's really cute is it would have been nice for us to attack, it would have been nice for us to attack Hungary, like, while this is going on. So we maybe even should have gone for Hungary. Like, in retrospect, not... Without the knowledge that we eventually acquire here, it would have been nice. But, like, we didn't know what we didn't know. We made the decision before we knew Hungary was going to fight a war where they were kind of getting clapped by Venice. We have good relations with Hungary, though. Not super good. We could give them a defensive league and just help them out, but I don't think we want to do that. Looks like this guy bricked our alliance, but is willing to accept a new one. Fair. Maybe something else is going on with the alliance breaking. I don't know what that's about. Does France always clap cheeks? Yes. You can't get a Hungary with PU. Not like... we have to get them like through the normal PU mechanics. There's no like, oh, you just annex them instantly. We're gonna go for unified succession. Bohemia be blobbing. The question is who can blob faster. Their territory is worth so much more than ours. Coalition's gone. All gone. All better. What CB did we get on them? Claim throne. Double belligerent. Double rainbow. Oh my god, do they have a PU with France? What's going on? The two strongest powers in Europe are allied. Bro, that's so miserable. Do we ally the king or the heir? Probably the heir. The thing is, these Salzburg land's not even going to be that useful to us because it's going to have like 0 proximity. We have a lot of money though. Now it's time to do some spending. Some spending time. Claim throne on Bohemia or you're a coward? Bro, the 60 sav hit in the nuts. The antagonism also would just be absolutely nut kicker. We would just get this mega huge thing. You just get stronger? Yeah, basically. Me when I can't squat 700 pounds. Just get stronger, bro. Why are you such a bitch? Have you tried just like lifting more weight? Have you considered that maybe 25 pounds is really not a lot? I don't understand why you don't just add 25 more pounds to the bar. Kind of weird. A little bit weird that you don't just lift it. You know? We're subsidizing the masons so they stay open because we're trying to get the masonry price down. Or keep it down. I think we'll have plenty of qualifications there. No, just kidding. Oh, that's the... yeah, that's the new place we got with the glass. Yeah, fair. Alright, no. Fair, fair, fair. Fair is fair. Fair, fair. We have lead here. And not a whole lot. Beer might be good, though. God, we're not even using the PM that uses beeswax. What is this? Who uses beeswax and sturdy grains? We're just using the sturdy grains wood one. This is better. Wait, actually, that's better? How's that better? Don't we get more prod efficiency with the other one? Maybe beeswax is just kind of expensive. I think this wool, yeah, it's a wool province. Lumber. What's the most profitable for us right now? It says carpentry, but we don't want to add that. Saltpeter, if we have... We don't have the guys for saltpeter, though. I think we can go paper in the capital. Let's actually add some of this. Wait, what are you missing? Guns? Alright, fair. Yeah, we definitely have enough money to, like, just, like, do that. Fiber crops. Let's here. I think naval supplies here is fine because naval supplies. Oh no, wait, it's not doing very well. All right, paper. No, we're pushing a shitload of paper. Maybe that's not okay. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, paper. All right, so we can push saltpeter in one of these locations. Looks like we have a bunch of guys here, so let's do saltpeter here. Because we're looking for a place that has livestock. That place has livestock and would otherwise have difficulties. Could probably do this. Let's just do one of these. What do we have in here? Legumes and lumber. Really not very good industries, so if we are going to build a carpentry guild, this just has a complete dearth of industries, so we're going to add some here. Do it for Bruce, the GOAT, the New World player. AE, just to do a Red Hawk yes man. Wait, what? You encourage migration to Upper Austria since Lower Austria is not that useful. I could. This is not unreasonable. They're kind of moving up here anyways. I would encourage it to this line, but honestly, that line, that's kind of, that is something that's on the radar that I'm considering doing, yeah. I do like it. Specifically so that we could get Pound Lock Canal, in a row here. What can we push? Oh, we're trending towards free subjects now. Not very fast. We're trending pretty fast off of trad economy. I think we just push towards cap economy actually now. Or we abuse the fact that we have a bug that's giving us synicized, but... let's do that. City is tempting. It's definitely tempting. That would be like the rest of our spend, but... the question is can we get more value out of the city? The thing is, like, you notice like we're kind of getting squeezed on the value front quite a bit here. Not a lot of stuff we have is profitable because we don't have the bonuses required to to really stand out. We're gonna be able to make guns out of here, and we can get the gun stack pretty soon. If we city up here, we would be able to build the cloth up to the next tier. I think it's probably not worth it yet. It's not that close to not worth it. Also gives us plus to control and promotion speed. Overall, our opportunities seem not super lucrative. I know the silver's all expanded. Or just kidding, there's new available levels. Okay, I think we go for it. It's our first city upgrade. That's that. Well, that's all the money. We could have upgraded more things to towns, but the thing is like, if you're looking at the profit margins of a lot of our buildings, like, they're not very good. You know? And we also have some of the more of these buildings coming in. Yeah, I think I like this. China's culture power is so strong, synthesizing people who've never interacted with them, basically. Are Bohemia and Hungary elected monarchists? I'm not sure. We could check. I don't think so. Cognatic primogeniture? Primogeniture? Same here. We are not that dynastic cognatic primogeniture. So I think the difference is we allow women, which is going to brick some of our things sometimes. I think maybe we tax a little bit less here. I think we're encountering a little bit of pains. And now, we're drilling, right? Yeah. Now we can upgrade these for 90 to cavalrymen, which I think we're cool with. It's gonna cost a lot more of this. We will have enough to maintain them, I think, though, because it just doubles. Nussy bot. Just try harder, true. Thank you for the follow. I think we go for banking stuff. We don't have a war coming up, but you know what? We would be able to build pretty profitable gunsmiths. Let's go gunsmiths first. And then let's go banking. And which banking thing do we want first? I think we want the silver output, man. That's actually a big portion of our economy, and the pop promotion speed's decent. We can promote urbanization for the promotion speed, but the promotion speed's starting to less be the thing that throttles us. I think I like trade range after that, and then we'll decide. I don't hate entry pot, but I don't love it either. It's like kind of okay. We don't have any naval stuff, so this side's not that useful except for the trade range, but I guess we could get rid of that. At least for now. I'm thinking Pound Lock Canals is maybe kind of where we want to be after that, so... I kind of like... let's stop deving here, and let's encourage migration. And let's start getting some of these locations up above 30k. So we'll do it to milk. Hey, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Pair character lifting some weights saying keep it up. Thank you so very much. Being nice, my guy. I think we'll just take the prosperity hit. Okay, so we have a city coming in, and then we're encouraging migration to hopefully get another city. And now pops are really going to come to this place quite quickly. That is our personal union. They voted for unified succession. So, let's just double check. Oh, looks like they're locked in on ours anyways. I think that locks them in on ours. And it allows you to negotiate if they swap off. Cognatic allows women but prefers men. The dynamic tech tree is going to be really interesting in multiplayer and negotiating who researches which production buildings. Well, there's no spread, but yeah, you could specialize as well. Especially if you're like coordinating with another player. Yeah, we won't be able to build out anything right now. Ooh, we maybe should have waited for our spend until a parliament. This is why. Okay, we're just gonna do this and pass it, but not build any buildings. The thing is, all of the buildings are expensive right now, I imagine. And we're already building all of them, and we don't want to, like, actually unbuild all of them and then re-click everything. We could do that. We could do that. Okay, let's do dev the interior. Let's maybe read through it and just show, like, why we picked it in this type of thing. But gives the urban building cost minus 20%. So we would have preferred to pay for those buildings after we had the discount. But then also it's pushing us towards land, so we want to do it no matter what, and we actually want to pass it. So autonomy movement we don't want to click. Unfortunately, we might have to click it. We're going to do call to freedom. I guess we're doing increased opinion. And then if we have to, we'll click some other thing that we don't want. Actually, no, we just won't actually click autonomy or naval, because we're trying to push those. God, that sucks. This might be real bad. It's not looking good for this parliament. But +2 land is kind of nice, so. And now we have a discount on these too, so we might do some of that, like extra push the sand. We could roll back the buildings we're constructing now, but that's kind of a little much. Sorry, not expanded here, but we're expanding it where we have the urbanization. Because even those buildings, which normally you can't get a discount on, you can get a discount with this, so... We're just going to expand that out all the way. I think there's... Is there in here? No, there's no stone. Oh, there's stone. Expand that out all the way. A little bit nice on the masonry. We could also push the lumber mills, which eventually we're probably going to be building, so... And we can do them up in those locations too. And these don't push up the price of anything, so our timing doesn't have to be any good. Getting our inputs secured here. What are the unique features of Austria? We get... Some of the big stuff we get is we get a lot of legitimacy modifiers and, like, some military modifiers and... like, free diplomats. Oh, we gotta make sure we're spending our diplomats as well. Antagonism, map mode. Yeah, we do not need to improve with them any further. And then... asked to improve cultural opinion. Who can we do this on? The Palatinate. Probably want that, but we... Actually, I don't think we're going to need to cancel alliance with them, so let's do that. So it looks like our alliances are kind of sticking a little bit here. Wouldn't hate allying up with Naples just for their actual power. Almost 50 years in. Could maybe be... How many people we got? We still got a lot of people. I think if we were gonna eat, we should have ate a while ago, though. Eating almost always kills the stream. How painful are the Native Americans play? I think they're pretty painful. France wins the 100 Years' War. Look at you. Vienna doesn't even have a fort. Oh no, wait, we built one in the capital, that's right. Yeah, Hungary also clapping some cheeks. Look at Venice taking a chunk out of them, though. Bro. Cold-blooded. 0 proximity. Do we have any... I don't think we have any subjects that are generating claims right now. Right? Other than this guy, but there's no way this guy has one yet. And this guy, but we have a truce. I don't think you have... Yeah, you don't have anything. Scotland, eh? City's almost done building. Fight boho or no balls? France is so fucking terrifying early game now because they buffed cavalry to make it 50% stronger. Greetings from Vermont. Hello, hello. I do not want to fight France, man. There's our land progress. Oh, it was 29 proximity in Linz. Remember, we talked about this, we mentioned it, that we had 29 proximity before we took into account the change from the law onto, just to like show how powerful this is, itinerant court, giving us prox cost through land. And this is our reward here. So that's like 9 more proximities, so that translates to like 7 more control, which is a lot. And you can see we do have kind of much improved map. Right, bailiffs are next, though. We keep saying bailiffs are next, and then we never build them. Let's build that, and then we're gonna build a road to the city. Actually, let's build a bailiff here. This is the easiest place to connect to the city. And then we road to the city. Bam. Just got back from the buddies, watched some NFL today. Big win for the Bills. Nice. They're staying Catholic, but it seems like Protestants straight up better from the Tinto flavor. I agree, but like, I also, if there's a run for us to stay Catholic, it's one where we go Emperor. And like, people are upset I flipped Sunni on Venice. Not that it like matters that much, but like, if we are gonna do some mix of the two, which is kind of what I intend to do, like, we should be going Catholic some of the time, and if there is a time to go Catholic, this like is one of the more reasonable times. I think. We'll let our subjects handle this. We could also turn off our subjects and make them not support this, but we'll just fine. It's fine. But this should allow us to get back home, so let's do that. Because anytime someone from the HRE goes to war, you get military access through everyone. Which is very nice. Although maybe we should keep them in the south where there's no winter, eh? I think that you shouldn't get any... Yeah, I mean, actually we should just keep them more southward. I think you shouldn't get attrition in the... in your own core territory. Alright, so we have gunsmiths now. I think 62 is the collapse price. Yeah, it is. So we'll build in the 2 places where we are expecting to be able to build them well. And then we will get the city completion there on Linz, which is going to give it another 5 control. So control on Linz up to 60 max. Big, nice. We'll add some more of that. Now I'm going to construct faster, promote pops faster, everything faster. How close is Melk? So Melk's getting kind of close to getting to be city potential. Which technically we get a little bit more pop growth when we upgrade stuff to cities. Amidst that this game has a road builder, just watch Connor, now it's clear. That Catholic's no good. I watched the first 30 minutes 9 hours ago and you come back and you've been past 1400, I'm scared. You can play faster if you want. I just don't do that type of playstyle. It's fun to watch City Venice and that kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, we're just... Yeah, I'm gonna do a mix. I think it's like... It's probably incorrect to say Catholic, but... It's probably not the biggest deal. So I guess we save for the next city upgrade. Other than, like, adding this to cap. I mean, we could do other industries here, to be fair. Yeah, the pew-pew industry. Actually, we do have lead down here in a urban area, so we can go pew-pews down here. What is this about? Oh my god. I don't like the way that it works sometimes. I think what it's doing is if you set it to something other than max, or like if you manually I don't know what it does exactly, but sometimes it just like doesn't pick up the trades. It's like the UI for like you setting your opening, like, or how much trades you want to control. What it does is it just like freezes it in place, and then when you add like extra trade capacity, it doesn't just automate that new trade capacity. You know what I mean? I think that's how it works, which is probably not how it should work. Alright, I think we have enough guns off those 3, because we're going from literally no guns to like 10, something like this. You have 10,000 people in the village, then can only staying 1,000, it makes sense to attrition. Yes, to some degree, but it's not because there's so many people there, it's because there's a winter there. And so, my pops, when they are living at home, like, do not attrition and die to the winter. But my troops, when living in that exact same home that is their home, will die to the winter. You know what I mean? We're about to make a capital economy shift. Do we have any capital economy sources? No, we don't. Unless I'm just blind. No, I'm not. How's the Habsburging going? Big chins. Chin up. Do Christian religions receive some buff? I remember you saying they were kind of bad. No, they're still kind of bad. I think, like, Muslim, Hindu, Shinto, the Chinese one are all better. Bosnia and Albania went Sunni of history. If Venice were conquered by the Ottomans, it's plausible they would have converted. I mean, I don't think it's so outside the realm of, like, possibility, but... I also think that the people who get uppity about it are kind of a vocal minority. Like, the ones who, like, really, like, make us think about it. How many piss jugs? Just the one. The food stores going from the homes to the marketplace makes sense. But I don't know, should it require a marketplace to exist beforehand? I'm not sure what you're exactly asking. Is it just the French cavalry that was buffed? All cavalry is buffed. France has an extra ton of levies, and those levies are cavalry levies, and so consequently, you know, effectively got buffed. I keep on idling this when I shouldn't be. I think we can slide back a little on the Diplo spending too. And we're gonna have some of these like in a spot where it's unnecessary for us to keep improving relations. We improve relations so fast with people. We have, like, nice bonuses for it. I think we're improving relations with Kempton. I don't think we have Baden or Chur, so let's get Baden or Chur in here. I think we have a positive trend here. If we don't, we'll up the spending. Yeah, 0.1's fine enough. When's our next parliament for maybe warring? Pretty far. But we might be coming up on truce being up with them, yeah. And now we could co-CB Bologna, right, and get what we wanted. In the subjugation of them. See, just being a little bit patient on this. I think this works out for us. Alternatively, we could co-CB Upper Bavaria and subjugate Upper Bavaria instead. We have quite a while. We have a couple years on the truce. But maybe this is what we'll set up for. So we'll look to get the antagonism on these guys low ahead of time. I think that we need to improve relations with that guy. Something like this. Can you show the 2D map for a second? Let's save just in case it gets weird. I forget where it's at. Just the flat map? Is this what you're looking for? Are there HRE laws that buff the HRE as a whole and not just the Emperor? Yes, some of the laws help them out. I don't think we can check if we're not the Emperor, though. Oh, we can. So I don't think the electorate laws do anything. But the free city laws... So here you see trade capacity, 20%. Free cities allow the following policies. So it allows government policies for them. And then I think these affect the entire nation and or the leader. So stability cost is a nice thing. Socioeconomics, a category. Someone was asking about the flat map. Is this what you meant? The 2D map? Can't say I like it, but... Cultures were hostile? Do cultures flee countries where they're considered hostile? No, but they get really low satisfaction, so they cause rebellions. Wonder if the devs thought it was too easy for the English to win the 100 Years' War? It was too easy as both to win the 100 Years' War, but now I think AI England's never gonna win. I don't think I like this map, though. Can anyone explain what direction you're taking Austria? We're kind of looking to do a little bit more of just instructional play and like Diplo focus / RP, playing with the HRE to some extent, but also like play relatively tight. I don't know if that, just kind of general solid play without anything too crazy. Like in theory, optimal is us expanding like not in the HRE. Like we're probably just supposed to be like going and expanding in the Balkans with subjects or something like this right now. You know, and when we look for where we want our CB, we shouldn't be just like here, we should be like here, and like here, and like here, and like here, you know? And so, a lot of it's, we're managing antagonism and stuff like that, which, like, maybe we shouldn't be as carefully managing it as we are. You think English should win it sometimes? Yeah. Upper Bavaria is 100% the better pick because you can get control there. Us just getting really fat subjects is, like, pretty strong, too. And so, like, we could have gotten this gold province and made it a subject, you know? And, like, Thessaly and expand a little. Like, Thessaly there would have fed us a decent amount of gold. We also will have the ability to make marches. Annexing this guy as well. Nice. Okay. Wow, we're not making a lot of money from stuff. Oh, but there is wood in this province. So we can do dye maker decently. So let's do that. I think that this province is nearly prepped. So I think we could just move on to the next one, because we're gonna forget otherwise. Nice. Flexible. We like that, we take those. How do the gun prices look? The guns are firearms, it's firearms. Yeah, so now we're oversupplied, the price crashed, and they're not going to be very lucrative. But that's okay. We got them in a few spots. This is going to make our maintenance cost on the armories a lot less. Could do both. I think we're not supposed to. Yeah, we'll run into the exact same case like thing that we did last time where we're like, we want to subjugate the big dude. Canonized, hell yeah, brother. I wonder how much time do we have on this guy's integration? 92, 4 years. Alright. 4 years. Do you have full access to those exclaves? They're not very useful to us. We have a couple of, Jesus, France is going off. There's no one to check France with Bohemia as their ally. This is kind of annoying. But I was about to say, we have a couple bailiffs in those exclaves. Actually, could maybe bailiff this, too? If we know we're going to keep something rural, it's a lot less painful to bailiff it. Those aren't cores, they're just integrated, so they're kind of just not very good. But we're kind of running out of, like, good bailiffs to build, I think. This is our current proximity map mode. This is control map mode, but the proximity map mode's a little bit more clear on what's going on with your empire, I think. We could also just plan on subjugating Aquileia. The thing is this is letting us, just keeping on declaring on him, is letting us have a repeatable CB that we can co-CB with. Yeah, oh my god, hey Tepoli. You're still alive? Yep. How's the gameplay loop? I enjoy it. I hear being at peace more fun than war, which I feel is the opposite of EU4. Well, I kind of enjoy the being at peace more. There are already bailiffs on the silver, but that's exactly the right way to be thinking. That was the first place we built the bailiffs. Just 20 proximity. So they stand out as having some proximity. But there's like no particularly good resources here. I guess the lead, the lead and the coal we maybe know we're not going to urbanize. I think that actually in some cases we'll want to urbanize lead. Grassland Hill, Forest Plateau though, and Forest Hills, probably not. So the lead and coal maybe are decent shouts for bailiffs. Kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of useful things we can build, but I think that's the coal here. We'll just not do the max price or increased price one. It's like marginal, but it's still like good. We're also maybe wanting to upgrade. Alright. Cool. We should have kids, right? We can adopt a local culture now. This upsets so many people. Let's do diplomatic education. What do we got traits-wise for our kid? Intelligent, cool. She's a banger, though. I mean, her stats are good, not... Nah. Let's see. Does this change anything for us? I don't think so. Okay, I remember what I wanted to check. I wanted to check some of the civilian infrastructure stuff. Because often we can, like, just... Or I could just forget to build some of this stuff. Would not mind having max levels. So let's build some of these. Yeah, let's show what they give, because we just, like, have it memorized. A little bit of extra diplo capacity and lifts fog of war, but the main thing is it just gives dip capacity. And so we'll have more, like, top-end possible dip. I think if we go to war with them, it might get destroyed. I forget how that works. We're not necessarily planning on fighting these guys. Or I don't know if it works like that at all. Ugh. It used to give extra Diplo cap, actually. Oh, it does give dip cap. Yeah, dip cap's good. Good enough. It's not pressured for us. Oh, it is kind of pressured for us. That'll be good, then. That'll make us... Because some of our allies have actually stuck in. Actually, is Chur one of their high almanac? I think we already accept them for the minimum price, but Lombard culture we could get a better acceptance on. I don't think that's a high priority, but that's... We could. We probably should have improved relations with Akbalaya. So we use them to get to Upper Bavaria. Is the plan. They have more allies than they did before. Burgundy, all these people are in here now. We could go for a little bit more muted. We could go for Bologna instead. I think the fact that we have level 2 cav units, though, is substantial. So, let's do that. Or, let's wait a month. Graz is not an awful location for a capital, to be honest. Because it's right next to the 2 silvers. I kind of hate that it's good, but like... So this is right next to the 2 silvers. It's just kind of... Oh, I hate that it's good. It might be best. Can we get rid of the non-Austrians? We could try. Not enough chin, basically. 10-hour stream, Bailey, 50 years in, I love it. I feel like World Conquest would take 100 hours. Yeah. There's 30,000 locations. Just thinking of that from the perspective of just the number of raw clicks, completely ignoring, like, just to actually manually annex 30,000 locations is, like, a lot. That's a lot of clicking by a guy. See, here's the thing. We could move it to Graz, and then we could move it further south, and then we could play in Italy instead, which would probably be better. But I don't think that's what the people who voted for us to play Austria are interested in. I think they're interested in us keeping the capital of Vienna and doing the things. Move to the silver mines. Are there no good annex all buttons? You could subjugate people and then annex them. I'm just saying it's like a lot of clicks. Let's look at the tax base, which just shows the actualized tax base. The thing is, we will lose control over basically our entire urban area. So it's literally just the silver. I actually don't think this is good now. There's too much stuff up here now. How could you abandon Vienna, finally? What would it take to get flatland from Hungary? That's like on our radar of things we want to do. But I think we could fight him. It's just gonna take a lot of antagonism. Or it's gonna... Oh, wait. What's this? I think we call Boho in. Yeah, Boho loves it. Hell yeah, brother. So in that case, we would wait for our next parliament and use a parliament CB. Which is only 10 more months. Also, we're a lot stronger than we look. Because we have tier 2 units, and I don't think they do. I think this guy might be... No, this guy's probably better. These guys are nice and experienced too. They're gonna not take a lot of damage. Are we not drilling? We want to be. We could probably support a couple more. Honestly, oh wait, these are our tier 2 units. The armored ones are not tier 2, so we don't want to go for it. Action coming. Yeah, capital location is huge, which is reflective of real history, which I love. Yeah. I like it a lot too. It's very painful for Austria. I don't like this, but we can peel some good stuff off of Hungary. And if our parliament doesn't look good, then it's fine, and we can just fight this guy instead. Wait, what's happened here? Treviso, are you just free? Or are you peasants? You're peasants. You garbage. What's the stab cost now? I think we'll just eat the stab cost for the extra research speed, even though we're not utilizing it right away here. And then I think we're paying for stab slider. No, we're not. There's our parliament. Gravel road network. So we want to pass this to push plus 10 control. So we might not be getting a CB on Austria then. Depending on how well we roll. Reduced opinions, fine enough one. Support traditional economies, fine, because even though we're pushing towards cap economy, but it just unpushes our push. And we're fine paying this as a cost. And if we do that, then we can do what we want to do. So it'll be kind of an expensive war on the stab. That's fine. And we have more buttons to click. Support trad economy. Okay. And then we're going to give tax exemption, which is kind of uncomfortable, but it is what it is. And we can push cap economy if we have to. I think we don't want to, because we don't want to upset the guys more, but... And you know what? Our two forts are kind of well located for fighting Austria specifically. Or sorry, Hungary. Yeah, I think we declare this before Bohemia gets funny and gets cold feet or something. Just kidding. Yeah, that is a concern of ours, right? We are stronger. And we could kind of probably chip shot him out. Roads are too OP. We maxed out our roads, basically. We won't get much from these territories. Actually, maybe let's utilize some of them, though. I'm not sure how close this will be. And it is like 1,000 more guys at this point. So we'll do that, and then these guys can all link up and come over here this way. Excuse me? I said these guys can all link up and come over this way. Okay. This area shouldn't be too hard to take, we just have to grab that. And then we will reorganize the unit. Actually, we will want everyone linked up. I think we're just gonna go for a mega stack and try and play it a little bit slow. Bohemia is gonna handle Poland, I think, in this exchange. Yeah, let's get on to that. Let's not get careless here. Auto balance. In theory, we want to manually balance this a little bit, but we're gonna wait for our other units to get here because I think we just want one fat stack. We're gonna reduce military duties. Just hurts our morale a little bit. Maybe a leak, but. Nice, so we picked that up pretty free. We don't need to take capital, we just need to win battles and occupy the war goal, basically. Okay, well. Given that that's there, do we have a bonus here? We have a +1. What do they have? They have 2 regulars and 14. You have 6 regulars and quite a bit less of this. Let's do formation. And let's actually just pull everyone back. This is part. So this is something I think people are going to complain about. If you want to fully optimize stuff, it's a lot of TDM. You don't need to win battles, but this is actually going to be a close-ish battle, so to be clear, I think we still win it either way. Do we have another cavalry unit? We do. There we go. No, don't like this. You messed up. You meant to do this. Okay. These are our fronts. Have at thee. Do your worst. So we're gonna get damage down fast on this side here. We're doing around double the damage right now. And once we clean that out with a lot of... Oh, wow. Are you really just folding to the center? They're just folding in the center. There's the damage. Alright, cool. Now, here's the tedious part. It doesn't, like, save what we're doing, so when we merge these guys, we're not going to rearrange, and we're just going to accept that these guys are not going to be merged. They're just going to be these tiny little units, and it's fine. Okay. And we have to get a little bit of an idea what we want to go for here. at the very least, I think we do want to go for, like, a road pathway, like, around, like, from our upper portion to the, or sorry, from the northern portion to the lower portion of our empire. So, like, around this apocalypse kind of is very attractive, which would be these locations at the very least. Which is not an insane amount of antagonism. And then they have a releasable, but in Transylvania, which is a little bit awkward, but is maybe worth us taking a subject so we can get repeated CBs on them. So we probably want one location from there. And this will be the least awkward location. And then from here, we want locations close to our capital, and we want gold locations. We probably want up into here. We also care about stuff being along the river, but... And Regensburg is upset, and Aquileia is upset. So let's find Regensburg. Let's get started on that. Okay, so this so far just looks pretty good. I think we could add more, but 5% notification and banners on the war score. Min-maxing flanks seems fun. Yeah, it's not. Can you control, collect an entire province? Currently, I don't think you can. Right-click. Is it control-click? I don't think it works like that. No, it doesn't. Oh, it does. That's new. It did not used to. That's something I suggested. That's gonna be nice. That's nice. That's nice. We like that. That's cool. Probably want the silver too, because we're greedy pigs. Actually, going for the market capital is attractive as well. I think it's too far in. It's in Pest. Yeah, that's just too far in. Wait, what are we doing here? Yeah, so that's going to be quite a bit more. We just have to control the Wargle and win battles, though. We don't actually need to occupy stuff. We would need to occupy stuff if we wanted to subjugate them or something. Although we do want more vision. So let's take a look. How many of these have no castle? Not a lot right here. We just kind of want more vision. I guess we just hang here. Okay, if they're not going to take that, we would like to take that just for the vision. I guess we want to actively occupy this up here, though. Because if we don't occupy them up there, there's plus 10 centralization, so we're up to 70 now. Then Boho occupies. Yeah, that's a problem. That's an issue. So we'll do something like this. Just kidding with that guy. Cool. They are the defender. We probably should have checked the dice. Yeah, so it's going to be one dice against us, but I think... Oh, yeah, this isn't a quick steamroll, but we'll do a little bit of that. We should win that battle. And generally they lose enthusiasm pretty quick. We just have to make sure Boho doesn't take too much of the stuff we want. Bamberg. Alright. I like leaving this guy here. Let's go chase. We're probably going to turn back, but we're just going to chase in case he turns back around. We could go after this province, which would give us a little bit of vision if we're just chilling, more or less. We do have to keep an eye on this. And again, we're mainly looking for battles. And looking to just win them by a big margin. But occupation's okay. They're also not as likely to come from the north, and we have vision over here. I think we loop back after this. How's Bohemia doing? Bohemia's doing work against Poland. We could piece Poland out relatively early, and we maybe want to avoid Bohemia taking stuff from them. But it actually looks like our subjects are doing the work. Bohemia's asleep at the wheel. We could clip him. Is that a... That's a +1. We could just wait, I think. Take this and then head back up. Alright. We were kidding. We didn't mean it. I'm thinking we want to take more than what we have set aside, but that's like, this is kind of the skeleton of what it is we want to take. Let's see who gets upset with us. So this is no coalitioning, and Aquileia is the next most upset with us. We don't necessarily want to farm a really good relationship with them because we want to be able to deck them, but who can we call into the Austro-Hungarian War? Okay. We don't need that. We don't need a super good relation with them. We don't need that. Yeah, so this should just be an absolute murking for them. Hopefully we don't stack wipe them. We don't want to stack wipe them because then they get re-raised all their conscripts. And we might have to do the same. Overlaps with camera controls. Take the silver. There's more silver to be had. I think we're... Oh, yeah. The silver and the saffron. It's kind of border gory, but... I don't know, chat. What do we think about this? Silver saffron dies. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Actually, this might make more sense. The second gold pile. Just absolutely filthy. Borgor, boo, my eyes, disgraceful. Do it for the economy. They really hate this, though. Ah, too fractured. Yeah, no. We can't... We don't want to eat a too fractured modifier. Although I think if we just did this only... No, that's the one that... That's the bridge too far, is the taking the gold, too. The problem is yeah, that cuts them off. Because they're... This, like, loop needs to exist. My eyes, they said. Saffron must pour. No border gory, full provinces. Let's take a vote. Why is there appanage in the Hungary? Is there? Not sure what you mean. I mean, we're doing this too, but we're doing that no matter what. That we want. We could just make them bigger, but I don't think we want to do that. Chat has a built-in anti-border guard, or sorry, chat, I mean, the game has a built-in anti-border guard mechanic? Not as far as I know. Us taking the Fort province also makes a lot of sense. Or a couple of the Fort provinces. AI is not very good at replacing them. You have a little border guard as a treat. Appendage. So, why are we taking this? Is because the best resources are along that route. And we would have them be in our market if we could. And they would be if we owned them. Because that's kind of how it works. Temporary border guard to cripple them. Yeah, I figured I like the border guard, but chat likes the border guard too. They love it. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're not quite at a peace deal yet, but... Where are you headed? You're headed this way. You know what would be nice? Cannons. Be a lot nicer if we had some cannons. Because without them, we siege just really slow, ungodly slow. So we're just gonna sit here, and then he's gonna find his way back, and then... Actually, we'll sit this guy here. We'll sit this guy ahead a little. We're set with nobility. Because clergy regenerate faster. We have to be careful. We have to try and peace out reasonably quickly. Iceland, thank you for the follow, big nice. We have to try and peace out reasonably quickly. Because Bohemia is liable to peace out. Although it's looking like he doesn't want any of Poland, surprisingly. I think he's taking that territory and just turning it over to us. But we can get this peace deal right now, so we could consider... God, we have to consider how much we want from them. Well, the dyes we can take, and the saffron we could take. God, this is such a layup, because we could take so much. We're just like, we've become used to taking, well, I think we could finish taking that province. As well, for the iron. Iron is nice. I guess that is the full province. Kind of into this, to be honest. Kind of into just like a big fat one on them. Regensburg and Aquileia are just gonna decrease in the amount of antagonism they have very, very quickly. And it's not even, yeah. Medicaments are terrible, so we wouldn't want to take them. Kinda into this as the peace deal, and then gold and stuff. We're gonna release these as subjects and then integrate them later. But even them as subjects pulls all the really good goods into our market. Connect the two to minimize border gore? Yeah. This is also stuff we want anyways, like, border gore aside. I think, like, the next province we would want to take is... not like one of these three, but... Sorry, chat. It's the silver. Sorry, chat. I apologize for my sins, though they have not yet been committed. We're not gonna peace out as soon as possible, though. I just wish I knew how... I wish Bohemia, like... Is there a way for us to tell how much they're into this war? Yeah, there is. Okay, they're still into it. Thank God he's still into me. We get a breach. Nice, that's fat. We could go down and grab him. I kind of like getting this province. The thing is, I think if we go for this province, I think he goes for our 1k stack. But we'll peel this off. If he starts moving, we'll start moving. Where are you going, bud? Let's check tactical. We just don't want to fight him on the +2. Son of a bitch. Son of a bizzle. That feeling when you're not paying attention. We could peace out them. I think their occupation's helping us get more war score, though. Yeah. Oh, brutality. This is so bad for him. Okay, okay. So that's war reps for us as well. Knowledge is, of course, power. That's another battle. So this is looking good. Can I start Dragon Empire? Yes. How's it going, people? Do you pick states based on pop? That is one metric. We're picking mainly based on resources, because we know there's not a ton of pop here. How much war score does the enemy capital give? Not like an insane amount. He gives us a lot of gold per war score, though. I'm just a little bit worried that, Boho leaves the war. Because we don't want to contend with the might of Isengard and Mordor. So... Oh, we're losing a bunch of occupation. I think once we're at 50% war score, we might peace him out, because then we're getting pretty close to the upper limits of the peace, anyways. We'll stomp these guys, squish them like bugs. This should just one-tap them, yeah. Wait, what? Oh, the capital, or the castle gave it. That makes sense. We can do this. Kinda like it. I like it, I like it. We could also release something off of Poland. I didn't even consider that. I think we're just gonna do this, though. Let's not get too greedy. Like a pig. How many different subjects do we want to do here? I think we do 3. We of course want to put a woman in charge. because we can't usually utilize their stats other than that. Yeah, look at this. Not gonna get to use her otherwise. Excuse me, why can't I hand you? There, I can. Okay, cool. We are checking how many we have of each. We see we have a lot less fiefdoms. These other two we're gonna make fiefdoms. Oh, the fiefdoms also core province is faster. We should have done just all fiefdoms. Cool. And they will get on coring that territory for us right away. I was happy with the borders until you added the silver. What's Isengard? I think Poland's Isengard. EU5 and Baldur's Gate 3 have forced me to pay a new streaming service. Can't afford a new PC. Or new game streaming service. Womp womp. Game streaming service. Banat95, thank you for the follow. Big nice. I gotta fix my notification sound. I say that all the time, but... Wait, what's this? Oh no, that's them. We knew about that. That's been a thing. Okay, okay. And then... we can improve relations with Hungary. Or we could, like, not. We could slowly just peel territory off of them, too. I think we'll just annex them. I think that constantly peeling territory off your subjects is kind of cheesy, I think. I don't exactly like the gameplay pattern. What are we doing? Alright. I think now that we're done being mobilized, we should be okay. The mobilization really was crushing the food. Yeah. Tight. God. I feel like we're not making as much money as we were before. Mainly because we're not making as much money as we were before. What's going on here? We did rake back the taxes a little bit on these guys. That's not it. We're buying food a little bit. Buildings are a little bit expensive. Maybe we're getting less from Diplo. Our sliders didn't get more expensive. We're not paying for legitimacy slider right now. Huh. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I wish they'd have more gradation between subject and internal territory. I think so too. Can you explain the difference between vassal and fiefdom? So there's two things going on here that are especially important to us as it relates to vassal versus fiefdom. Okay, one is that they each have a collective opinion, or they have a collective malice, country strength of all X countries versus overlord. So this means we want roughly 50-50 of vassals and fiefdoms, because after a certain point, we are going to get have difficulties with loyalty as a consequence of this. But second, when we release subjects specifically, it's better to have them as fiefdoms, because fiefdoms integrate territory a little bit faster. So we should have made this guy a fiefdom, but we didn't. And they're the person who has to integrate the most territory, which is kind of rough. They'll still integrate fairly fast, and so that's kind of one of the main differences. Also, I don't think you can ask a fiefdom to improve the cultural opinion of you. I'm not 100% sure with that, because the fiefdom is... it's the same ruler as you, or you're the same ruler. See how this guy has all those cores? That's why we did it like that. We could also go after Aquileia. I think we're gonna wait a little bit, but that's a nice war for us. Yeah. Hey Darmwilly, hey, how's it going? How are you doing? Are you feeling the status of the game right now at release? I'm pretty happy with it. Not gonna release Transylvania, did we not? I think we did. Yeah, that's Transylvania. See those two fiefdoms, how we were the rulers still? Is strength value absolute or relative to your own strength? It's relative to yours. What is paying a maintenance cost a function of? Maintenance on what? The buildings? It's 10% of the cost of the input goods on the buildings. Or it's 20% rather. So the library, we could actually decrease the maintenance cost if we built more books, because it's based on the goods that they buy. We didn't want that. We wanted this. A little bit more culture. I think milk is... Okay, milk's close to being able to upgrade, but we don't even have the money. And then this place is getting closer. And then we'll have to city this place and send more people there. Hell yeah, brother. Are we doing on the alliance spectrum? God, they're so spooky. How many pops do they have? 5 billion. Move up the integration ladder on that. The stream don't stop. The stream's gonna stop relatively soon. Because we're almost at 10 hours. We're setting it to the numbers stay high. We'll stream up to 10 hours every day. I'm surprised at, like, the staying power. I thought it was gonna have a higher peak, but I'm surprised that you guys have been here consistently for so long. Just in terms of, like, YouTube metric things. We could probably be a little bit better at explaining some of the stuff we're doing, or try to be. Right now we're just kind of making slow, steady progress here as Austria. Really, like, we're just very, for those of you who are just kind of coming in, I guess the reason we don't explain, because I feel like I'm repeating myself, but people come and go. We just generally, from a terrain perspective, have a really rough time pushing control down into the south, and it really, like, limits our options, just in a general sense. We're gonna drill these guys. And so, it is difficult for us to maintain control over here, and Hungary's land is valuable because we could create, like, a tunnel around which we can go, because if we look at proximity, look, it goes around this. And the only reason it goes here instead of, like, here and then here is because there's already a road, like, connecting the two. Like, if there's another road down to here and then here, I think it would go the other way. Maybe not. Because I think there's some rivers here, but we also project control really well around against or down rivers. And so this territory, like Hungary's capital, would be really, really valuable to us because we would be able to build a bunch of stuff there and have it have reasonably high control. So we do want to expand into Hungary. We'll take the prestige. We don't care about that guy. Upper... No, we bite their thumb at them. And then, also looking at it, we can't really go in the south that well. We could go towards Hungary, we can kind of go towards this, and we can kind of go towards Bohemia. But we're trying to ally Bohemia and keep good relations, that way we can improve cultural opinion with them. And so we're trying to ally the people that we actually want to peel stuff off of. So like Tyrol, let's gather favors. We should have gathered favors from them before. Let's not piss off France, yeah? And then let's maybe review. Kind of, we have expanded and we do have like subjects. Bamberg up here has been annexing. They've started annexing other people. Looks like they have, yeah, this is all Bamberg. We vassal fed them a little bit. I think they have 1 or 2 more vassals, but they're gonna be kind of consolidated. And we're feeding them specifically cultures, so we're feeding them the Franconian culture and the Upper Palatinate culture. That way they have an easier time coring. Especially because this is their primary culture. AI is kind of bad at accepting more cultures, though, so not necessarily expecting to see him actually core this. And so we kind of want to split subjects up by that like criteria to some extent. Hard to be explaining 10 hours in. You're over 10 hours in. Am I really? My thing is just lying to me. It says 9.5. Live streamer answering, explaining the same thing 10 times a stream. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of just the thing. Well, like, people watch for a couple hours and then they do the other things in their life, and it is what it is. But I think if we're over 10 hours, and the fact that I'm going to be doing this several days in a row, and I haven't eaten yet, maybe we call the stream here today. So we will be back tomorrow with more Austria. Also, in a little bit, there will be in 3 hours... 2 hours and 45 minutes, the second episode of the Venice run. Oh, daylight saving shenanigans. Oh, maybe. Yeah, because we're about to start another war, I think, with these guys is what we were thinking about doing. And look to kind of like chip shot and take, probably go after the other Bavaria. And then we're starting to look kind of big, and we're keeping the antagonism low, just, you know, small ball. And especially liking that the more consolidation that happens in the HRE, the easier it is for us to maintain high relations with everyone. So, yeah. Venice run in about 2 hours, 45 minutes, and then tomorrow, what content do we have? Tomorrow morning, at like 3 a.m., we're gonna have 2 more videos coming out, actually. In PST, tomorrow morning at 3 a.m., we should have, for the first 50 years is France, and then at 6 a.m., map modes and hotkeys tutorial, and then at 11:30 p.m. tomorrow, 1337-hour review, and then at 9:30 a.m. stream. If you wanted to support the channel, a good way to do it is to, if you're going to purchase the game, buy it off of the official web store and use the code Generalist in all caps. It doesn't save you any money, but 12% of the sale does go our way, so this is a good way to support the channel at no additional cost to yourself. It is mildly inconvenient because they email you a code and you have to put in the code and do this type of thing, but it would be appreciated. And also, other content creators have the code, so check with other content creators. And also, the conversion rate for Paradox and the conversion rate for Steam can sometimes be different. And so sometimes it's more expensive online, so I would recommend checking. I saw it in the morning, and then I sat an exam, and I'm back. Fuck you, discrete mathematics, fair. Are the AI better on harder difficulties? They're not smarter, but they get, like, bonuses, so... but they're not smarter. The AI is, like, as smart as they can be. To be fair, the AI is, like, gotten so much better. It's, like, reasonably good at, like, ecoing up. We've 10x'd our eco, right? Bohemia, to be fair, Bohemia should be the best performing AI here. Has almost 10x'd their eco. Also, we could do a lot better if we weren't on Austria. And let's see, France, 10x their eco. Of course, this is annexing a bunch of their subjects and stuff. Castile, doing a pretty good job. You know, like, they're growing, even though, like, they may not be growing on the map. They're, like, chipping up, they're getting stronger, and we have to get stronger at a pace that outstrips them, because Austria starts out kind of weak, so that's the challenge. And the challenge is also to somehow make use of this. And so, like, we don't feel like, okay, we're 60 years old and we're, like, nowhere near as strong as France. We don't want to fight France. If we fought France, I'm pretty sure we'd get clapped. I don't think there's a way we could super micro this, so 12% sounds pretty good. Yeah, for the year, I'm probably going to make more than 50% of my YouTube income from the creator code. So it's just a very large percentage of what's going to be my yearly net. Yeah. I live in the US and just checked both sides to check exchange rate. The US dollar generally trades for about $1 US. But usually. But I think we will conclude the episode. We have videos coming out if you want to keep your eyes peeled for them. Anyways, thank you for stopping in. We'll be here tomorrow. And yeah, bye-bye now. See you, everyone. Actually, we're going to see if we're going to... Let's actually raid someone. Sorry. See if anyone is streaming the category. Surely someone is streaming EU5 and we could send you their way. Surely. We see Cleo's streaming, Arumba's streaming, we're streaming, Playmaker's streaming. Let's raid Playmaker. Things happen. So, we'll also link it to the YouTubers if you guys want to check. So let's do /raid. And then link his channel to the YouTubers. And say bye-bye to the YouTubers. Bye-bye, YouTubers! Twitch viewers, say bye to the YouTubers. And then for the Twitch viewers, we are going to raid now.